Framing History. The Rosenberg Story and the Cold War. Virginia Carmichael. Contents. Acknowledgements 7, Motives of Narrative 11. Part I. The Rosenberg Stories, History 1. Cold War Frame Narrative 3-2. Embedded Story 49 Part 2. The Rosenberg Stories, Culture 3. Culture as Critique in the Post-Rosenberg Era 125-4. The Book of Daniel 131-5. The Public Burning 157-6. Closure 187-7. Framed Arts 195 Epilogue, Political Projection and Gathering the Splits 219 Notes 223. Motives of Narrative. Every discourse has its own selfish and biased proprietor. There are no words with meanings shared by all, no words belonging to no one. When we seek to understand a word, what matters is not the direct meaning the word gives to objects and emotions. This is the false front of the word. What matters is rather the actual and always self-interested use to which this meaning is put and the way it is expressed by the speaker, a use determined by the speaker's position and by the concrete situation. Who speaks and under what conditions he speaks, this is what determines the word's actual meaning. All direct meanings and direct expressions are false, and this is especially true of emotional meanings and expressions. M. Bacton, The Dialogic Imagination. The story of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg's conspiracy to commit espionage, which led to their conviction and execution for treason in 1953, played a crucial explanatory and justifying role in the formulation of the Cold War. Accounts of their actions were used to explain the Soviet test explosion of an atomic device in 1949, 3 to 5 years before expected by most U.S. scientific, political, or military intelligence. The alleged Rosenberg transmission of the secret of the atomic bomb to the Soviet Union suddenly became both a complete and sufficient explanation of Soviet emergence into a bipolar superpower atomic rivalry for control of the post-war world and definitive proof that communist subversion from within was as great a threat to the free world as the bomb itself. 11. But at the same time that the Rosenberg story seemed to call for and support domestic and foreign policies and actions gathered under the rubric of the Cold War, it also took on an ongoing critical cultural function still active in the 1990s. Most recently, Don DeLillo used the Rosenbergs in his 1988 book, Libra, about the Kennedy assassination. Uses of their story also figure in Erica Jong's Fear of Flying, John Updike's Couples, Gore Vidal's Myra Breckinridge, Howard Fast's The Outsider, and Joyce Carol Oates's You Must Remember This. The Rosenbergs serve as a thematic counterpart to the protagonist Esther Greenwood in Sylvia Plath's Bell Jar, and they are the principal subject of a play and two major novels, Donald Fried's drama Inquest, E. L. Doctorow's Book of Daniel, and Robert Coover's Public Burning. Since 1952, the Rosenbergs have been the occasion for and subject of musical compositions, poems, plays, sculpture, documentary and commercial films, public forums, newspaper and periodical articles, and visual and multimedia arts, as well as a number of historiographical books, articles, and biographies. Despite this recurrent working of the Rosenberg story in the consciousnesses of some of our public, artistic, and academic intelligentsia, most people still consider the case closed. Who needs another book about the Rosenbergs? A New York Times book reviewer asked of Joseph Charlotte's Fatal Error, in which Charlotte examines the legal and constitutional issues involved in the Supreme Court's responses to the Rosenbergs' attorneys and next friends last week of court appeals before the executions. One or as an editor commented about a chapter of this book prepared for separate publication, in light of the surfacing of the comments regarding the Rosenbergs in Khrushchev's memoirs. We would like to see you reframe your material and argument with this new evidence in mind. In a sense, this entire book is an attempt to engage seriously those two perhaps rhetorical questions. 2. The Rosenberg story provides a particularly apt occasion for a consideration of the function of storytelling of narrative in history. It was a social drama, providing a starting point for an 12. Elaboration of many stories serving various and multiple functions. This social drama, while dismissed by many as finished business, is still unresolved. It partially fulfilled the function defined in Victor Turner's description of the dynamic operation of social drama as producing social reconciliation around crucial issues, in this case the question of a partisan struggle for control of the government and the definition of U.S. post-war domestic and foreign policy. 3. But it also produced the alternative and opposite outcome, social schism. It played a crucial symbolic role in the construction of a radically polarizing anti-communism, as well as in the post-war split of the domestic left. And the Rosenberg story's resistance to closure manifest in its repeated tellings in historiography, biography, literature, and the visual and performing arts suggests its ongoing cultural function as the occasion for acknowledging and coming to terms with an unresolved breach in the national narrative of moral purpose. This ongoing activity might be considered an extension of Turner's category of potentiality he calls liminality, a moment in which the possibility exists of standing aside not only from one's own social position but from all social positions, and of formulating a potentially unlimited series of alternative social arrangements. 4. More probably, the repeated tellings suggest the reaction to a liminality prematurely foreclosed by the social and disciplinary forces of domestic ideological and political intimidation, information management, and an ensuing collective self-censorship. But in either case, the Rosenberg story continues to work or to be worked in the arts, in the media, and in historiography as an interrogation of a specific and costly period of politically motivated injustice practiced in the rationalized forms of U.S. procedural, criminal, and constitutional law. This interrogation also has the purpose and potential effect of interrupting and disturbing the official story's intended and ongoing subliminal and mythic function as the primary evidence of post-war international communism at work to destroy the United States from within, key evidence in support of the Cold War rationale. The Rosenberg story is a theoretically knowable but actually unknown historical story, which makes the political issues around 13. The interactions of culture and history prominent and insistent in a consideration of any particular version of the Rosenberg story. 5. The reception of a particular version, including this one, is or should be inseparable from a consideration of the possible conditions and motives of its production. Short of a full release of FBI and related documents, or of an unexpected confession from someone with the debatable authority to know the real story, the elaboration of the historical version of the story has gone about as far as it can go. 6. That most people take absolutely for granted the Rosenbergs' guilt as atomic spies in some indeterminate magnitude of seriousness illustrates the thoroughness and endurability of the constitutive activities of our consciousness-making institutions and agencies. The real Rosenberg story remains to date an undecidable one. The primary subjects did not and now cannot talk. And the informant of unimpeachable reliability, who originally established in the mind of J. Edgar Hoover Julius Rosenberg's titular role in a still undiscovered atomic spy ring of enormous dimensions, is not available under any circumstances. 7. Even after the litigated release of perhaps half of the related government documents under the Freedom of Information Act of 1974, no one knows the Rosenberg story. Its official public version, however, elaborated itself as discovered, known, and true, with quite real material effects. A close and contextualized reading of any version of the Rosenberg story thus necessarily confronts the politics of writing and reading. The story can be considered as having a basic underlying narrative structure, mythic or historical, depending on one's critical positioning, with hundreds of textual variations. 8. But the Rosenberg story foregrounds the inevitability of assuming a political orientation, a point of view, that is in the process of encountering, through telling or reading, any one version. This is a provocative detail, since critics of culture and ideology, in strong disagreement with those who would insist on the apolitical and universal values of literature, maintain that political positioning is oriented by and can be construed in the actual telling or reading of any story, even literature, including the limited group of basic narratives posited by folklorists. 9. 14. Accordingly, the Rosenberg story can be read either, in mythic terms, as a story of the betrayal of the patriarchal father by the children, in which case agency and guilt lie with the children, or as a story of the patriarchal father's allaying of family guilt, shame, and fear of retribution through the ritual of scapegoating sacrifice. Or the story, more complicated and non-mythic than either of these polarities, is exemplary of the impossibility of attempts to achieve full and coherent meaning. Or it is an unknowable story that should be read nevertheless as having shaped history and produced unambiguous material and cultural effects. That is, its unknowability did not stop its narratability as a highly motivated construction with real and lasting political effects. These four rehearsals of the available structures for the story manifest four historically specific political and/or critical positions with respect to any of its versions: right, left, post-structuralist, and materialist. 1-0 The right and left versions differ markedly in their allocation and distribution of agency and responsibility, in their ordering of cause-effect relationships and attribution of guilt, as well as in their interpretation of the critical, moral, and political implications of the story for the relation of the individual to the nation-state. The post-structuralist and materialist versions are not necessarily mutually exclusive, although the arguments of a number of political theorists, literary critics, and historians would lead us to believe they are. Demonstrating language use as symbolic action that does work and has effect requires the use of multiple methodological strategies, while avoiding an absolute theoretical pluralism. Critical to this kind of reading is a tactical use of a rhetorical analysis that calls into question any facile assertions of identity between words and facts, or between facts and reality, while demonstrating the constitutive effects of words on facts and reality. Such a demonstration of the historical contingency and effects of language would necessarily, however, stop short of or go further than the limits of a radical and paralyzingly repetitive dissolution of meaning demonstrated by methodologically pure post-structuralist critics. 1. In analyzing the narrative production of the Rosenberg story, it will be necessary to construe to narrate a historical context for 15. The story's official elaboration, to speculate on probable narrative motivations, intentions, and effects, grounding such speculations insofar as that is possible, to analyze the ways in which the rhetorical construction began to operate on its own, separate from socio-political data, to evaluate posited subjectivity as effective and strategic, as manipulated and imposed, or as self-defeating political positionality, and to critique essentialist assumptions and the polarized positions they entail in terms of the kinds of political and social work and exclusions they accomplish. 1-2 It will be necessary to consider formal qualities in relation to the issues being addressed, and to employ value-loaded terms, in order to use the various versions of the Rosenberg story as occasions for thinking through specific historical, social, and cultural issues. In all this, critiques of meaning and narrative constructions are at the service of a cultural analysis, an attempt to reveal or demonstrate the ways in which purposeful uses of language can both make history happen in particular ways and critique the ways in which history happens. 1-3 David Reisman and Nathan Glazer said in 1955 that whereas the Sacco and Vanzetti case united the left, the Rosenberg case divided it. 1-4 The Rosenberg case was a symbolic watershed especially for those New York Jewish intellectuals who became ex-communist cultural nationalists, dissociating themselves from socialist and even liberal programs of the left and right. 1-5 Those who aligned themselves with nationalist democratic capitalism, and who in justifiable outrage spurned Stalinism, found themselves rhetorically aligned with religious anti-communists, racists, anti-unionists, and business, military, and industrial interests. Those who continued to argue for international negotiations and for reformist or systemic changes in U.S. domestic economic and social policies found themselves rhetorically aligned with Democrats and liberals, labor, and eventually with socialists, communists, and Stalinists, and thus subject to both job and social discrimination and to criminal prosecution, as well as to a self-censorship still operative in the 1990s. 1-6 Any more complicated positions between these two extremes lost their political bases as anti-communism reduced 16 and polarized the culturally available political positions and became increasingly difficult to maintain and express. the division of a previously unified left manifested itself directly in the split response to the Rosenberg story as its official version unfolded. The nationalist and ex-communist left, blinded by the communist affiliations of the Rosenbergs, found it difficult to maintain a critical view of the juridical and extrajudicial operations of the system they espoused over and against communism. In the writings of such ex-communist liberal and left Jewish intellectuals, the analysis of the Rosenbergs, based on the media reports of the trial and the Rosenberg prison letters, was carried on in terms of Stalinized bourgeois kitsch, taste, and style, as well as in terms of the Rosenberg failures of heroism and masculinity. By not openly espousing their principles, the Rosenbergs failed in the end to become martyrs or heroes, or even men. 17 This attack on the Rosenbergs was part of a larger activity of ex-communist intellectual analysis of post-war politics and events in terms of high and low culture and the Stalinist estrangement of cultural life from direct experience. 18 The effort was to make the strained artifice, polemics, and tone of the Death House letters stand for the fundamental failures of communism. Rhetorical connections are there to be made, but a potentially political critique was thus aestheticized, moralized, and at the same time effectively displaced from the space of any domestic political juridical realm. This kind of displacement was and continues to be one of the greatest costs of anti-communism and the Cold War. 19 A larger betrayal operative in the Rosenberg story, that between the government and its citizens, was at the time largely unknown, discounted, unacknowledged, or uncontested through fear. The major exception to general media acquiescence to an affirmation of the official government story was a well-researched series of investigative articles begun in August 1951 by William Rubin in the National Guardian after the death sentences had been issued. Immediately preceding but not until then and following the Rosenberg executions, their story became the subject of revisionist historiography and mythologizing by the communist left in the pages of both the National Guardian and the 17 Daily Worker, in a repetition of party-line Stalinist rhetoric so extreme as to counter the credibility and possible effects of Rubin's solid investigative journalism. According to this Communist Party-produced version of the story, the Rosenbergs were innocent and heroic martyrs of U.S. fascism and its mockery of justice. A 1955 book that Rubin wrote from his articles was the first attempt at a more objective rehearsal of the historical context, ambiguities, anomalies, and irrationalities of the official story, beginning a still open series of reconsiderations and interpretations of a story of political misuse and corruption of contractual state power. The 1986 publication of an updated version of Robert Meeropol and Michael Meeropol's 1975 We Are Your Sons, an exhibition of Rosenberg art, Unknown Secrets, Art and the Rosenberg Era, appearing at major museums throughout the country from 1988 through 1991, and Joseph Charlotte's 1989 book, Fatal Error, about the Supreme Court during the week of appeals before the Rosenberg executions all manifest a renewed interest in the Rosenberg story as a cautionary tale with implications for all constitutional democracies, especially for democracies in periods of disruptive and accelerated change, like the United States in the late 20th century. The historical conjuncture of the late 1980s-early 1990s produced, along with a nostalgic cultural return to the 1950s, a newly articulated nostalgia for the securities of Cold War foreign policy despite the perceived end of that war. 20 Momentous worldwide political and economic changes opened up possibilities for new orders of economic, social, and international relationships, potentials welcomed, furthered, and exploited for political and economic gains by U.S. politicians and policymakers, by business, banking, military, and service interests, as well as by social issue, political interest, and humanitarian groups. But the potentials for a changing and healthier world order were at the same time threatened and resisted by a persistent return on the part of political, business, and military leaders to a repetition of the anachronistic Cold War rhetoric and policies of the 1950s, utilizing polarized projections to support politically and economically motivated agendas for the maintenance of the domestic status quo. 18. Especially in terms of military installations, arms development and production, and defense spending and contracts, all at the cost of an increasingly critical collapse in the 1990s of domestic social systems and institutions. Consider the political effects of George Bush's McCarthyite rhetorical strategies during the 1988 presidential campaign of repeatedly accusing his Democratic opponent of being liberal, a card-carrying member of the American Civil Liberties Union, and soft on criminals. In foreign policy, members of the Bush administration repeatedly articulated a preference for Cold War stability as the Soviet Union was withdrawing from its perceived role as major antagonist and allowing relatively bloodless democratic revolutions to take place in the Eastern Bloc countries, while attempting still to hold itself together as a nation. As Deputy Secretary of State Lawrence Eagleburger and President Bush noted, for all its risks and uncertainties, the Cold War was characterized by a remarkably stable and predictable set of relations among the great powers, and Europe has had peace for some 40 years now, and if you look at your textbooks, why, you'll see that that's a long time in an area of the world that has been troubled by conflict, in an area of the world that has involved us in this century in two massive wars. 2.1. This unabashedly Eurocentric view of the world ignores the extent to which, during those same 40 years of European peace, the Cold War was played out as hot wars among the two superpowers on the emerging nationalist and conflictual governments, terrains, and populations of third world countries, Korea, Guatemala, Iran, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, the Belgian Congo, Vietnam, Angola, Chile, and Nicaragua, among others. It is also an abstracted view of international politics that overlooks entirely the internal domestic costs to each national participant in the Cold War military buildup. Bush's cautions in the early 1990s that military spending must not and would not decrease to the benefit of domestic social programs, despite revelations concerning the exhaustion and failure of the Soviet and Eastern Bloc economies, and despite Soviet agreements to significant reductions of its armed forces and weapons, echo exactly in tone and diction similar cautions. 19. And reassurances following World War II, when conservatives feared demilitarization while liberals and progressives argued for a return of resources to critical domestic needs. There was also in late 1990 a déjà vu reminder of Truman's Cold War rubric in justification of the unilateral U.S. intervention in the Korean War in June 1950. Following the August 1990 invasion and conquest of Kuwait by Iraq, Bush and his military and diplomatic advisors struggled to provide a believable narrative rationale to secure congressional approval for an UN participation in a massive buildup of U.S. forces and state-of-the-art technology fair materiel in the Middle East. It was instructive, however, that Bush and his Secretary of State James A. Baker III both faltered on the old Cold War arguments of containment in the interest of making the world safe for democracy, or of Eisenhower's domino theory that a threat to democracy anywhere was a threat to the United States. Restoring the Kuwaiti monarchy was hardly a move toward global democracy, nor did Kuwait's conquest by Iraq occur in a domino line leading directly to the United States. The threat that had to be contained, far from being that of international communism, was the expansionist ambitions of a Muslim military dictatorship armed and supported by both the United States and the Soviet Union. Both Bush and Baker realized that, as George Kennan had urged after World War II, it was more believable to argue in terms of our real interests, oil, economics, and balances of power, but their diction was still skewed toward universal moral principles and abstract doctrines of good and evil. Even when official rhetoric touched on material interests, they were only arguably identical with our interests as a nation. The Cold War mentality nevertheless has sufficed as a controlling ideology in foreign affairs for the past 45 years. In its post-Cold War exhausted stage, it still continues functioning rhetorically and belatedly to inform and rationalize foreign politics and policies, as well as to provide more local rationales for specific social and economic relationships and practices, despite radical changes in actual historical conditions. The left invokes the Rosenberg case as a reminder of the use of such a totalizing explanatory narrative for the purposes of an ideologically enforced popular quiescence and adherence to one specific agenda. XX. In a time of intensified potentials for change, The Rosenberg story has been recalled, rehearsed, and retold again in the Reagan/Bush era, perhaps in order to awaken dormant dissent from the conservative agenda and activism for political change in another period of potential liminality, the perceived end of the Cold War. It is difficult, therefore, to elaborate a history of the continual retellings of the Rosenberg story without feeling the attractions and implications of another story, the history of and potentials for resistance to official explanatory narratives, the story of analysis, critique, dissent, and opposition as cultural practice, and in particular a story of the achievements of and potentials for such practice in the United States in the second half of the 20th century. An examination of the Rosenberg stories also reveals particular responses to, instrumentalization of, fascinations with, and critiques of class, race, and the sex-gender system, specifically as they were implicated and instrumentalized or exploited in Cold War social relations and practices of power. This is true for the official story as well as for the cultural representations of that story. And because the multimedia drama and fictional narratives, as well as much of the visual arts concerning the Rosenbergs, are postmodern in form and technique, the Rosenberg story provides the occasion for an analysis and evaluation of critical cultural practice and of the relations of class, race, and gender to power as represented in specific postmodern forms of articulation. 2. Theorizing the functional relationship of culture to history is not within my ken. 2. Frederick Jameson says that for him the problem of homologies is a constant theoretical concern. There are enormous and insurmountable difficulties in attempting a correlation between somewhat autonomous fields in all their heterogeneity and overdetermination. And yet it is imperative to critical cultural work to devise methods, albeit imperfect or theoretically problematic ones, for using one partially knowable object to comment on another partially knowable object, or for using the perceived interrelationship of both to XXI. Get a mental grasp of something else which one cannot represent or imagine. 24. These problems certainly exist for and in this analysis of the Rosenberg stories, with the most immediate difficulty inhering in the desire to keep a textual communication open between literature, drama, historiography, and the visual arts, that is, to study the reciprocal relationships and intersections of different, relatively autonomous cultural fields as complementary, supplementary, complicating, contradictory, or all four within the total field of symbol making in any given period. The primary or first purpose of my analysis of the Rosenberg story is to explore the narrative constructions and political operations of language as deriving from, discontinuous with, and generative of historical circumstances, in this case, of the Cold War. Without being able fully or scientifically either to theorize or to demonstrate these relationships, I suggest and argue for certain probable connections and implications. I then attempt provisionally to suggest the relationships between the ongoing Rosenberg stories in fiction, drama, and the visual arts, and the operations of power and the possibilities for cultural criticism and dissent within the United States, using Jameson's comment that a given cultural phenomenon, postmodern fiction, for example, is articulating something that is going on. 25. What interests me, in short, is that the Rosenberg stories are articulating something that is going on in excess of any notion of the original or real story, whatever that may be construed to be. And that excess can be seen as variously motivated by specific and determined political interests such as that of the conservative, Republican, and ultimately U.S. government stake in proving the communism treason link, E.L. Doctorow's interest in a critique of the domestic left, Robert Coover's critical interrogation of Cold War relationships among gender, class, myth, and power, Donald Fried's interest in fracturing the mythic Rosenberg story, Martha Rosiller's interest in exploring the irrationalities of Cold War ideology and social practices, Peter Saul's interest in shocking the observer into an alien perception of reality, or my own interest in unpacking rhetorically and critically the motives for and construction of a specific history. XXII. So my focus will be on the historical production and cultural uses of the Rosenbergs and the Rosenberg story, with the understanding that scrutiny of my version of these stories will reveal its own excess. 26. I know of no more illustrative example than the Rosenberg story of a rhetorical elaboration and production of events to serve political, institutional, and personal agendas, a construction that somehow, with indeterminate agency, manages to draw into its inscription the witting and unwitting contributions of the whole complex of juridical, political, military, scientific, religious, and telecommunications institutions. The story reads like a frame-up as described by John Dos Passos writing about the Sacco and Vanzetti case. The frame-up is an unconscious mechanism. An unconscious mechanism is a kink in the mind that makes people do something without knowing that they are doing it. It is the sub-rational act of a group, serving in this case, through a series of pointed unintentions, the ends of a governing class. The frame-up is a process that you can't help feeling, but like most unconscious processes it's very hard to trace step by step. Half the agents in such a process don't really know what they are doing. Hence the average moderately fair-minded newspaper reader who never has had personal experience of a frame-up in action is flabbergasted when you tell him that such and such a man who is being prosecuted for wife-beating is really being prosecuted because he knew the origin of certain bonds in a district attorney's safe. 2.7. Dos Passos' inability to trace the frame-up process step by step is perhaps in part a limitation of his and his nation's individualist view of human agency in history. For the frame-up process as a collective but not totally controlling historical enterprise that invariably works to the interests of dominant groups to the cost of other groups is just what some contemporary public and academic cultural critics claim to be demonstrating. Their readings of the world foreground the communications among texts in the same or different cultural fields. In this way they are able more or less persuasively to posit certain correspondences, chronologies, and found coherencies as linguistic evidence of governing but non-explicit and non-procedural political XXIII arrangements that actually prevail in any historical period, arrangements that acquire cultural and symbolic authority and achieve material effects beyond any individualist concepts of intention or agency. 28. Read in this way, the Rosenberg story thus serves as a participant in, key to, and commentary on the larger poetics of the formation of Cold War ideology. The effect of reading the official Rosenberg story is an awareness of multiple and systemic agency and authorship rather than of a single narrative voice or a sense of conscious collusion among all or some of the contributing authors. By the time of the executions, the textually elaborated official story had crystallized into the coherent form of a traditional novel or drama with distinct characters, a defined and polarized conflictual plot, a strong and unambiguous linear cause and effect development and narrative line, and a rising and falling action bounded by a necessary beginning and the most definitive ending available in history or fiction, death as retribution and redemption. The U.S. Cold War narrative, as it had developed by 1947, contained all the same elements, with three potential and absolute endings posited: a free democratic and peaceful world under U.S. protection and moral leadership, an enslaved communist world controlled by the Soviet Union, or atomic holocaust at the hands of the Soviet Union. One might expect the Rosenberg story to have ended with the narrative closure of the executions. But the FBI said at that time that the story most definitely would not end with the Rosenberg's deaths, meaning that the larger story the government wanted was still to be told, the story of the atomic spy ring, for which Julius and Ethel stood as a part for the whole and at the same time as intended elaborators of that whole, the spy ring responsible for the theft of the secret of the atomic bomb. Yet, in one of history's great ironies, it was the promised elaboration of the larger story that did end with the Rosenberg deaths. No U.S. citizen was subsequently indicted or convicted for any act of atomic espionage. It was instead the Rosenberg story that took on a life of its own, an ongoing elaboration that is still in process, ungoverned by the plot development and formal closure of the XXIV official story, and uninformed by the atomic spy ring story the state had in mind. It is indisputable that in 1950 an atom spy story served various individual, institutional, and political purposes, as well as a fairly large collective need. But given that story's strange history, it seems highly improbable that the official version of the Rosenberg story could have been produced in answer to those needs without sufficient audience development, including symbolic preparation and saturation of the public and institutional mind in terms of genre expectations and constructed linkages. It was these expectations and linkages, I argue, that allowed a particular version of the story to be received and a political show trial and execution to ensue. Yet, in a strong historical contradiction, especially in a period of aggressive worldwide propagation of the American way of life, the particular enactment of that drama of necessary punishment for extreme treason, I also argue, breached the constitutional covenant between the state and its people. This larger betrayal, made possible only by a high-level public acceptance as true of a story strongly marked by traces of motivated construction and imaged fictionality, continues, as we shall see, to work as a stimulating, provoking antagonism in the political and cultural imagination of the United States. My purpose in this study is to analyze and trace the politically motivated production of the official Rosenberg story and the historical and cultural critiques performed by its representation in literature, drama, and the visual arts. XXV. Part I. The Rosenberg Stories, History. Has made us the master organizers of the world to establish system where chaos reigns. It is God's great purpose made manifest in the instincts of the race whose present phase is our personal profit, but whose far-off end is the redemption of the world and the Christianization of mankind. Senator Albert Beveridge, quoted in Balin et al., The Great Republic. The sacrificial principle is intrinsic to the idea of order. The compulsions of empire, as two mighty world orders, each homicidally armed to the point of suicide, confront each other. As with dominion always, each is much beset with anxiety. And in keeping with the curative role of victimage, each is apparently in acute need of blaming all its many troubles on the other, wanting to feel certain that, if the other and its tendencies were but eliminated, all governmental discord would be eliminated. Kenneth Burke, The Rhetoric of Religion. 1. I want here to consider the symbolic emergence of what Kenneth Burke calls the justifying or perfecting myth for the material history of the Cold War, to note the role of symbolism as the motivating genius of secular enterprise. Burke perceives a double movement in history, from socio-political raw data to a justifying narrative, which then becomes the originator of a certain order and its rationale. Narrative then would both perform an ideological function, explaining and justifying the world, and play an active role, directing the production of that world. This understanding of narrative neither dismisses the potential of individual agency nor posits ideological narrative as an absolute saturation of human consciousness. The ongoing operations of national narrative are never entirely under or attributable to specific individual or group authorial control. But a critical awareness of the main line of any national narrative must always take into account the degree to which the story develops an acquiescent audience for the playing out of a specific history that immediately, or eventually, and in retrospect, serves the interests of those managing the narrative and its dissemination at the expense of any notion of the public good. I would argue then that the Cold War narrative, among others such as the U.S. version of the 1991 U.S. Iraqi War, is a relatively autonomous system of meaning production by which individuals are persuaded to live a distinctively imaginary relation to their real conditions of existence. 2. The more or less acquiescent subjects of national narratives are, in stable societies. 3. Sometimes known as good citizens, but even in a constitutional democracy, the values and substance of good citizenship vary with time and changing dominant interests, as evidenced by the Cold War construction of the category un-American for people who had until recently been American. 3. An understanding of ideological narrative as managing the subject's experience of historical reality complements Burke's analysis of the extent to which the symbolic process culture orders history itself. And the Cold War perfecting myth worked in both of these senses to articulate and produce a specific working relationship between individuals and their state and its policies, a relationship that ensured individuals' voluntary acquiescence to, support for, and daily investment in a specific history not of their choosing. Daniel Isaacson, Dr. O's narrator in the Book of Daniel, notices this same phenomenon. No matter what is laid down, there will be people to put their lives on it. Soldiers will instantly appear, fall into rank, and be ready to die for it. And scientists who are happy to direct their research toward it. And keen-wit academics who in all rationality develop the truth of it. and poets who find their voice in proclaiming the personal feeling of it. And in every house in the land the muscles of the face will arrange in smug knowledge of it. And people will go on and make their living from it. And the religious will pray for a just end to it, in terms satisfactory to it. 4. The developing post-war policies and programs, as well as their narrative rationale, appeared to be the studied and rational product of a political process of transition from New Deal democratic and internationalist liberalism to a more nationalist conservatism in a time of circumstances perceived as urgently threatening to national security and economic well-being. But the emergence and articulation of a cover story for a specific configuration of post-war policy were also the result of an opportunistic political struggle financed by business and waged through the popular electoral process for control of government and thus of the national agenda. The power elites, conservative Republicans and Democrats, and business, industry, and military interests were 4. Its underwriters, President Truman, conservative political, military, and business leaders, J. Edgar Hoover, and the House Un-American Activities Committee were its leading actors, and the mainstream media were its promoters. The production of the Cold War narrative both set the stage for and to some degree required, in time, the production of the Rosenberg story. That story, the frame-up of the Rosenbergs, is a narrative embedded in a frame narrative that is also, in the Dos Passos definition, a frame-up, the Cold War. 5. Throughout this elaboration of the symbolic production of that frame narrative, I will also be indicating the use of that narrative and its symbolic strategies for framing dissent from that same narrative. I intend the ambiguity here with framing in the visual arts as the construction of a containing border. A crucial word and form for the FBI, HUAC, the Department of Justice, and the media during this period was list, whose roots mean border and boundary. The drawing of a frame around all voices to the left of center and labeling them left spelled with a capital C was a formalist symbolic enterprise at the service of the implementation of the Cold War agenda. 6. Meaning making. The use of language is a purposeful meaning-seeking and making endeavor involving certain fundamental operations that have their analogues in our understanding of both individual psychic and collective political processes. In the rubric of linguistics, the basic operation is one of the utilization of differences and similarities to establish one meaning to the exclusion of its opposite and many other middle ground meanings. In the psychological rubric it is one of splitting and projection, a primary process that is both the means of knowing and a defensive way of not knowing. At the political level, the operation is one of national ideological and institutional definitions, enclosures, and exclusions based on motivated and more or less projective understandings of self and other, or us and them. 7. 5. As the level of syntactic and perceptual/cognitive complexity increases, other operations and phenomena come into play, operations that as constitutive mechanisms are more performative than assertive or descriptive, the naturalizing of arbitrary relationships, through repetition and saturation, into received wisdom, common sense, or the way things are. The establishment of cause-effect relationships and semantic and political similarities and differences through constructed rhetorical linkages, the transformation of meaning through incremental or discontinuous but repetitive shifts among categories and codes, the drive toward a narrative or mythic coherence that masks gaps, irrationalities, and contradictions, and the establishment of widespread and subconscious generic expectations with their specific outcome or closures. Just as the struggle for dominance among post-war political interests was apparently the way things happen in a constitutional and representative democracy, these linguistic and semantic operations are apparently no more than the ways in which meanings happen. But in both cases, the results are not innocent. They are driven by perceptions of interest and are corrupt to the extent that individualist and group practices of power and greed skew semantic and political definitions and practices against the good of specific groups, or of the polity as a whole. What happens, then, when the inevitable inclusions and exclusions and drives to coherence in meaning-making coincide with a period of rapidly changing socio-economic relationships, widespread popular insecurities and anxieties, a nation-state's emerging will to global power, and threats to the survival instincts of an economically and politically empowered business-military alliance. What happens when both the individual citizens and their institutional leaders have a historically high intolerance for ambiguity, uncertainty, and process and require, for the alleviation of anxieties and the exercise of power, coherent and unambiguous definitions and explanatory narratives that claim a universal moral authority? 8. What happens is a tyranny of meaning that approaches the dimensions of myth. 9. Explanatory narrative for specific and local phenomena and actions develops in the sudden emergence of a 6. Compelling and comprehensive metaphor or cluster of metaphors with its own jumble of plot, and then through the elaboration of that plot and its official, public repetition over time. 10. Such a narrative provides an abstract, idealistic, and totalizing national rationale for the inconsistent, conflicting, deceitful, and corrupt policies and actions of an entire era, policies and actions carried out for the purpose of order-making dominion for an order of a specific material nature. An explanatory narrative that achieves the status of perfecting myth serves to reconcile discrepancies and irrationalities while appearing to obviate public or official scrutiny of actual circumstances. Such a narrative becomes effectively monolithic and saturating, demonizing its opposite and canceling or absorbing all mediatory and intermediate terms and kinds of activity. There is an inbuilt contradiction, one overtly displayed and exploited by what are identified as postmodern strategies of interrogation in my narration of what is purported to be a discovery and unnarrating of the Cold War frame narrative. 1. It becomes necessary to narrate in order to unnarrate, and in so doing I face the very dilemma that I criticize here for its potential for purposeful deceit and political exclusions and oppressions. Any coherent and persuasive argument I make for the arbitrary and motivated construction of the Cold War narrative is formally indistinguishable from the work of Cold War mythographers, a gathering of selected socio-political data into a coherent story, speculating on and positing a beginning and ending, cause-effect relationships, and possible motivations. Despite the inevitability of these kinds of narrative reductions and distortions, my intention is to keep the story as open to the documented incoherencies and uncertainties of the period as possible, remembering the multiple and differing voices as well as those not yet hearable or not yet expressed, and resisting the reductions, exclusions, and order-making extremes of both right consensus and left revisionist Cold War historiography. It is practicably impossible to demonstrate the Cold War perfecting myth taking hold of the public consciousness, as it is impossible to demonstrate the cultural and historical effects of 7. Literature or of the visual and performing arts. Despite the pervasive use of popular polls to discover what we think, there is no effective theory of reading or reception and no scientific means for determining how words and events determine the ways in which people think. What I can do is demonstrate, albeit selectively and partially, a complexity of circumstances, ideas, and interests that would seem to work against the clear emergence of the Cold War narrative with its specific history. I can then, in the form of a chronology with an arbitrary but purposeful beginning, indicate specific textual moments in the temporal course of political events when the Cold War narrative began to emerge metaphorically in terms of an iron curtain, rotten apples, dominoes, containment, and a Cold War, generating a specific plot and evolving toward more and more coherent form. Such a chronology, despite its selectivity, eliminates to some degree the problem of the construction of a linear narrative positing coherent cause and effect relationships from a plethora of infinitely implicated and implicating material and cultural socio-political data. In the interest of keeping open my story of the Cold War story, I begin with a gross anatomy of the material circumstances, dominant clusters of ideas, and vested interests at play in the immediate post-war period. Circumstances. The immediate post-war period was informed and structured by certain material and cultural givens, circumstances inherited by the U.S. post-war polity, but not necessarily or completely of its peoples or leaders' choosing or agency. 1-3. A disrupted U.S. domestic post-war social and economic order in a period of accelerated change. Emergent U.S. first power global status in an atomic era. A threatening great power antagonist whose national ambitions were expansionist, whose articulated ideology was that of worldwide communist revolution, and whose armies occupied Central and Eastern Europe. National post-war prosperity dependent on ongoing military expenditures, reconversion to increased consumer goods productivity, and expanding international markets. 8. A liberal democratic administration, heir of the New Deal, opposed by a Republican Party out of power since 1932. An increasingly mass culture society inaugurated by electronic technology and communications. Concepts. From these material circumstances derived a number of compelling concepts demanding political consensus as to their interpretation as well as to their enactment. A close reading of the various expressions of these dominant concepts in public and private papers from a linguistic, psychoanalytic, or political perspective reveals them as actively containing their opposites and at the same time evoking clusters of mediating ideas and terms, all of which made the complex work of their interpretation a charged and deadly serious political contest. Change. The idea of change as possibility or threat was perhaps the summary idea for all others. Indeed, it is the motivating idea and problem of human history. The last years of the war and the immediate post-war period were a period of accelerated change for the United States, a necessary opportunity for rethinking and re-articulating national interests and those interests in relation to the larger world. This was a period of liminality rather than of transition, because the war had been the occasion for a major discontinuity in the exercise of global power, the exhaustion of British imperial energies and capacities, and the sudden emergence of the relatively young United States as the richest and most powerful nation in the world. 1. For the exigencies of the Depression followed by those of the war had also radically disrupted socio-economic relationships in the United States in terms of class, race, and gender. These vertical and horizontal disruptions opened up domestic society to potentially new formations challenging to the status quo of a country at that time governed by a wartime continuation of the New Deal business-government partnership, with the participation of the military and the defense industry as a third partner by the end of the war. These new formations included 9. Proportionate representation in public bodies for all citizens, labor management partnerships equal to the contribution of each, civil rights including voting rights, the right to a fair trial, the right to work, and equal pay, and for women, all of the above, plus daycare, family assistance, and equal division of labor. 1. Such ideas for change evoked and provoked into play strong centripetal counter-concepts and forces in the institutionalized operations of daily life gathered under the rubric of tradition as the semantic opposite of change. These ideas included corporate paternalism, a policy of separate but equal institutions, for African Americans, states' rights, a post-war Reagan-geared family-centered separation of public and private life, and the continuation of the business-government partnership that had, with the stimulus of war, brought the United States unprecedented economic prosperity. Global power. The historically isolationist United States had emerged from the war with first power status, and the idea of global power was both seductive and terrifying. It contained notions of total responsibility, megalomania, and grandiosity, the threat of loss of position and control or of anarchy or destruction by the other, as well as intermediate and seemingly less predictable and manageable possibilities for ongoing negotiations of multi-jurisdictional pragmatic relationships among differing national autonomies. Atomic warfare. This was not just one idea among others, as only some of the scientists, most eloquently Niels Bohr and a few statesmen, recognized. After Alamogordo, the idea of global atomic war, while always a historical possibility, was no longer a possibility that, if realized, would remain within history. Nor apparently has its opposite, peace, ever been a real historical possibility. The bomb thus had no practical use as an instrument of diplomacy, a fact most diplomats, military leaders, and policy advisors were remarkably slow to understand. The United States had financed and directed the secret development of the atomic bomb as a strategic military weapon, and its use contributed to the sense of absolute power that prevailed for a brief period after September 1945. 10. By the end of that year a quite specific and contradictory cluster of ideas and fears was forming in the institutional, collective, and individual minds of the nation. Hiroshima and Nagasaki evoked not only notions of ultimate power or total powerlessness and of politically necessary first strikes or guilt, anxiety, fears of retribution, and generalized paranoia, but also mediating concepts of scientific and technological cooperation, international negotiation, and global arms control. Crucial to the development of the Cold War, as well as of the Rosenberg story, were the ways in which the cluster of ideas around that of atomic warfare was manipulated and imaginatively displaced, through mobilization of fears and anxieties, into ideas of ownership, secrecy, and defensive aggression. National security. The idea of national security was certainly not new, but with the development and use of electronic technology and atomic weapons it had become a qualitatively different idea. Even more than the other ideas, that of national security was actively driven by its opposites: breach, espionage, betrayal, treason, aggression, takeover, overthrow, revolution. Clearly these ideas contained both an external and an internal dimension, another aspect essential to the symbolic fashioning of the Cold War rationale and to the implementation of its program. The national security state operating under the demands of the Cold War allowed and seemed to require an arrogation of power by the executive and a practice of executive privilege and governmental secrecy, subterfuge, and deceit so extensive as to override and eventually corrupt the democratic principles and integrity of government that national security was in part intended to protect. 1.5 National prosperity. And finally, but certainly not least in consideration, was national prosperity. Its opposite, economic depression, had been a terrifying material reality for the United States and the Western world in the Great Depression. And herein lay a real contradiction: business and industrial interests that were attempting to promote growth in international markets, with foreigners as necessary consumers for an expanding U.S. economy, feared an intensification of certain New Deal policies as 11. Much as they feared depression. That is, they wanted a continuation, in the name of economic growth, of basically the same relationships of production that had led to the Depression, while preserving selected New Deal and wartime tax credits and forms of government spending that favored supply-side reinvestment and growth. The linguistic opposition prosperity/depression also elided crucial distinctions in favor of gross national indexes. The real post-war prosperity, as statistically described, occluded the actual disparities that existed within the macro dimension of national economic well-being. 1.6 The opposition, because it also continued to be thought and preached only in the context of capitalism, also masked another relevant critical opposition: capitalist accumulation, and its functional and performative opposite, socialist distribution. The assimilation in the United States of all arguments for a recognition and institutionalization of the more democratic wartime socio-political and economic changes to the idea of communism was made possible by a Cold War semantic polarization of terms. Tradition was aligned against change, nationalist global power against internationalist approaches, atomic superiority against cooperation, the national security state against the securing of a democratic economic and social order, and capital and labor against labor, farmers, minorities, and women. 1.7 Interests. The dominant, dissenting, and emergent voices engaged in the immediate post-war struggle to determine the national agenda had the potential to make their own history in circumstances not of their choosing. 1.8 I identify these circumstances for the purposes of this argument as the material phenomena and the clusters of predominant ideas emanating from those phenomena outlined in the preceding section. The various interested groups did not necessarily fall into mutually exclusive categories, nor did the disposition of the prevalent ideas among them strictly follow at first any previously determined divisions of political. 12. Ideology or party politics, although certain affiliations and alignments suggested themselves immediately. There was a promising confusion of boundaries, positions, theories, and possibilities in the moment of liminality during which the struggle took place, as policymakers and politicians sought to come to terms with new realities. More alternatives to what we now know as the history of the Cold War were envisioned, voiced, and even attempted than is commonly recognized by the largely naturalized Cold War mentality operative in U.S. policies and affairs during the latter half of the 20th century. Some of these voices were intelligent, informed, and eloquent, some were simply powerful and prejudiced, with neither eloquence nor adequate information, some were relatively powerless and inarticulate but for a moment of potential political presence enhanced by emergent post-war socio-economic relationships. Some merged into coalitions as mutual interests were articulated, and some were exploited as their usefulness became apparent. This scenario is formally nothing more than the political process of a representative democracy, misleadingly and ideologically represented in the United States, however, as political pluralism. 20 So how did it produce the virtual extinction of the expression of all interests to the left of center? How did it institute an ideology of moral purpose protected by secrecy and fear that promoted and maintained not only a certain economic and political order but also a self-induced moratorium on critical thinking and dissent? Business and industry, fearing a slowdown of the full momentum generated by wartime productivity and lamenting the loss of Axis and Central European resources and industries destroyed during the war or held within the Soviet sphere of influence, were determined to maintain and expand their position as government's managing partner, a position held with only minor interruptions since the time of Alexander Hamilton. 2-1 For the representatives of business interests, the Cold War possibilities read like an investment prospectus in an infinitely expanding world economy. In 1947, as the Cold War was emerging as national explanatory narrative, business already understood and asserted it as the economic boon it would indeed 13. Become. Headlines in Business Week that year read: New Democracy, New Business. U.S. drive to stop communism abroad means heavy outlays for bases, relief, and reconstruction. But in return, American business is bound to get new markets abroad. By 1950, when the Cold War was functioning and its returns were beginning to be abundantly apparent, U.S. News and World Report said, government planners figure they have found the magic formula for almost endless good times. Cold War is the catalyst. Cold War is an automatic pump primer. Turn the spigot and the public clamors for more arms spending. Turn another, the clamor ceases. The Cold War demands, if fully exploited, are almost limitless. 2-2 The military ended the war in a position of political strength and peak mobilization, having primed for the anticipated invasion of Japan. But this global distribution of military and thus strategic political and diplomatic strength was cancelled by the widespread expectations of and demands for demobilization and disarmament after the Japanese surrender. The ensuing presidential and congressional orders for immediate and rapid demobilization were popular, idealistic, and naive, if not irresponsible. They were an abdication of the country's new preeminent world position in a disrupted world order before the major powers had completed negotiating crucial and complicated territorial and political arrangements concerning Europe, Asia, and colonies worldwide. 2-3 The military was, however, in the historically unique position of having directed the development and use of the atomic bomb. For many members of the military and of the government, the atomic bomb continued despite scientists' insistence to the contrary to be construed as a nationally owned, secret offensive weapon and a deployable means of guaranteeing U.S. security and first power status. These assumptions concerning the atomic bomb, contested by a few top-level policy advisors, notably Henry L. Stimson, misconstrued the practical uses to which the atomic bomb could be put and underestimated the continuing need for flexible and limited local military operations with conventional weapons, ground forces, an air force, and a navy. This 14. Misconstrual led to John Foster Dulles' concept of massive retaliation, with its buildup of an atomic weapons arsenal disproportionate to any conceivable real-world needs. 2-4 Conservatives, represented but not exclusively by the Republican Party, were determined to regain control of national foreign and domestic policy from liberal New Dealers. They held power locally but were weak nationally. In analyzing Republican post-war strategies, it is important to acknowledge a distinction between the extent to which the right found itself increasingly solidified by a perceived conflation of Stalinist/Russian national security needs for protected borders as territorial ambitions with the world revolutionary ideology of the Soviet-dominated Communist Party, and the degree to which the right interpreted these two conditions and exploited them as one in order to unify conservatives and eliminate all other voices in its drive for dominance. The Cold War as totalizing myth depended on such a conflation of Soviet national interest with international communism. As enduring totalizing myth for 45 years, it has depended on a largely successful naturalization of that conflation and a sustained ignorance of the real and at one time acknowledged material distinctions between the two. 2.5 The FBI had as its head from 1924 a genius of bureaucratic administration and a master of the legal and illegal manipulation of government officials as well as of the uses and dissemination of secrets and public information and misinformation. Obsessed with contamination phobias, J. Edgar Hoover's personal ambition was to be the agent of national purification from the enemy within. He began his lifelong mission during the 1920s Red Scare, led the FBI through its successful campaign against the flamboyant gangsters of the 1930s, identified Nazi agents during World War II, and discovered the thousands of communists, radicals, and liberals working to destroy the United States from within during and following World War II. Hoover was gratified to find his own prejudices and paranoias against the left increasingly supported by the power elites and eventually by millions of U.S. citizens. 2.6 The House Un-American Activities Committee was organized in 1938 to investigate foreign isms in a context of 15. Pre-war anxieties about Nazi, communist, and other foreign subversion. J. Edgar Hoover, by interpreting a presidential directive from Roosevelt broadly and unconstitutionally, had by 1945 already compiled several thousand files on people allegedly engaged, or likely to engage, in various forms of foreign espionage. 27 When HUAC was formed, it began a competitive and collaborative venture with the FBI, with Hoover secretly providing information that emerged from the committee as lists, subpoenas, and public extrajudicial interrogations. HUAC, with the assistance of Senator Joseph McCarthy, constructed anti-communism as a police state operation that worked to intimidate the left into self-imposed silence and thus unwitting complicity with the developing Cold War narrative and agenda. Despite McCarthy's censure by the Senate in 1954, HUAC was still supported in 1970 by an $800,000 appropriation, the product of a perceived ongoing political necessity for bipartisan support for the elimination of un-American behavior. 28 In all of the committee's activities, the mainstream and conservative media were uncritical and supporting partners, until Edward R. Murrow's and Fred Friendly's CBS exposure of McCarthy on See It Now in 1954. The print media, whose interests since the turn of the century had become increasingly identified with those of business, and which were operating more and more under monopoly ownership, were increasingly supported by advertising and motivated by profit. 29 In 1945, utilizing national network news sources and chain journalism reproduction and distribution processes, the press still worked primarily as it had during the war to represent and reproduce national unity in terms of dominant interests. There had been an effectively consistent strain of anti-communist consensus journalism since the 1920s in the major chains and urban dailies. 30 With the press willing to accept and report FBI and HUAC news releases from informed sources as factual, the apparatus for the construction of anti-communism as a necessary national political safeguard in the interests of a prevailing Cold War agenda was in place. 3.1 The Democratic administration, made up of New Dealers, other liberals, and conservative Democrats, demonstrated the 16. Greatest degree of confusion and openness, an openness that was exploited as the potential vulnerability it can be in high-stake political battles. With a presidential administrative and advisory organization inadequate to the complexity of the demands upon the executive of a newly global power, and with dispersed and compartmentalized information sources, Truman insisted on taking what he and the public regarded as simple decisive actions in the most charged policy matters, increasing his administration's vulnerability to criticism and manipulation. 3-2 During his presidency, Truman, as the National and Democratic Party leader, achieved popular success in using the liberal rhetoric of his Fair Deal while effectively acting in accord with white male business interests. Policy advisors addressed the potentials and responsibilities of the country's post-war global status from positions articulated variously by moralism, idealism, humanitarianism, pragmatism, national interests, or opportunism and realpolitik. A perusal of policy papers reveals the changing complexities over time of attempts to know and explain the Soviet Union, its motivations, ambitions, and capabilities. Private communications tended toward the realistic end of the spectrum but often reflected subtextual assumptions of the relative material entitlement and superior purchase on objectivity on the part of the United States and its leaders in reading and interpreting the world. Public communications and declaratory policy statements, continuing in the successful tradition of the disinterested and moral global mission publicly articulated for the United States by both Wilson and Roosevelt, tended rhetorically to occlude the language of national and special interests, those of the United States, the Soviet Union, or any other nation, in favor of idealistic claims for U.S. responsibilities and capabilities. These public representations, consciously used to ensure public support for specific policies and actions, also had the effect of representing diplomacy as a primarily moral forum for political negotiations. 3 Atomic scientists, some of whom had opposed use of the atomic bomb, began active information campaigns as soon as the secrecy constraint was removed in 1945 in an urgent effort to accomplish the grounding of post-war policy in an understanding. 17. Of a world changed utterly by the realities and possibilities of atomic energy. Nobel Prize-winning physicist James Franck, in a memorandum to Secretary of Commerce Henry Wallace, April 21, 1945, asked, "How is it possible that the statesmen are not informed that the aspect of the world and its future is entirely changed by the knowledge that atomic energy can be tapped, and how is it possible that the men who know these facts are prevented from informing the statesmen about the situation?" 3 The discounting and containment of scientists' attempts to inform policy advisors of the nature of atomic energy constituted another crucial step in the elaboration of the Cold War as well as of the official Rosenberg story. Liberals in the 1940s were too diverse in their outlooks to be defined effectively by that label, although liberal in the United States had developed a meaning relatively specific to New Deal political history. In the post-war era, liberal referred to all formulators and supporters of New Deal policies, as well as to anyone who argued the necessity for state correction or management of a misnamed and imaginary free market economy. 3 Following the war, many who considered themselves as left were more accurately liberal in their reformist rather than systemic critique of U.S. capitalism, and in their reliance on a national narrative of democratic individualism accompanied by blindness to historically operative categories of exclusion and disempowerment. Confusingly, however, ex-communist intellectuals also accused the remaining members of the communist left of being liberals. Excluding those communists who remained loyal to Stalinism, and those who subscribed to various versions of Marxism or socialism, post-war liberals comprised a diverse group of reformists who saw themselves as representing the Lockean ethic of individual liberties in a contractual democratic government, but who stopped short of any kind of systemic critique of the confounding of that ethic by the oligarchic, individualist, and masculist form of capitalism that prevailed in the U.S. political economy. 3 Crucial to the elaboration of the national agenda was a strategic shifting of liberal allegiances to the right under the multiform pressures and demands of a constructed anti-communism. 18. Labor, reaching across the entire political spectrum, had been shaped by the Depression, the New Deal, and strong left leadership, including members of the U.S. Communist Party, into the beginning of a horizontal organization with primary concern for social and workplace issues. As an organized group with articulated concerns, it emerged from the war as a strong and active political presence, eager to consolidate its gains during the war as a full partner in planning and productivity while working voluntarily under wartime no-strike agreements and wage controls. In the post-war inflation, Without a release of the artificial wage structure, labor faced a decline in the real value of wages as profits rapidly rose. Also, jobs at all levels were threatened by reconversion and 11 million returning soldiers. Seeking compensation commensurate with its contribution to wartime and post-war profitability, a stabilizing of its position in the forms of participatory management and bargaining agreements, and improvements in workplace conditions, labor began the period of its greatest activism in U.S. history to date. 3-7 The left was in disarray after the end of the wartime Popular Front coalition of communist, left, and liberal organizations, depleted by disillusionment with Stalinist communism as well as with socialism on the part of those who confused socialist theory with the despotic form of state socialism practiced by Stalin. At the end of the war, the U.S. Communist Party was the largest left organization, followed by the Socialists, who had been steadily losing their political base since Roosevelt's Democratic administration had enacted reformist versions of various socialist programs as components of the New Deal. There were the Socialist Workers' Party, the Workers' Party, the New York-based American Labor Party, 3-8 several hundred organizations labeled by the Attorney General as Communist Front organizations, including the National Farmers Union, the National Lawyers Guild, and the Peace Information Center, innumerable smaller left sectarian groups, and the youth groups attached to many of these left organizations. Although the U.S. left was described by the right as a simmering mass movement threatening to domestic stability, its numbers in 1945 were smaller than imagined or represented. 3-9 But even more surprising to the average newspaper reader in 1945. 19. Would have been the actual nature of left political activity, fragmented and deprived of a national economic or political base except for that which existed through labor organizations and civil rights groups such as the Urban League, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, the Congress of Racial Equality, and voter registration teams. That these groups were taken for granted as left, subversive, and even communist-inspired or directed in a constitutional democracy is one of the deeper contradictions of the nation's society and history. With the exception of U.S. Communist Party leader William Z. Foster's insistence on the Stalinist hardline for the PUSA, left groups had almost entirely abandoned notions of apocalyptic revolutionary change and come to embrace a gradualist politics that they advocated through speeches, education, and publications, a rhetorical activity that Daniel Bell mocked for its moralism and idealism as mimetic combat in the plains of destiny. 40 The left was represented by one member of Congress in 1945, Vito Marcantonio of New York, head of the American Labor Party. The PUSA by the end of the war had reached the acme of its power as a popular front political force working actively in labor unions and left organizations, as well as in the Democratic Party. After the end of its wartime open participation in left and liberal political, social, and cultural activities, it returned to a more rigorous and covert internationalist Stalinist politics through local organizations, attempting to generate political energy and ideas through membership in non-communist and communist front organizations. However, by mid-1945 many members of the party were redefining their allegiances and withdrawing from communist affiliations. 4-1 This was in large part a result of the discipline and purges enforced when Foster replaced the Popular Front American Party leader Earl Browder in 1945 under a Moscow directive to return the party to a rigid adherence to Soviet ideological interpretations and foreign policy. Browder's termination and Foster's regime effectively foreclosed any possibility for a continuation of open communist political participation in the formulation of a domestic agenda, rendering the party vulnerable. 20. To and even complicit in the political and juridical construction of anti-communism. 4-2 In its refusal of open political participation and its failure to challenge post-war anti-communist political strategies publicly on First Amendment or direct ideological grounds, the party played into the hands of conservative interests. 4-3 The profound and costly irony of anti-communism was that it developed in the absence of any real internal communist menace, for by 1950 communism in America had lost whatever influence it once possessed. 4-4 But while communism had lost whatever influence it once possessed in the United States, its opposite, domestic anti-communism, was by 1950 approaching a high point in its staged public and private policy career as promoter and protector of the conservative national agenda. In the interest of warding off the threat of international communism perceived and publicized as working from without and boring from within, anti-communism was shaping U.S. domestic and international affairs, intersecting and dividing public and private realms, thwarting the work of groups attempting to secure fundamental economic and civil rights, shutting down dissenting forms of critical thinking and acting, and justifying illegal U.S. intervention in the affairs of other countries. 4-5 artists, writers, filmmakers, educators, and intellectuals emerged from the wartime period of national unity quietism and from the preceding era of 1930s and 1940s social criticism and activism into a post-atomic, post-Holocaust, rapidly polarizing world. Many of these men and women had been committed socialists or Marxists, many had at one time, especially during the Popular Front, been members of the Communist Party. But the familiar liberal and objective or realistic forms of artistic and intellectual apprehension and critique suddenly seemed pitifully inadequate to post-war reality, as did the utopian theories of Marxism and socialism. In an extended moment of post-war rethinking and hesitation on the part of critical artists and intellectuals, an emergent cultural right, which had been reductively 21. And powerfully defining itself and contemporary culture in terms of modernism and formalism, was positioned for dominance. 4-6 women and ethnic and racial minorities had been increasingly tolerated as working but not management, administrative, or policy-making equals during the war because of industrial and military needs for replacement workers for the 12 million men and women in the armed services during the war. They found themselves at the end of the war not only without real political and economic gains, but also threatened by a substantial loss of wartime gains as they were fired in favor of returning soldiers, relegating them to unemployment and, in the case of the women, a forced return to their traditionally proper domain, the home. As early as 1900, farmers, still a significant proportion of the population, had already been relegated in terms of economic position and power to the status of a special interest group. 4-7 The Knights of Labor had rejected the opportunity for a farm labor alliance in 1890, and farmer participation in political power and reform or left politics had come to an end with the New Deal and the rise of the CIO, which had articulated itself against rural interests. 4-8 World War II brought a new level of agricultural prosperity, followed by the protections of parity and the stimulus of the Cold War economy. This prosperity for a while ensured the allegiance of the farmers to the Cold War economic program, while deferring a consideration of the costs of the increasing corporate industrialization of agriculture after 1945, a consideration still being deferred in the 1990s. The people of the United States, with their varying and multiform allegiances to the preceding groups, were almost all giving voice to relief, elation, pride, and diffuse fears and anxieties, as well as, most crucially, a virtually untested and abstract faith in the rectitude and justice of the American way of life and the deserved authority of the U.S. government and its institutions. In addition to these interests, there were four groups that had they not been emergent and lacking in the critical mass necessary to be heard or taken seriously, or culturally disciplined. 22. Two acquiescent roles held the potentiality for complicating, mitigating, and keeping open to changing circumstances the national post-war narrative. These were women, minorities, scientists, and farmers. Women workers and union members, women civic, business, and professional organizations, women's reading and reform groups, and women members of the Women's Advisory Committee to the War Manpower Commission in the Department of Labor had all been active during the war. But as a self-conscious political force, women had not yet assimilated the ways in which the achievement of suffrage in the 1920s was still only a formal victory, or the ways in which their massive entry into the job market during the war was only a beginning and temporary step in a long struggle for equality. 4-9 Also, a linkage between communist conspiracy and women's reform groups had been established in the public mind during the 1920s by representations of women committed to social reform as part of a spider web conspiracy directed by Moscow to subvert the family and traditional American values. 50 There were isolated feminist voices, but as a collective critical speaking mass, women were not protagonists in the argument in the post-war period. This silence was largely due to the force of a national social narrative for women that worked to define subjects who would voluntarily live an imaginary relationship to their real conditions of existence. 5-1 The Women's Advisory Committee in 1942 had not raised questions of wages and hours for the vastly increased number of women workers in order that the committee might quietly go about its business, without offending propriety or tradition. It embraced larger objectives than special privilege. The committee did advocate family assistance programs and child care facilities to support women workers, but only for the duration of the war, since women were only temporarily abandoning their private domestic and moral sphere for patriotic purposes. The 1952 report by the Women's Bureau on the work of the Advisory Committee during the war insisted that the self-limiting nature of the recommendations for improved conditions for women should set at rest. 23. The alarm of those who wince at the memory of objectives ascribed to the early feminists as seeking to usurp the traditional masculine role or seeking special privileges which have no justification. 5-2 This is affirmative culture at its best. Members of the social body ascribe to an ideational good, true, and beautiful that is unrelated to and requires a blindness to actual conditions of life in order to achieve a culturally defined and politically motivated happiness. 5-5 Minorities were in the position of having achieved higher socio-economic value through wartime needs for their labor and a new degree of collective self-awareness as reflected IQ increasingly active civil rights organizations. But their white male and female audience was determinately resistant to the political implications of the necessary emergence of minorities to a more equal and visible military and socio-economic presence. Demobilized black soldiers and blacks displaced by returning white workers found themselves back in the patterns and practices of segregation and discrimination. They faced a sharp upsurge in local, systematic efforts including sanctioned threats, blatant illegalities, terrorism, burnings, bombings, shotgun murders, and lynchings to deprive them of the political and social rights implied by their use as equals during the war. National and local civil rights organizations did groundbreaking work in establishing larger collective self-awareness and effective patterns of protest and resistance. A. Philip Randolph, who as leader of the Brotherhood of Sleeping Car Porters had conceived and established the March on Washington movement in 1941 to call for fair employment practices in all defense industries, mobilized college students all over the country in 1947 for a black anti-draft movement that forced Truman to desegregate the armed forces. The Urban League and NAACP fought restrictive housing covenants and urban renewal, Corps organized sit-ins and boycotts, and local communities attempted voter registration drives despite threats and violence. In 1946 Truman created a Committee on Civil Rights, which recommended a permanent commission on civil rights and legislation against lynching and voting discrimination, but the program expired without legislative action. Without legislative or 24. Judicial backing, the crucial equation articulated by the committee between inequality and segregation had no power to challenge existing structures of racism. So much for white masculist, liberal reform. Minorities had still ahead of them the task of their own constitutional self-empowerment and the achievement of an active role in establishing national political and social agendas. 5-4 The scientists' commodification and cancellation as challenging and mediatory voices I discuss more fully in Chapter 2 in an analysis of the production of secrecy, a key motivating and enabling term for the official Rosenberg story. The scientists had been virtually eliminated as effective voices in policy deliberations by 1949 when the Soviet Union exploded its first atomic test bomb. The eloquence and informed intelligence of their appeals for international cooperation and negotiations, as well as those of informed policy advisors like George Kennan and Henry Stimson, were overridden by the military and political proponents of secrecy and protective ownership as the only adequate response to the possession by the United States of atomic bomb technology. The ensuing competitive strategies of secrecy, deterrence, massive retaliation, and mutual assured destruction had their origins in this competitive ownership model. Thus the official adoption of a capitalist, national security state model for arms production and control as the alternative, even for a few crucial years, to international cooperation and negotiations labeled as communist-inspired became a long-term and not yet finished domestic disaster for all competing countries. Farmers, lacking the means and numbers for organized political power proportionate to their socio-economic function, and despite increasing marginalization by processing, marketing, banking, and other business operations, were beginning in 1945 to turn to conservatives for the protection of their interests. This alliance has its own contradictions, as well as potentials for long-term diminishing returns, but in the post-war period it meant the absence of any post-war program for food production and distribution that might oppose the costly and counterproductive dominant ideas of maximum national output over production. 25. And ever-expanding markets. The theoretically rational operations of a national capitalist and protectionist production system for a global market, even with the attempted corrections of a regulated market, have proven to be an especially irrational formula for food production and distribution, domestically as well as internationally. Official blindness to the presence of these groups, and deafness to their voices, even within left organizations, left the way clear for traditional white masculist methods of decision and consensus making. Post-war policy was formulated almost entirely without the complications and ethical or political imperatives of feminist perspectives, minority nationalist and internationalist class and ethnic sympathies, scientific global and collaborative perspectives, or the anti-capitalist logic required for the maintenance and protection of perishable or depletable resources. The ideological adversaries that remained were a configuration of business and industry, the military, Republicans, the FBI, and HUAC facing the Democratic administration and party membership, liberals, the organized left, labor, socialists, and communists. The print media and radio had for some time thrown in their lots with their owners, abandoning entirely a practice by some journalists in the 1920s and 1930s of investigative and polemical critical journalism. But many Democratic and Republican policymakers and advisors, politicians, artists, intellectuals, and educators interested and informed people without rigid affiliations to already articulated right or left positions were in a still mediatory position in the brief struggle for the nation's post-war agenda. There was also the unmeasurable, unmanageable, and unpredictable voice of the people, those hypothesized unorganized masses with intermittently activated self and political awareness. There is always a latent potentiality for an effective intervention and mediation by the people, as evidenced in the civil rights, student, anti-war, feminist, consumer, and environmental movements of the 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, and 1990s, and most recently in the democratic national liberation uprisings in Eastern and Central Europe and the Soviet Union. More often, however, the people play a political role by and large unwittingly, they act as 26. An ideal audience for the dominant national narrative and work by themselves, producing and reproducing specific relationships without realizing it. 5. Nevertheless, in the immediate post-war reworking of domestic socio-economic relationships, the people possessed a volatile coalition potential like that of unbonded chemicals, unpredictably valuable or threatening to right and left. With public politics as the stage upon which the argument and its resolution in Cold War ideology took place, it is possible to see how conservative interests seized and rhetorically organized, metaphorized, polarized, and dramatized the historical circumstances and their clusters of ideas in order to protect and promote a program that would guard and foster specific economic and political interests against the perceived Soviet threat to free enterprise and national economic expansion. It is also possible to see, in retrospect, that the conservative Cold War narrative, whatever else it was intended to accomplish, made possible precisely what Eisenhower warned against, too late, in his farewell address: the unprecedented development, expansion, and hegemony of U.S. business and military interests worldwide. The basic elements of the Cold War perfecting myth were effectively in place by 1947, its costly narrative fulfillment in global material history will reach into the 21st century. Chronology. 1917 United States enters WWI with Wilsonian goals of saving the world for democracy and instituting permanent global peace. Bolsheviks revolt in Soviet Union. Wilson Brandeis efforts to prevent U.S. economic and political consolidation as a business oligarchy. 5-6 U.S. Espionage Act passed. 1918 U.S. Sedition Act passed. United States participates in Western powers' anti-Bolshevik invasion of Russia. U.S. anti-labor Red Scare and Palmer raids. 27. 1919 * at Third International Comintern. Stalin declares, the Third International is the international of open mass action of revolutionary realization. Socialist criticism has sufficiently stigmatized the bourgeois world order. The aim of the International Communist Party is to overthrow it and raise in its place the structure of the socialist order. 5t. 1924 J. Edgar Hoover is named Director of FBI. 1930-40s *s. New Deal is called communist by opponents. / 1933 United States recognizes Soviet Union. Moscow directs Communist Party Popular Front political and cultural alliances worldwide. 1936-38 Stalin eliminates 6 million officials and intellectuals through institutionalization, imprisonment, work camps, and murder. 1938 Congress establishes U.S. House Un-American Activities Committee to identify internal Nazi and Communist subversives. 1939 * Nazi-Soviet Non-Aggression Pact signed. Germany invades Poland. Soviet Union participates in partition of Poland, annexes Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and invades Finland. 1940 U.S. Alien Registration Act passed. 1941 Germany invades Russia. Soviet Union joins Allies and U.S. Lend-Lease program. Japan attacks U.S. fleet in Pearl Harbor, United States declares war. 1942-45 U.S. government, media, and entertainment industries disseminate pro-Soviet propaganda. 28. 1943 at Tehran Conference Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt disagree over post-war spheres of influence or universal democracy as governing concept for occupied territories. 1944 After two-year delay, Allies open second front to relieve Russia from German occupation and siege. 5-8. Moscow exiled Polish government is installed in Poland despite Allied insistence on democracy. Stalin and Churchill, with Roosevelt's accord, agree informally on areas and percentages for Soviet and Western spheres of influence in post-war Europe and Asia. 1945 Soviet Union requests $6 billion from United States for reconstruction after war devastation. 5-9 At Yalta Conference Soviet Union is granted effective control over Poland, but Stalin, Churchill, and Truman fail to resolve differences over national interests in or moral universalism toward occupied territories. Roosevelt dies, Truman becomes president with limited knowledge of Roosevelt's international objectives and understandings. *U.S. Domestic policy debate continues and intensifies over national or global nature of Soviet objectives. Germany surrenders unconditionally, Red Army occupies eastern half of Germany and Berlin, as well as all East European capitals except Athens and Belgrade. Truman signs executive order halting Lend-Lease aid to the Soviet Union. At Potsdam Conference Stalin, Churchill, and Truman set German reparations by zone and Polish border at the Nice, agree on U.S. hegemony in 29. Italy and Japan, and sign contradictory accord on treaties with the recognized democratic governments of Romania, Bulgaria, and Hungary. At time of Potsdam Conference first U.S. atomic test explosion is conducted at Alamogordo. 60 United States explodes atomic bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Japan surrenders unconditionally. At Foreign Ministers' Conference to establish protocols for implementation of Potsdam Agreements, United States refuses to recognize Balkan countries. Truman warns against interference by any non-American power in affairs of the nations of North, Central, and South America. United States claims islands in Pacific for national security and exclusive responsibility for Japan. State Department claims to have lost $6 billion loan request from Soviet Union and defers indefinitely any consideration of Soviet reconstruction aid. 61 At Moscow Three-Power Conference, Soviet Union agrees to include non-communists in Romanian and Bulgarian cabinets, endorses plan for UN. Atomic Energy Commission, agrees to U.S. troops in China and Korean reunification plan. 62 Secretary of State James Burns is accused of appeasement for treating Soviet Union as an equal with legitimate national interests. Canadian Prime Minister informs Truman of possibility of Soviet atomic espionage network in the United Kingdom, Canada, and the United States. Eberstadt report proposes permanent institutional coordination of all U.S. political, military, and economic resources to protect national security. Truman's Navy Day speech insists on principles of righteousness in foreign policy and claims U.S. possession of the atomic bomb as a sacred trust. 30. 1946 saying I'm tired of babying the Soviets, Truman declares intention of facing Russia with an iron fist and strong language, a decision he later regards as the point of departure of our policy. 63 U.S. policy advisors and scientists urge open communications with Soviet Union to avoid arms war. 64 Stalin's speech cites capitalist contradictions as cause of World War II and announces five-year plan for national reconstruction as Soviet priority. Report by Joint Intelligence Committee describes national security, rather than world revolution, as ultimate Soviet goal. George Kennan's long telegram diagnoses the Russian national personality as that of an unruly and unreasonable individual, incapable of objective analysis of the world, impervious to logic of reason, highly sensitive to logic of force, and bent on destroying our traditional way of life. Kennan recommends realistic diplomacy, public education, and development of domestic strength and integrity to avoid hysterical anti-Sovietism. 6,5 Churchill delivers Iron Curtain speech in Missouri, claiming God as U.S.U.K. protector. 6.6. Justice William O. Douglas calls Stalin's February speech and Stalin calls Churchill's Iron Curtain speech declarations of war. First post-war crisis, Soviet Union failure to withdraw troops from northern Iran by March deadline, ends when troops begin moving out as Soviets negotiate oil concessions with Iranian government. At Paris Council of Foreign Ministers Soviet Union argues for reparations from Germany, while United States argues for demilitarization and, finally, division of Germany. 31. McMahon-Douglas Atomic Energy Act passed. Soviet Union delivers note to Turkey calling for joint control of Dardanelles Straits, per Churchill-Stalin agreements in 1944 and at Yalta and Potsdam. Stalin cites Western control of Suez, Gibraltar, and Panama as comparable national interests. Truman and Acheson interpret Soviet note as beginning of Soviet move through Middle East to India and China. State Department ends consideration of reconstruction aid or credit to Russia and withdraws $50 million credit to Czechoslovakia for purchase of U.S. surplus materials. Secretary of War Robert Patterson proposes government funding of long-term basic research and a systematic effort to integrate industry and academe with defense by awarding grant and contract funds sufficient to maintain a minimum production potential. 67. Clark-Clifford Memorandum to Truman summarizes complete agreement among top officials on global aggressive nature of Soviet aims and capabilities as outlined in Kennan's 1946 telegram. In response, the United States must conduct a global policy and not expect to advance our interests by treating each question on its apparent merits as it arises, according to State Department. 68. Union activism and strikes spread throughout major U.S. industries. Truman proposes draft labor bill. Truman replaces Roosevelt cabinet with conservatives. Republican Party adopts Republicanism vs. Communism as slogan for congressional campaigns. 6-9. 32. U.S. National Association of Manufacturers allocates $6 million for anti-communist publicity. U.S. Chamber of Commerce produces and distributes anti-communist publications with FBI assistance. First Republican congressional victory in 16 years includes election of Richard Nixon and Joseph McCarthy. Air Force and Army intelligence assess limited Soviet air and ground strength as offering minimal threat to U.S. security. 1947 Western powers sign peace treaties with Italy, Romania, Bulgaria, Hungary, and Finland in final post-war effort toward a negotiated peace among the great powers. Asterisk Secretary of State Burns's resignation is accepted, General George C. Marshall takes his place. State Department briefing paper to Marshall on Soviet intentions misquotes Lenin as having called for one step back, two steps forward and recommends global U.S. policy based on visible military strength. 7-0 U.S. Anti-Labor Taft-Hartley Act passed. Britain notifies the United States of its withdrawal of support for Greece as a client state. Asterisk Dean Acheson tells congressional leaders that Soviet breakthrough in Greece will open 3 continents to Soviet penetration, like apples in a barrel infected by the corruption of one rotten one. The corruption of Greece would infect Iran and all to the east. 7-1 Asterisk Truman presents Truman Doctrine to Congress in order to secure aid for Greek military government. I believe that it must be the policy of the United States to support free peoples who are resisting attempted subjugation by armed minorities or by outside pressures. 7-2. 33. Cominform is established at Warsaw Conference. Asterisk Bernard Baruch coins Cold War in a speech and characterizes Truman Doctrine as a declaration of ideological or religious war. 7-3 Asterisk Truman issues Executive Order 9835, the Loyalty Oath Order. In Harvard commencement address, Secretary of State announces Marshall Plan for economic aid to war-devastated countries. U.S. National Security Act passed establishing the Central Intelligence Agency and the National Security Council. Asterisk article by Mr. X on containment appears in Foreign Affairs. 1-4 Asterisk Walter Lippmann analyzes unrealistic nature of a global, universalist containment policy. 7-5 Asterisk HUAC hearings begin to identify communist sympathizers among artists and intellectuals. Asterisk Business Week headline reads New Democracy, New Business. U.S. drive to stop communism abroad means heavy outlays for bases, relief, and reconstruction. But in return American business is bound to get new markets abroad. 7-6. Cold War perfecting myth. Official closure on the debate over Soviet objectives had been accomplished with the unanimous policy recommendations summarized for Truman in the Clifford Memorandum in the September before the 1946 congressional campaigns. What became the public narrative of national purpose was announced as the Truman Doctrine in March 1947 and entitled The Cold War, a Religious War a few months later by Bernard Baruch. Thus, before the events occurred that are sometimes remembered as 34. The initiating events of the Cold War, the Soviet coup in Czechoslovakia, the Berlin blockade, the Chinese Communist victory led by Mao Zedong, the Soviet atomic test explosion, or the invasion of South Korea by North Korea, the narrative itself was in place. I argue, from a chronological consideration of events from 1917 to 1947, that the cause-effect sequence for the development of this narrative is neither clear nor direct. In fact, a chronology indicates moments in which language precedes and exceeds material events, serving in turn as an interpretive framework for those events. When language use manifests this priority in the interpretation of history in the making, a historical analysis of cause and effect must give way to a cultural analysis that depends on a rhetorical analysis of motives, what Kenneth Burke analyzes as the motives of grammar and rhetoric. This kind of analysis, while speculative rather than scientific, is neither mystical nor intuitive. Language gives us a way, at least to a close reading that respects the material operations, power, and implications of language in history. The chronology above reveals the extent to which material events and intellectual arguments and analyses were both selected and selectively ignored from 1945 to 1947 in favor of the development of the interpretive narrative culminating in the Truman Doctrine. This development, even as outlined in the chronology, leaves itself linguistically open to charges of a rather radical process of denial, splitting, and projection on the part of the United States. The assumptions undergirding the Manichaean myth of apocalyptic struggle between forces of good and evil, evoking the two-sided response in the United States of the Cold War in foreign affairs and of anti-communism in domestic affairs, reveal themselves in the language used in the construction of this myth over time. 1. The Soviet Union was developmentally inferior, with the cognitive capabilities of a 2-year-old, incapable of objectivity or reason, and responsive only to force. 2. The Soviet Union was dominated by a monolithic mastermind mentality bent on global omnipotence. 35. With the political and material capability to realize such an ambition. 3. Whether the Soviet Union acted constructively or destructively in its national and international activities, its objective, global domination, was pure and constant. 4. The United States was inherently objective, rational, and moral, and furthermore was divinely appointed to fulfill a sacred trust in history to uphold righteousness and justice. 5. Therefore, the United States must subordinate its interests and those of its people to the implementation of a global mastermind mentality in response to the Soviet Union's global mastermind mentality. This narrative served simultaneously the multiple functions of means and moral rationale and self-fulfilling prophecy to and for a specific political and economic post-war agenda that achieved its material fulfillment in what we now know as the Cold War, the national security state, WDTH foreign policy priority over domestic, 7 massive military development and build-up, overt and covert non-democratic political, economic, military, and cultural intervention in and manipulation of the affairs of other nations, and the most effective and enduring dispersal and silencing of dissent in a totally enfranchised and constitutional democracy in history, all in the name of a universal moral imperative for global democracy, freedom, and peace. But because one of the arguments critical of the formulation of Cold War policy maintains that the United States was unable to deal in real power concepts, how can we imagine an alternative post-war narrative and its historical fulfillment, one that might more accurately have reflected U.S. material interests? George Kennan, who first instituted and then objected to the totalizing claims and moral universalism of the developing Cold War narrative, argued in a 1948 Secret State Department memorandum the importance of policy and practice based instead on realistic local assessments of other national interests, and expressed in realistic self-interested power concepts. 36. We have about 50% of the world's wealth, but only 6.3% of its population. In this situation we cannot fail to be the object of envy and resentment. Our real task in the coming period is to devise a pattern of relationships which will permit us to maintain this position of disparity without positive detriment to our national security. To do so, we will have to dispense with all sentimentality and daydreaming, and our attention will have to be concentrated everywhere on our immediate national objectives. We need not deceive ourselves that we can afford today the luxury of altruism and world benefaction. We should cease to talk about vague and unreal objectives such as human rights, the raising of living standards, and democratization. The day is not far off when we are going to have to deal in straight power concepts. The less we are then hampered by idealistic slogans, the better. 7. Kennan's forthright analysis contains and expresses the central contradiction which made it necessary in the first place for the government to resort to a mythic and moral narrative resolution in the pursuit of its policies, the masculist capitalist assumption that the long-term interests of the United States could and would best be served by policy directed toward the global maintenance of its position of disparity. His analysis also affects an unexamined privileging of foreign over domestic policy and reveals a blindness to what were quite real material domestic needs. These included the protection of civil rights as expressed in specific practices such as voting and fair employment, 7-9 the raising of living standards for the third of the population still poor in the world's richest nation, and democratization of the world's model for democracy, the racist and sexist U.S. political economy, all of which, measured against actual daily U.S. socio-political and economic life, or invoked as universal imperatives for the world, Kennan cynically but accurately recognized as idealistic slogans. The Cold War perfecting myth that prevailed over Kennan's advice thus morally and abstractly transcended the real contradiction in the polity that the material interests of those empowered to articulate national interests were consistent with neither democracy, freedom, nor peace. 37. Anti-communism and the end of dissent. The splitting off and projecting of all ideas of political, social, and economic abuse onto an evil other made possible a national myth of moral purpose and an increasingly subsuming priority of foreign over domestic policy. It also provided the most effective means of silencing the expression and analysis of domestic needs and the criticism of and dissent from existing and developing policy ever practiced in a constitutional democracy, anti-communism. Such a massive projection of all that was undesirable or evil in civil society onto the Soviet Union established a Manichaean structure of difference and exclusion that could be manipulated linguistically to absorb all internal political opposition legally, illegally, and through the production of self-censorship through fear. The major task for conservatives in their drive to achieve control of national policy was to identify with the demonized other all groups or individuals dissenting from their program. The task in retrospect was relatively simple. The Republicans formulated anti-communism as the primary political strategy in their successful initiative for the recovery of national power in the elections of 1946. The theme for the congressional elections that year was Republicanism versus Communism, an asymmetrical moralizing and polarizing slogan whose value conservative groups were quick to realize and utilize. The successes of the 1946 election established anti-communism, in various permutations, as a permanent conservative strategy for acquiring and securing political power for the rest of the century. The history of the post-war reformulation and instrumentalization of anti-communism as a highly effective conservative political weapon is primarily that of a rhetorical operation staged at the public, party politics level. This operation could not have flourished as it did without the supporting development of a national security state and its judiciary, but the national security state and its judiciary could not have developed without a supporting anti-communism. The linguistic operation necessary to unify all groups sympathetic to or willing to forego criticism of the conservative agenda, and to silence all others, was that of 38. Linking asserting similarity or identity between non-identical groups and individuals. The construction of a potentially infinite series of linked terms depended upon an initial and crucial identification of domestic communism with treason. Richard Nixon's 1948 dramatically staged and televised display of the pumpkin papers he had secured as evidence in the communist espionage case against Alger Hiss prepared a popular audience for the widespread official use of the communist treason connection. 80 Hiss's conviction after a second trial in 1950, though only for perjury for having denied knowing the self-confessed Soviet espionage agent Whittaker Chambers, seemed to affirm the connection. Communists were potential traitors serving the interests of a hostile and aggressive world antagonist. The extension of the primary link between communism and treason to equate treason with dissent was accomplished by an incremental and mutual interplay of rhetoric and events. The linkage of dissent with treason was questionably but legally established by government witness Louis Budens and Judge Harold Medina in the trial and conviction of 11 Communist Party leaders in 1949 for intent to overthrow the government, despite his testimony against the Communist Party members having referred only to their statements of belief, not to incitements to action. 8.1 This linkage made possible an inferred tautology, a circularity of the terms communist treason dissent that established, in a sleight of words in the form of a false syllogism, an identity between dissent and communism. If all communists are traitors, and traitors are also dissenters, then all dissenters are communists. 8.2 But long before the communist treason dissent connection had been juridically established, Republicans and other conservatives, Hoover and the FBI Crime Records Division, HUAC, and the media were making it real in daily language use in speeches, popular articles, press releases, newspaper articles, and public hearings. Political and business leaders began a practice of programmatic serialization by incremental translations and shifts from one order of terms to another, rhetorically changing discontinuities and non sequiturs into continuities and tautologies. 8. By positing arbitrary connections as a logical and natural series. 39. It was possible eventually to assert identity between communism and any groups dissenting from or likely to dissent from the conservative agenda: labor, the organized left, radicals, liberals, Democrats, Jews, non-native-born citizens, aliens, proponents of and organizations devoted to civil rights and women's rights, social reformers and activists of any kind, and artists, intellectuals, and educators. These identifications produced political and social ostracism, loss of employment, and ruined careers, but they also worked to fragment organized and unorganized groups from within. Defensive behaviors of self-imposed censorship and opound leadership and membership purges rendered such organizations even more vulnerable to manipulation and control. Each one of the silenced groups has its own history in the face of mounting anti-communism, but it is revealing to analyze these political histories from a rhetorical point of view. In this way it is possible to see words being used to impose arbitrary and polarized values upon a range of complex and socially situated beliefs and behaviors, with the result that individuals and entire groups become silent and withdraw from the argument without legal coercion in order to dissociate themselves from those pejorative and politically dangerous words. For the first to succumb to anti-communism were those dissenting voices with the greatest organized power and also the greatest political vulnerability: the Democratic administration and labor, followed closely by liberals, the left, former communists, and the PUSA, and artists, educators, and intellectuals. The Democratic administration and liberals. The Truman administration came out of the war facing the enormous responsibility of articulating domestic and foreign policy. The Republicans re-articulated this charge almost immediately into a challenge over the control of domestic political power, a task requiring a different expenditure of energies from those of policy making and implementing. In this case the Democratic position quickly and perhaps unnecessarily became defensive. Despite Truman's liberal rhetoric, by February of 1946 he had replaced Roosevelt's cabinet with conservatives, except for Secretary of Commerce Henry Wallace, for whose resignation he asked in 40. September of that year, when Wallace remained critical of developing foreign policy. The conservative and Republican strategy increasingly subjected the administration to a squeeze play between the left and the right, thus keeping it off balance and pushing it into contradictory positions and actions that were ultimately self-destructive. Business organizations like the Chamber of Commerce played a major anti-communist role in the successful 1946 Republicanism versus Communism congressional campaign. In September 1946, just before the midterm elections, the Chamber distributed 683,000 copies of its Communist Infiltration in the United States, written with the assistance of the FBI, and in January 1947 a revised report called Communists Within the Government appeared, followed by Communists Within Labor I-85. In December 1946 the National Association of Manufacturers allocated $6 million for anti-communist advertisements and continued to spend several $1 million a year to reinforce the idea that labor's program was Moscow-directed. 8-6 The Republican victory of 1946 included the elections of Nixon and McCarthy to the House and the Senate, and the campaign worked effectively to establish the syllogism of liberals as read. By 1947 liberal anti-communists, New Dealers, and labor anti-communists had reformed themselves into the Anti-Communist Americans for Democratic Action, in support of Truman's foreign policy. Michael Rajan suggests that Democrats and liberals had a weakened will to resist the onslaught of anti-communism. They were having to adjust to the loss of the Popular Front, the New Deal, and the wartime Soviet alliance by developing new attitudes and policies. But at the same time the old Popular Front forms of thought made them feel vaguely guilty of accusations by anti-communists, and thus both vulnerable to and eager to avoid attack. 8-7 Truman's response to Republican charges of softness toward communism was rapid, in preparation for the 1948 presidential campaign. He set up in November 1946 the Commission on Employee Loyalty to suggest bipartisan ways of dealing with the alleged communists in government. This resulted in the March 1947 Executive Order 9835, instituting the Federal Employee 41 Loyalty Program and creating a board with unchecked powers to investigate employees for loyalty. Loyalty was the first of several crucial secondary and supporting key terms in the elaboration of anti-communism. It was a concept, like patriotism, without content and impossible to define, discoverable only through disclaimers regarding arbitrarily defined breaches. Under Executive Order 9835, loyalty could only be enacted through written denial under oath of affiliation with organizations suspected of being on the left and thus vulnerable to communist infiltration. The concept of loyalty generated the production of the list. The loyalty order empowered Attorney General Tom Clark to use the list as a rhetorical and practical method for linking left organizations to communism and treason, and thus for containing dissent through prosecution. These powers were extended by the McCarran Internal Security Act in 1950, a successful repetition of the unsuccessful 1948 Munt-Nixon bill requiring registration of all Communist Party members as well as members of all listed organizations. With the introduction of this extra-legal list, Hoover's long-term accumulation of secret files on people and organizations likely to commit espionage came into play, likely being a linking word itself, rhetorically and subjectively establishing identity between two non-identical entities. Lists were crucial to McCarthy's method of publicly linking and implicating individual names in shifting and unreliable quantities with little respect for facts or human beings. Over 4 million federal employees were eventually checked for loyalty, resulting in the loss of jobs by 378 people, with no evidence in any instance of any form of espionage. The accomplishment of the loyalty order was not to be found in these numbers, it lay in the production of an empty discriminatory concept, loyalty. By 1950 there were loyalty oath ordinances in 33 states as well as in innumerable local communities, the effects of which were to create a pervasive atmosphere of fear inhibiting the articulation and exchange of critical thought among the citizenry at large. 8 By 1946 Truman had irrevocably cast his lot with conservative anti-communists in an attempt to maintain his position. In the 1948 presidential campaign he effectively displaced any remaining taint of liberalism/communism onto Henry Wallace and his third-party progressives, while moving rhetorically to the left himself in favor of labor gains, civil rights, and a Vincent peace mission to Moscow. This move proved to be solely a rhetorical strategy. Following the election, Truman's administration became instead increasingly pro-business, hostile to labor and civil rights, and aggressive in Cold War foreign policy. In the 1952 presidential election, Truman's government was replaced by business conservatives under Eisenhower. Labor and the activist left. Within labor organizations the pressures were great to consolidate their wartime gains and to transform expanded formal and instrumental relationships into positions of real authority and political power commensurate with their function in the post-war economy. They required leadership and programs that focused on domestic workplace and social issues, and once the fixed wages of wartime were lifted, they needed to negotiate new contracts with management providing for worker participation in the post-war national prosperity. Three factors undermine the political strength derived from their actual role in national productivity. One was the tenacity of a vertical and corporatist mentality among labor leaders. Post-war corporate policies of liberal paternalism undercut wartime and post-war organizational efforts toward a more horizontal trans-corporate collective awareness and activism. Another was organized labor's post-war return to and intensification of exclusionary practices toward female and minority workers. These bad faith practices, producing internal distrust and hostilities, further fractured labor's position. Finally, labor was also caught in the same squeeze play as the Democratic administration, between conservative business and industrial interests and what was being elaborated as the left and communist threat to domestic security. The conservative purpose was to win labor's uncritical partnership with business and government for the Cold War, meaning for military production, expansion into foreign markets, and the Marshall Plan for Reconstruction aid to Western Europe, all of which meant a focus away from labor's real issues in favor of a continuing sacrifice for unity rhetoric of the war years. 43. The year 1946 was the year of confrontation. After bargaining failed, railroad, mine, maritime, automobile, electrical, and steel workers scheduled and began strikes in what was to become the greatest period of assertion to date of demands based on labor's actual and crucial socio-economic position in the United States. Truman responded with a draft labor bill in May 1946, authorizing government seizure of vital industries and the imprisonment of striking union leaders, and he established fact-finding committees to take over bargaining when such action was deemed necessary by the government. The media had established the link between labor's requirements, strikes, and communism in hyperbolic headlines during the Red Scare of the 1920s. Now that rhetorical connection was again established in mainstream publications. The rhetorical linking of the left with communism mitigated the effects of the few remaining leadership voices encouraging labor to hold to its own purposes. The Communist Party under William II. Foster's hardline leadership was in effect complicit with the conservative anti-labor program, for in maintaining allegiance to Moscow, it offered neither practical, political support to workers the people it was theoretically designed to serve nor a realistic alternative to a conservative partnership between business and labor. Labor thus began, with the help of its own major leaders and despite important and local exceptions, to reorganize itself for a collaboration with business and industry in the form of corporate paternalism. It jettisoned workplace and management sharing issues in favor of wage packages, removed communists from boards and positions of leadership, voted anti-communist and anti-socialist resolutions, and gave discretion over local funds and bargaining positions to central authorities. Truman's actions and the 1947 passage of the Taft-Hartley Act, to which labor failed to mount effective opposition, promoted a relatively rapid collapse of the autonomy of labor despite its quantifiable position of bargaining strength with management. Taft-Hartley eliminated closed shops, allowed presidential use of injunctions, and banned sympathy strikes, mass picketing, and secondary boycotts, undercutting and fracturing labor solidarity entirely. It also made unions responsible for damages by wildcat. 44. Strikers, forcing unions to police their own workers. Section 9H required that all union officers sign annual affidavits disavowing Communist Party membership or beliefs. With the confusion of communist and pro-labor beliefs operative by 1947, 9H produced a degree of self-censorship that deprived the remaining independent and dissenting voices of any effective political base. Labor leadership cooperated with Taft-Hartley requirements and restrictions, using Cold War production needs for labor management unity as the rationale for its actions. Business had found a way to have the economic benefits and controls of a war without a war, by rhetorical construction. Walter Reuther erased the communist-associated left from the United Auto Workers Board by 1947, and CIO President Philip Murray had Secretary of State George Marshall, the articulator of the Marshall Plan for European Reconstruction Aid, as the keynote speaker for the annual convention that same year. By the 1948 convention, the CIO was actively silencing and eliminating effective left membership. Reuther demanded of delegates attending that convention, in the same specious rhetoric as that of the Republicanism versus Communism slogan, "Are you going to be loyal to the CIO or loyal to the Communist Party?" 89. By 1950, 11 major unions had significantly reduced active left membership, and all workers had been successfully deprived, by legislation, executive actions, and the defection of their own leaders, of an opportunity to construct a working partnership with management, in a relationship that reflected labor's actual contributions to productivity rather than hegemonic power relationships based on paternalistic exploitation of workers by management. By 1953, overall union membership was below 5 million, and when the CIO merged with the American Federation of Labor in 1955, national union membership was still declining in relative terms. In the early 1990s it was down to 10% of the private workforce. 90. The Communist Party. The Communist Party played an unwitting role in the eradication of dissent from the unions. The unions provided the party with a power base, its only chance for effective participation in the U.S. political process. But under William Z. Foster's leadership the party had maintained a rigid 45 stance since the spring of 1945, opposition to the Cold War and the Marshall Plan, and no deviation from the Stalinist internationalist line. Foster's intransigence isolated it from all forms of practical domestic politics and made the party a relatively easy victim of domestic anti-communist silencing tactics. Foster began his own internal purges for white chauvinism in 1948 and took the leadership underground after the conviction of 11 party leaders in 1949, thus eliminating the PUSA from the domestic scene. Artists, educators, and intellectuals. HUAC began its Hollywood hearings in 1947, the first move of an extended national assault against artists, educators, and intellectuals. Many of these people were willing to face psychological and economic hardships for themselves and their families in order to maintain the principle and substance of their intellectual freedom. On the other hand, the extent to which many artists and intellectuals converted to patriotic and anti-communism, not only through fear, evasion, or even threatened loss of a job, but also through a high-principled conviction based on bitter disillusionment with Stalinism, requires a complex historical imagination to comprehend. As a political forum for their intellectual and cultural work after 1950, many ex-communist intellectuals chose the American Committee for Cultural Freedom and its parent organization, the Congress for Cultural Freedom, a non-grassroots organization of artists and intellectuals that later was found to have been initiated and funded by the CIA. The shift, especially by New York Jewish intellectuals, from radical left critical work to pro-American affirmations of extreme Cold War rhetoric and policies, was a product of the conjuncture of the Holocaust and Stalinism with U.S. government and media terrorism against the left, especially the non-native-born left. These ex-communists chose to align themselves actively and eloquently with our country and our culture as a defensive move not unlike that of many Democrats, liberals, and union members. 9-1 They engaged in anti-communist rhetorical attacks against former colleagues, while retaining the appearance if not the reality of doing critical work. Their attempts to continue. 46. Their work as artists and intellectuals in the service of their country were compromised by a defensive allegiance that blinded them to the official oppressions and abuses that were occurring in our country. By defining totalitarianism and communism as dialectical elaborations of liberalism, they made a putatively logical connection, reinforcing the same rhetorical connections being established by conservative anti-communists, thus playing into the hands of the larger betrayal by a constitutional government of its own people. 9-2 Some, like Irving Howe and Louis Kozer, co-founders of the journal Dissent, managed eventually to maintain a more critical distance from compromising alignments, thus keeping open a space for ongoing argument. 93 There were other men and women called before HUAC or loyalty boards who spoke truthfully and went to jail for refusing to implicate their associates. Many lost their jobs over loyalty issues. Others, wittingly or unwittingly, depoliticized their beliefs and practices through a formalistically interpreted abstract expressionism in the visual arts, new criticism in literature, phenomenology, and existentialism in philosophy, and a claim to rigorous objectivity in the social and natural sciences. This voluntary withdrawal of intellectual work from the public and political realms enabled an increasing business, industrial, military, and academic commodification of education, critical work, the arts, and theoretical science during the second half of the 20th century. 94 A conservative constellation of anti-communist or depoliticized interests and voices was positioned for control of government by the time McCarthy inaugurated his career on February 9, 1950, in a talk to the Republican Women's Club in Wheeling, West Virginia. I hold here in my hand a list of 205, or 57, or 81. The exact number varied in reports. Names of State Department employees who have been named as members of the Communist Party and members of aspiring. 9-3 The fundamental political work of organizing the right, excluding or silencing the left, and quashing dissent under the sign of anti-communism had been accomplished by 1950, when 99% of people in the United States did not worry about communists. 96. 47. Was the production of anti-communism so complete that the people stopped worrying? More probably, common sense understanding of the populist nature of anti-communism notwithstanding, a pervasive fear of communists among the people was neither existent nor necessary for a manipulated anti-communism to succeed, at the political leadership level and in electoral politics, in securing conservative control of the construction and implementation of the Cold War agenda. For 45 years this agenda remained the dominant program for U.S. policy under cover of its humanitarian perfecting myth, regardless of its inadequacy and costs to domestic needs, regardless of the historical conditions of multiple autonomies and local nationalist and often democratic revolutionary movements, and regardless of the disparity between the explanatory rhetoric and the motivations and effects of U.S. actions and interventions in the world. As Freud said about splitting and projection, the Cold War has indeed been an extremely costly means of avoiding conflict, cruelly oblivious to past realities as well as blind to present and future possibilities. 97. 48. 2. Embedded story. Ownership, secrecy, and spies. One of the keystones of Cold War policy, especially from 1945 to 1949, was the premise that the United States owned the atomic bomb and the secret of its production. This belief made possible an absoluteness that prevailed in the diction and decisions of policymakers during those years. Whether the premise presumed an absoluteness of political power or an absoluteness of military force, it supported reckless talk about possible courses of action for the United States in protecting and pursuing its interests. This premise was also the basis for the death sentences given the Rosenbergs by the trial judge in 1951, as well as for Eisenhower's denial of clemency in 1953. Ownership is a concept not limited to capitalist nations when it concerns military and industrial technology and production. Ownership of the atomic bomb, however, which involved complicated questions of ownership of collaboratively and internationally generated epistemology and technology, was a concept difficult to maintain in theory as well as in practice. It was maintained, however, in terms of secrecy and monopoly before the Soviet test explosion in 1949, and thereafter in terms of quantitative and qualitative superiority. The concept was a natural if illogical one, especially in the months immediately following the devastation of Hiroshima and Nagasaki to the country that had financed and directed the 49. Development of the atomic bomb. During the next few years, despite all knowledgeable arguments to the contrary, monopoly ownership and secrecy were represented and used as the political and military keys to U.S. success in the Cold War struggle for world dominance in the name of freedom. The country would own and manage this particular piece of epistemology and technology, this time responsibly, in the name of world peace, while preventing the aggressive and demonized other, intent on the conquest of the world, from acquiring it. This public rhetoric of peace masked the diary entries, memoranda, and policy papers that dealt with expected war in terms of preemptive atomic strikes against the Soviet Union. 1. Ownership and secrecy. The production of the concepts of ownership and secrecy regarding the bomb has a specific history. After Pearl Harbor, when Roosevelt and his advisors decided to provide the resources for the secret development under military control of a usable atomic bomb, the president did so at the urging of refugee scientists and engineers from Germany and Eastern Europe. These scientists feared a German first use of such a weapon, the basic physics of which had been discovered and published in 1939 by Niels Bohr and Enrico Fermi as part of open, collaborative, international work in atomic physics. Russian scientists had participated in this collaborative effort. In significant numbers, Manhattan Project scientists gradually and radically changed their thinking about the military use of atomic energy as they came closer to the realization of their concerted work. During the war and in the immediate post-war period, the voices of some of these scientists were among the most urgent and eloquent in the argument over post-war policies. But placing the scientists under military control and the constraints of absolute secrecy had unforeseen results that militate against their ability to engage persuasively in policy matters. They were effectively commodified by this action, as producers with little say about the conditions or uses of their production. Not only was free and open discussion among the scientists themselves curtailed, but the military and security lines of command. 50. Cut the scientists off from any kind of exchange with politicians, policymakers, the media, and the public. This secrecy constraint also meant that the politicians and policymakers were deprived of the benefits of open inquiry and critique from informed people outside their policy-making field as crucial decisions were being made. Most of the scientists recognized the threat to scientific enterprise and the danger to world affairs accomplished by this compartmentalization of their work, but the bomb had been developed at their behest and kept secret in the interests of national security, against which there was no effective argument. So scientists' ability to intervene concerning the uses of their own work, of which only they recognized the full potential, was badly constrained just when the most urgent reasons existed for them to be heard. By the end of the war, when some of the secrecy constraints were lifted and many scientists began to lobby actively for arms control negotiations and international scientific and technological cooperation, their commodification had already succeeded in transforming them in the minds of politicians and of the public into political innocents with strictly instrumental and limited value. They were heard, though some of them even before the bomb had been developed and tested. Niels Bohr was the foremost among scientists at that time to perceive the institution and practice of science as a profoundly political force in the world, and among the first to see the full political implications of atomic weapons. Without invitation, he actively lobbied Roosevelt and Churchill and other statesmen to persuade them of the radical ways atomic energy would transform world politics. As Robert Oppenheimer explained, it was clear that one could not have an effective control of atomic energy without a very open world. The very fact that knowledge is itself the basis for civilization points directly to openness as the way to overcome the present crisis. 2. Bohr argued at every opportunity that the atomic bomb was the ultimate occasion for the development of an open world, a recommendation that translated specifically into informing the Russians of the work in progress and involving them in negotiations on post-war arms control. In retrospect, he 51. Wrote, "In 1950, it appeared to me that the very necessity of a concerted effort to forestall such ominous threats to civilization would offer quite unique opportunities to bridge international divergencies." 3. Bohr began his urgent diplomatic missions before the bomb had been developed, and he was joined by 7 scientists working on the atomic project at the University of Chicago who served on the Metallurgical Laboratories Committee on Social and Political Implications of Atomic Energy. They issued on June 11, 1945, what became known as the Frank Report, in which they emphasized that atomic weapons could not possibly remain a monopoly for more than a few years and urged action toward a post-war international agreement on the control of such weapons. They anticipated that Russia and other nations would have the bomb within a few years, even if we should make every attempt to conceal. After they and other policymakers of like mind had failed to deter Truman from using the bomb on Japan, urging instead a demonstration explosion, they took their appeal to the public. As Selig Hecht of Columbia University said, "If there was one great secret, we gave it away in July 1945. The chief assistant to Major Leslie Groves, head of the Manhattan Project, had spoken for all of them when he said, after observing the Alamogordo test explosion, "All seemed to feel that they had been present at the birth of a new age, the age of atomic energy, and felt their profound responsibility to help in guiding into right channels the tremendous forces which had been unlocked for the first time in history." 4. As this cross-section of concerns indicates, the scientists' imperative was one of responsibility, both to the real issues of atomic energy development and to the global community. The critical issue upon which their argument turned was that of secrecy, the key term for the production of the Rosenberg story as well as for the development of the national security state with all its economies and apparatuses of information production. Secrecy, the thing that the scientists agreed did not exist, became the justifying term for the inauguration of a newly systematized deprivation by the federal government of individual 52. rights in the interests of national security. It is particularly revealing to read the documents, letters, and speeches prepared and delivered by the scientists in every available forum following the war. They show the complex realities that had to be masked, obfuscated, and denied rhetorically in order to produce an irrational, tyrannical, and far-reaching concept of secrecy. The scientists were not alone in their assessment of secrecy as an inadequate and even dangerous concept for explaining policy. In a September 1945 memorandum to the President, Secretary of War Henry L. Stimson, probably the most knowledgeable non-scientist in the administration, noted that without a cooperative agreement with the Russians a secret arms race of a rather desperate character would develop, that the Soviet Union would be able to produce bombs on its own, and that our refusal to negotiate would lead to relations between the two countries becoming perhaps irretrievably embittered. He advised that we agree to pool our knowledge, stop the production of atomic weapons, and encourage the development of atomic power for peaceful and humanitarian purposes. In a column that reflected his agreement with Hanson Baldwin of the New York Times, Walter Lippmann wrote on October 2, 1945, in the New York Herald Tribune, "If the secret cannot be kept, it is unnecessary to argue whether it ought to be kept. Moreover, it would be in the highest degree dangerous to suppose we were keeping the secret if in fact we were not. For that could only give us, as it has already given many, a false sense of security and a false sense of our own power. How then can we best protect mankind against the terrible possibility of this new scientific knowledge? In the last analysis, only by making the knowledge so universal that it would be impossible for any government to perfect in secret some new devilish application of it. The object of our policy cannot be to keep the secret. That cannot be done. To those who contend that we should guard this secret, we must, I believe, reply that on the contrary the safest course is to guard against its being a secret anywhere. In December 1945 scientists at Oak Ridge delivered this statement. 53. Let no one mistake us, we do not want to give the bomb away. Rather we want to take it out of the control of any one nation including our own. 7. As late as 1949, even after the 1948 Republican congressional victory and after the first Soviet test explosion, Congress's Joint Committee on Atomic Energy acknowledged the fallacy of the secrecy and ownership illusions. Actually, the basic knowledge underlying the explosive release of atomic energy and it would fill a library never has been the property of one nation. On the contrary, nuclear physicists throughout the world were thoroughly familiar with the theoretical advances which paved the way for practical development of an atomic bomb. The Soviet Union, for its part, possesses some of the world's most gifted scientists. Men whose abilities and whose understanding of the fundamental physics behind the bomb only the unrealistic were prone to underestimate. An international news service dispatch datelined Washington, D.C., in December 1949 reported, "The Atomic Energy Commission Friday bared secret documentary proof that Russia has known the scientific secrets of the atom bomb manufacture since 1940, the year the United States began attempts to develop the missile." 9. Truman in his first public statement about the bomb had said that the United States, Great Britain, and Canada do not intend to reveal the secret. 10. There is documentation that the Truman administration had established the secrecy and ownership policy as a primary operating principle for national security and foreign affairs as early as September 1945. 11. But for the next 5 years a real discussion appeared to be underway. Scientists and journalists published articles, sat on advisory commissions, visited members of Congress and other policymakers, and spoke before civic groups and at colleges and universities. Joined by some policy advisors and government officials, they were successful in the bitter and crucial struggle to secure civilian control of atomic energy development. 12. They continued to speak on behalf of negotiations and open inquiry until the Soviet test explosion. 54. In 1949 delivered such a wound to national self-esteem that responsibility in the political mind took on the value of stringent security, an opposite value from that of open communications advocated by the scientists. The immediate response to the Soviet bomb test chauvinistic, proprietary and outraged was a demand to find the spies who had stolen the bomb. The public and policy-making mind had been well prepared, by the monopoly ownership concept, for the narrative of a domestic atomic spy ring. As the scientist Edward U. Condon, the director of the Bureau of Standards, had predicted in 1946. It is sinister indeed how one evil step leads to another. Having created an air of suspicion and mistrust, there will be persons among us who think other nations can know nothing except what is learned by espionage. So, when other countries make atom bombs, these persons will cry treason at our scientists, for they will find it inconceivable that another country could make a bomb in any other way except by aid from Americans. 1-1. The atomic spy ring. The other major component in developing ideal readers for the official Rosenberg story was the rhetorical production of the concept of the Soviet atomic spy ring. 1-4 Soviet intelligence was of course operative in the United States before, during, and after the war and continues today, as does U.S. intelligence worldwide. But the rhetorical dimensions of the alleged domestic Soviet atomic spy ring, according to any available documents in either country, seem to have far outreached the actual dimensions of Soviet atomic intelligence work. Soviet intelligence had been directed by Stalin in 1942 to find out the state of weapons development in the United States, especially that of the atomic bomb, and from that time Soviet agents tracked Manhattan Project developments. Even then, Stalin did not place priority on Soviet atomic bomb development, necessarily halted when the Germans invaded Russia, until the two bombs were exploded over Hiroshima and Nagasaki in 1945, when he instructed the director of the Soviet atomic project. 55. Physicist Igor Kurchatov, provide the bomb, it will remove a great danger to us. 1-5 In February 1946, Canadian newspapers reported the sensational story of a Canadian spy ring involved in trading atomic energy secrets. Eventually 26 people were named and arrested, 6 of whom were finally convicted for self-confessed and undocumented acts of minor espionage not having to do with atomic energy. 1-6 The Canadian Prime Minister told Parliament 5 weeks after the story broke, "This espionage business has not arisen out of the atomic bomb in any way or secrecy in connection with it." 1-7 In March, the British physicist Alan Nunn-May, a former member of the Canadian Research Council, confessed when questioned by British intelligence to having given atomic energy information to a foreign individual on principle, believing that it was necessary to convey general information on atomic energy and make sure it was taken seriously. 1-8 It was assumed that May was part of the so-called Canadian atomic spy ring, but no evidence for that has appeared. May had not worked on the atomic bomb, and no scientists U.S., British, or Canadian considered it possible that he knew enough to reveal any information about its development. He was sentenced to 10 years in prison and served 6. True to its practice of reporting charges and allegations as fact, the U.S. media picked up the Canadian story when it first broke at its most sensational informed source stage of narrative and continued to base articles on those claims, ignoring the Canadian subsequent failure to produce evidence or convictions. The report throughout the United States of this Canadian spy ring, despite neither supporting testimony nor indictments, inaugurated the public narrative of a Soviet atomic espionage network operating in Canada, the United States, and Britain, and began the process of a public and strategic linking of the domestic left and Communist Party membership with espionage. The day after the story appeared in Canadian papers, a United Press dispatch picked up by newspapers across the United States read: Rep. John Rankin, Democrat of Mississippi, said tonight that a communist spy ring had been uncovered in Canada that extends throughout the U.S. and is working through various 56 Communist Front organizations. Mr. Rankin, a member of the House Committee on Un-American Activities, said the committee was on the trail of the communist spies. 1-9. In the same month, Time ran an editorial stating, "It took no imagination to visualize what kind of a Soviet network was operating in much larger nations, like the US and Britain." One source, in Washington, said that the FBI could crack down at any moment on 1,500 irresponsible secret peddlers in the US. Such a crackdown was probably not far away. 2. Such a crackdown was quite far away. It has yet to occur. But the notion of a Soviet atomic spy ring became a transcendent concept requiring and generating its own historical narrative fulfillment, while also serving the interests of those whose well-being depended on the promulgation of the Cold War. It served the Republicans and HUAC in their battle against Truman, it served Hoover's personal ambitions and paranoias, it served the members of the military who were actively lobbying for war preparations, and it served business and industrial interests whose investments were based on arms escalation. 2. Because the media also served these interests, it was to the media's benefit to keep reporting the story as it was released by the informed sources that represented them, only rarely with any degree of critical awareness. Cyrus Sulzberger reported in the New York Times on March 21, 1946. The momentum of pro-Soviet feeling worked up during the war to support the Grand Alliance had continued too heavily after the armistice. This made it difficult for the administration to carry out the stiffer diplomatic policy required now. For this reason, a campaign was worked up to obtain a better psychological balance of public opinion to permit the government to adopt a harder line. Because of Hoover's rigid and blanket association of Communist Party membership with espionage and sabotage, the FBI maintained files on thousands of people discovered to be members of the party and of affiliated organizations. Some FBI files were the product of U.S. intelligence espionage and of specific allegations of espionage by former party members. The 57. HUAC testimony of Whittaker Chambers in 1939 and that of Louis Budens and Elizabeth Bentley in 1945 greatly exceeded the information developed by Canadian, British, and U.S. intelligence work. But a federal grand jury especially impaneled in 1947 to investigate the hundreds of spies named by Budens and Bentley disbanded a year later with no indictments. The testimony of Bentley, Budens, and Chambers may have led Hoover to believe that a gigantic espionage network was operative in the United States following the war, but no such network was then or has been since discovered, and no documents supporting the claim have ever been released, for national security reasons. 2. In 1956 Attorney General Herbert Brownell at the FBI's suggestion had the Justice Department look into bringing all alleged members of the atomic spy ring before a grand jury where they might be forced to testify under immunity. After investigation of FBI documents, the department concluded that additional information sufficient to warrant further prosecutive proceedings has not been developed. Investigation of all logical leads has, so far, failed to produce any appreciable results. 2. In 1957 the entire project was abandoned. But in 1946 the idea of an extensive Soviet atomic spy ring operating throughout the United States was active. By the time of the test explosion of Russia's first atomic bomb in August 1949 the stage was set for the Rosenberg story to develop in the way that it did. The imaginative narrative of U.S. ownership of the secret of the atomic bomb had been rudely interrupted on August 29, 1949, not by the realities of international epistemological and technological development, but by secrecy's counter-narrative, Red Atomic Spies. A thoroughly contextualized reading of the ensuing Rosenberg story, with special attention to its managing images, themes, and tones as well as to the meta-narrative commentary of FBI documents and relevant historiographies, suggests that the controlling narrative shift for the story was not from the raw data to a coherent story, but the other way around. An organizing principle was imposed on the available data to generate its own supporting narrative. This principle was the complex Cold War anti-communist national security state, with all its political, social, and economic determinations. 58. By 1949 a considerable social complex had begun to make its living from the narrative, economic, and political enactments of this overdetermined and polarizing concept of the national security state, business and industry, government agencies, and political groups, and institutions. 2. In order to dramatize the ways in which ownership and secrecy came into force as organizing principles for the official Rosenberg story, it is worth reviewing some of the high-level and contradictory responses to the first Soviet atomic bomb test. Walter and Miriam Schneer compiled a number of these responses for their Rosenberg history, Invitation to an Inquest. Truman's announcement on September 23 of the Soviet test explosion contained this realistic assessment that contradicts his own administration's chosen policy of bomb ownership and secrecy. Ever since atomic energy was first released by man, the eventual development of this new force by other nations was to be expected. This probability has always been taken into account by us. Nearly 4 years ago I pointed out that scientific opinion appears to be practically unanimous that the essential theoretical knowledge upon which the discovery is based is already widely known. There is also substantial agreement that foreign research can come abreast of our present theoretical knowledge in time. General Eisenhower agreed with Truman. The news we have been given by the President merely confirms scientific predictions. I see no reason why a development that was anticipated years ago should cause any revolutionary change in our thinking or in our actions. The New York Times concurred. There is no valid reason for surprise at this development. Only those Americans who failed to pay attention to what was said of the atomic bomb by the men who knew most about 59. It, namely, the men who made it, could ever have believed that we possessed a permanent and exclusive monopoly of this destructive weapon. But Senator Karl Mundt's press release stated, "It now appears that earlier and prevailing laxity in safeguarding this country against communist espionage has permitted what were once the secrets of our atomic bomb to fall into the hands of America's only potential enemy, Carrot." And Representative Richard Nixon of HUAC stated for the media that Russia's atomic know-how was hastened by the Truman administration's failure to act against Red spies in the United States. If the President says the American people are entitled to know all the facts, I feel the American people are also entitled to know the facts about the espionage ring which was responsible for turning over information on the atom bomb to agents of the Russian government. 26. Hoover's response was to set into operation the FBI machinery to find the thieves. 27. The official story. Hoover's program for the identification of the unknown spies began in Manhattan and reached to Los Alamos and California. The search for the unknown subject, the person responsible for stealing the secret of the atomic bomb, began with the atomic scientists. 8 among those investigated were Hans Bethe, Richard Feynman, Edward Teller, Victor Weisskopf, Philip Morrison, and George Kistiakowsky, some of whom were Nobel Prize recipients for physics and scientific policy advisors to Truman and later to Eisenhower. Several hundred suspects were identified from the wartime Los Alamos project. No espionage activities were found. A concurrent and overlapping investigation began when British Manhattan Project physicist Klaus Fuchs confessed in England in February 1950 to having given the Soviet Union information on the atomic bomb project through a U.S. courier. When the FBI 60 identified a suspect for this role who confessed to being Fuchs's courier, it had the beginning of what would eventually become the official story, the story that would end with the Rosenberg's deaths. Early drafts. The case is a necessary byproduct of the atomic age. Let us hope that it will serve to supply the democracies of the world with some significant lessons. Chief Prosecutor Irving Sapel, U.S. v. Rosenberg. Choosing a historical or chronological starting point for the story is already a positioned interpretive act, but in keeping with the genre of literary history, I will begin with the first writing of the Rosenberg story unfolded in time to a public audience, a list of events in chronological order. The most neutral and apparently transparent form of the story, this chronology is derived from the print media, whose sources were at first news releases from the FBI and the Department of Justice and then observable events. It includes the ways in which Hoover's press release of Julius Rosenberg's arrest rearranged Julius's words in order to make them appear to be a confession to aiding the Soviet Union, as it includes all other official and media distortions of the story as it developed. An analysis of the media's role is not my purpose here, although I trust one have argued persuasively that the media uncritically accepted informed source news releases as facts, to the despair and detriment of thousands of people. The media's neutral account then necessarily includes the arbitrary linkages, gaps, contradictions, and denials, as well as the naturalized assumptions, Underpinning the chronology. 2. These phenomena have been gradually revealed through historical research, especially as a result of the release of 200,000 FBI documents following legal proceedings by the Rosenberg sons and historian Alan Weinstein against the government under the 1974 Freedom of Information Act. The contradictions, constructed linkages, and purposeful occlusions did not go wholly unnoticed in the period surrounding the trial, appeals, and executions. Still, the coherence of the government story in the 61. larger context of the developing Cold War, as well as the interactions of the main actors in the trial, worked successfully to convince a 12-person jury that the Rosenbergs were guilty of conspiracy to commit espionage. The rest, as far as evidence can be found, is a story of the limitations of legal formalism and of the excesses to which politics and ideology carried both that formalism and juridical and moral concepts of justice. The chronology inscribes within it what Hayden White considers to be the fundamental narrative conflict. It presupposes the existence of a legal system against which or on behalf of which the agents of the narrative account militate. 3. It raises questions of agency, authority, and legality, as well as of origins, motivations, selections, articulations, endings, and interpretations. Chronology. August 6 and 9, 1945, the United States dropped first a fission and then a fusion bomb, Thin Man and Fat Boy, on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, with an immediate death toll of 152,034. February 15 and 16, 1946, a Canadian spy ring and the existence of an atomic spy ring in the United States were announced. Alan Nunn may confess to having delivered atomic energy information to the Soviet Union. August 1949, the Communist People's Republic was declared in China. September 23, 1949, Truman announced that the Soviet Union had tested its first atomic bomb. J. Edgar Hoover announced to his staff, "The bomb has been stolen. Find the thieves." 3. February 1, 1950, Dr. Klaus Fuchs, German-born British nuclear physicist who had worked on the atomic bomb project at Los Alamos as part of the British participation, voluntarily confessed to having given atomic bomb information to the Soviet Union. March 1, 1950, Fuchs was tried and sentenced to 14 years in prison. 62. May 23, 1950, the FBI arrested Harry Gold, a Philadelphia chemist, on the basis of his voluntary confession that he had been a courier between Fuchs and a Russian vice-consul. June 15, 1950, the FBI arrested David Greenglass, formerly a machinist at Los Alamos, for having been an accomplice of Gold in 1945. June 25, 1950, the Korean War began with North Korea's invasion of South Korea. July 17, 1950, Julius Rosenberg, David Greenglass's brother-in-law, was arrested for conspiracy to commit espionage with Greenglass and Gold in 1944-45. August 11, 1950, Julius's wife, Ethel, was arrested on the same charges as her husband. December 9, 1950, Gold was sentenced to 30 years in prison. March 6 to 29, 1951, the trial of the Rosenbergs and another named accomplice, Morton Sobel, was held in Foley Square Courthouse in New York City. The main prosecution witnesses called by the chief prosecutor, Irving Sapel, and his assistant, Roy Cohn, were David and Ruth Greenglass and Harry Gold. Verdict: guilty. April 5, 1951, Ethel and Julius Rosenberg were sentenced to death by electrocution by Judge Irving R. Kaufman. April 6, 1951, David Greenglass was sentenced to 15 years. February 25, 1952, the Rosenberg-Sobel conviction was affirmed by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Second Circuit. February 25, 1952 to June 19, 1953, 23 motions and appeals for new trial, reduction of sentence, stay of execution, and presidential clemency were made on the basis of perjury, unfair trial, cruel, excessive, inapplicable, and unprecedented sentencing, newly discovered evidence, subornation of perjury by the prosecution, application of incorrect law, and justice, mercy, or both. All appeals were denied. June 19, 1953, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg were electrocuted. June 20, 1953, Justice Hugo Black's majority opinion was published, noting that the Supreme Court had never reviewed the record of this trial and therefore never affirmed the fairness of this trial. A less neutral beginning version of the story is a summary of the government charge, which institutes an unfolding narration of the chronological events. The charge posits a provisional causality and agency for events past and to come. Formally it is still not a story, it is narrated, but it has no closure, explains nothing, and leaves several crucial relationships legal, narrative, and motivational unresolved. The charge is a step in the process of elaborating the coherent narrative it ultimately will become. It assumes a legally structured and bounded nation-state and claims a severe threat to and breach of the state's integrity by individual agency, but its incompleteness militates against its narrative authority to constitute and enforce an ending. Government Charge Summary. In 1944, Julius Rosenberg and his wife, Ethel, persuaded her brother, David Greenglass, and his wife, Ruth, to enter a conspiracy to commit espionage by transmitting atomic secrets to the Soviet Union. The Greenglasses delivered such secrets to the Rosenbergs in 1945. From 1946 to 1949, Julius Rosenberg told his brother-in-law of other espionage he and his spy ring had committed. Included in the spy ring were two former college classmates of Julius Rosenberg, Max Ilitcher and Morton Sobel. Since their part in the conspiracy was not connected to atomic espionage, neither was known as a co-conspirator to the Greenglasses. In 1945, Julius Rosenberg arranged by unknown means with the New York Soviet vice-consul, Anatoly Yakovlev, to send a courier to the Greenglasses in Albuquerque, New Mexico, to pick up atomic information. Yakovlev sent Harry Gold for this purpose, the latter a self-styled American partner of Dr. Klaus Fuchs. In 1950, after Fuchs, the German-born British atomic scientist, was arrested in England, and after the FBI had subsequently arrested Gold in Philadelphia, the latter implicated David Greenglass. Upon Greenglass's arrest, he confessed and implicated his sister and his brother-in-law, as well as his own wife, Ruth. The Rosenbergs were subsequently arrested, but in the meantime the FBI had obtained from Max Ilitcher a confession implicating both Julius Rosenberg and Morton Sobel. The latter, known to be on a trip to Mexico with his family, was arrested in Texas after the Mexican authorities had deported him. The Soviet official, Yakovlev, could not be apprehended because he and his family had returned to the Soviet Union in 1946. 3-2. These two versions, a chronology and a synthesis of the government charge, leave us knowing a sequence of events, documented or asserted, as well as aware of much that is not being said. Building on extended interrogations of the principals and on the testimony of an ex-communist government witness and of a Rosenberg associate open to a perjury charge for having falsified his loyalty oath, the FBI was able to develop a fuller and more coherent narrative, an activity that from the beginning was a coordinated and collaborative effort based on the founding assumption of an extensive domestic atomic spy ring. For example, Klaus Fuchs described his U.S. courier and the approximate dates of their meetings to the FBI agents allowed by the British government to interview him, but when certain clues led to the arrest of a Philadelphia chemist, Harry Gold, and he confessed to being Fuchs's courier, Fuchs altered his statement to fit Gold's. 1-3 When David Greenglass, who confessed to having given Gold information about the atomic bomb, told a story that did not match Gold's, the FBI interviewed them together in order to coordinate their stories. When the government needed a conviction for Ethel, for whom there was no incriminating evidence. 65. David and his wife, Ruth, recalled Ethel's participation in the conspiracy, an involvement that they had both repeatedly denied during the previous 9 months. 10 days before the trial, they remembered that she had typed all the papers passed to the Soviet agents. 3-4 It is important to acknowledge that, for better or for worse, This is exactly how the U.S. justice system works to prepare adversarial litigation, through professional questioning of witnesses and informers in order to construct a story that will prevail. What needs to be considered in this case are not so much the systematic procedures of the adversarial process the legal profession itself produces persuasive critiques of this system, but the various interests served by the production of this particular story, a narrative with a coherence and authority that the Rosenbergs' defense could not mitigate, and against which the Rosenbergs were unable to prevail. The causes for the failure of the defense are of course multiple and complex and reach into the unknowable, in terms both of the Rosenbergs' own private story and of the evidentiary basis for the government story, documents that allegedly supported Hoover's and the Justice Department's assertions of the existence of a large atomic spy ring headed by Julius Rosenberg. Any such evidence was unavailable to the Rosenberg defense and remains not available under any circumstances 40 years later and many years after the passage of the Freedom of Information Act in 1974. 35 Hoover's belief in the extensive atomic spy ring was the immediate and primary motivation for the production of the official story, a motive for narrative that I will discuss at length later in this chapter. Whatever the internal coherence of the government story, the causes for its persuasiveness to the jury and the judges who ruled on it can also be located outside the explicit arguments and constructed data of the trial. The diction and imagery of the prosecution and the trial judge, as well as of the appellate judges, link their bases for argument and rationales for judgment not only to testimony, statutory law, rules of procedure and evidence, or precedent, but also to the historical context and frame narrative of the Cold War. As a scholar and critic of legal theory and practice concludes. 66. The persuasiveness of a story is not the product merely of the arguments it explicitly presents, but of the relationship between those arguments, and other, more tacit, arguments tantamount to already in place beliefs that are not so much being urged as they are being traded on. It is this second, recessed, tier of arguments of belief so much a part of the background that they are partly determinative of what will be heard as an argument that does much of the work of fashioning a persuasive story. That is, the persuasive story is always an embedded narrative. The purpose of the preceding chapter was to articulate a frame narrative sufficient to the purposes of this analysis of the official Rosenberg story. 3.7 Before the narrative motivations, strategies, and anomalies of the official story are laid out, it should be noted that the causes for the inadequacy of the Rosenbergs' own story also rested to some extent in the defendant's more immediate surround, in economic, legal, and political conditions. The Rosenbergs had none of the financial, professional, institutional, legal, political, or media resources available to the prosecution. They were limited financially, politically, and ethnically in their choice of an attorney, as well as in the size of their defense staff. The media were not interested in their story or in their attorney's story. Their attorney had limited ability to call witnesses, while the prosecution had the power to call any officials or scientists conceivably helpful to its case. The prosecution had the full institutional authority and expertise of the FBI and the Justice Department, in consultation with the Atomic Energy Commission, at its disposal, and finally the judge, in highly irregular ex parte communications with representatives of these institutions, was manipulated into a position of ideological certainty that made him a partisan and active agent in constructing the official story. 3K In a cruel irony, the Rosenbergs were hampered by their trust and that of their attorney in the forms and practices of U.S. constitutional law and jurisprudence. They had been members of the Communist Party and insisted on testing, first, their belief that the Fifth Amendment would work to protect their constitutional rights against self-incrimination concerning a membership that was legal, and, second, their expectation that the 14th 67 Amendment, assuring each citizen of due process before the law, would ensure a fair trial or recourse to one through the appellate procedure. But in a maneuver later declared unconstitutional, the prosecution rhetorically converted this Fifth Amendment pleading into a sign of guilt, especially where Ethel was concerned. 3.9 Due process was arguably violated at the trial court and Supreme Court levels in a number of problematic and illegal ways. In an oral history of his legal career, a former Frankfurter clerk and Federal Trade Commissioner, Philip Ellman, comments on the situation regarding the Supreme Court. The whole thing was an absolute shambles, a disaster for the court as well as the Rosenbergs, of course. Frankfurter wrote a little dissent in which he was writing really to me and to other friends of his, former law clerks, whose whole faith in the Supreme Court had been shaken. We knew the Supreme Court was one institution that worked the way it was supposed to work, where people got a fair shake, where equal justice under law was more than a slogan. And here the whole thing was falling down and we were shattered. This was our court, the Supreme Court of the United States, for which we had feelings of admiration and closeness. And Frankfurter wrote for us, "This isn't the end, errors are inevitably made but you go on, you don't lose faith in the processes of law." -4. The Rosenbergs' full story, for reasons that are unknowable, never became fully articulated, while the parts they told containing serious gaps and silences were inadequate to their defense. And too rarely did they or their attorneys challenge profoundly questionable assertions and equally dubious dramatic strategies of the prosecution or of the trial judge. Before analyzing specific rhetorical operations in the construction of the official story, I will conclude this introduction to that story with the sentencing speech of the trial judge, Irving Kaufman. The sentencing took place April 5, 1951. At that time, British Los Alamos atomic physicist Klaus Fuchs was serving a 14-year prison sentence, the maximum allowed under the British Official Secrets Act, for transmitting to the Soviet Union on 4 occasions from 1944 to 1946 documents covering Manhattan Project atomic bomb developments. This period included 68. The crucial development of the gaseous diffusion process for U-235 separation, the development of the plutonium bomb design with its implosion lens, and the Alamogordo test explosion of the first atomic bomb. FBI counterintelligence agents had in the summer of 1949 decoded one of the transmitted Fuchs documents and alerted the British government to Fuchs's activities, to which he confessed. Judge Kaufman thus had to ignore Fuchs's much publicized documentary and testimonial evidence in order to credit the Rosenbergs with putting into the hands of the Russians the A-bomb. His statement is in many ways a handbook of Cold War mentality, manifesting in diction, tone, and hyperbolic, Manichaean, and apocalyptic imagery the background assumptions supporting the particular closure he narrated for the official Rosenberg story. It points to the ownership theory of the bomb, which supported U.S. notions of absolute competitive superiority. It assumes a complete projection of aggressive energies onto and demonizing of another nation-state. It manifests the show trial motivations and dimensions of the government case, especially on the part of Judge Kaufman himself, and it reveals the massive displacement of international concern with atomic warfare onto concern with the alleged actions of the Rosenbergs, actions that become through semantic level shifting tantamount to their actually using the bomb to destroy lives, an effect that to date only the U.S. government has achieved. 4.1. Sentence. The issue of punishment in this case is presented in a unique framework of history. It is so difficult to make people realize that this country is engaged in a life and death struggle with a completely different system. This struggle is not only manifested externally between these two forces, but this case indicates quite clearly that it also involves the employment by the enemy of secret as well as overt outspoken forces among our own people. All of our democratic institutions are, therefore, directly involved in this great conflict. I believe that never at any time in our history were we ever confronted to the same degree that we are today with such a challenge to our very existence. The atom bomb was unknown when the espionage statute was 69 drafted. I emphasize this because we must realize that we are dealing with a missile of destruction which can wipe out millions of Americans. The competitive advantage held by the United States in superweapons has put a premium on the services of a new school of spies, the homegrown variety that places allegiance to a foreign power before loyalty to the United States. The punishment to be meted out in this case must therefore serve the maximum interest for the preservation of our society against these traitors in our midst. They made a choice of devoting themselves to the Russian ideology of denial of God, denial of the sanctity of the individual and aggression against free men everywhere instead of serving the cause of liberty and freedom. I consider your crime worse than murder. I believe your conduct in putting into the hands of the Russians the A-bomb years before our best scientists predicted Russia would perfect the bomb has already caused, in my opinion, the communist aggression in Korea, with the resultant casualties exceeding 50,000, and who knows but that millions more of innocent people may pay the price of your treason. Indeed, by your betrayal you undoubtedly have altered the course of history to the disadvantage of our country. We have evidence of your treachery all around us every day. Past what new was this nation's most deadly and closely guarded secret weapon to Soviet agents. The evidence indicated quite clearly that Julius Rosenberg was the prime mover in this conspiracy. However, let no mistake be made about the role which his wife, Ethel Rosenberg, played. Instead of deterring him from pursuing his ignoble cause, she encouraged and assisted the cause. She was a mature woman almost 3 years older than her husband and almost 7 years older than her younger brother. She was a full-fledged partner in this crime. Indeed, the defendants Julius and Ethel Rosenberg placed their devotion to their cause above their own personal safety and were conscious that they were sacrificing their own children. Love for their cause dominated their lives. It was even greater than love for their children. It is not in my power, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, to forgive you. Only the Lord can find mercy for what you have done. You are hereby sentenced to the punishment of 70. Death, and it is ordered. You shall be executed according to law/2. Plotting. The official Rosenberg story had the potential for serving two primary functions in addition to providing general support for the Cold War polarization favored by the vested interests. The story could aid the military in its efforts to secure congressional approval of Truman's 1950 mandate for the development of the hydrogen bomb, and it could provide dramatic support for military-industrial attempts to institute a permanent arms race based on a superiority, first strike, and retaliatory model. 43. But more significantly for the course the story eventually took, the government believed that a conviction and harsh sentence might force the elaboration of another frame story, the story Hoover, the FBI, and HUAC had been working on overtly since 1946, and indirectly since 1944, the narrative of the atomic spy ring. As the prosecution argued in its summation at the end of the trial, the identity of some of the other traitors who sold their country down the river along with Rosenberg and Sobel remains undisclosed. We know that such people exist because of Rosenberg's boasting to Green Glass of the extent of his espionage activities. We know of these other henchmen of Rosenberg. We don't know all the details, because the only living people who can supply the details are the defendants. 4. Later, in a hearing for reduction of sentence before the trial judge, the prosecution made the point again. I submit that on the evidence which has been introduced to the court, and on other material which I personally know of, that the Rosenbergs are the centers or were the centers of a real widespread network of spies, and if I am correct, the Rosenbergs have ample information which, if they wanted to cooperate, could lead to the detection of any number of people who, in my opinion, are today doing everything that they can to obtain additional information for the Soviet Union. 4. The Cold War frame narrative as elaborated by 1947 set up and required its own embedded narrative explanation of premature Soviet possession of the atomic bomb. The Rosenberg 71 story, while appearing to satisfy that need, thus also pointed to its own status as an embedded narrative within a frame not yet elaborated, the story of the atomic spy ring. So before the official Rosenberg story had been cast and constructed, its frame story existed in concept as a widespread network of Soviet spies without verifiable names or identifiable acts of espionage. For reasons of political strategies, personal ambitions, and obsessions, which can be tracked in political histories and biographies as well as in media reports of the time, this larger narrative of the extended spy ring also had to be produced. The means for producing that story would be a stiff sentence, ultimately a death sentence for the Rosenbergs, in order to make them talk. Ruth Green Glass said the FBI agents told her in her first interview, on June 16, 1950, just after her husband's arrest, that this thing is bigger than you understand, perhaps the biggest thing the FBI has done in this country. It meant reputations, their jobs. The Green Glasses attorney, John Rogge, 10 days later visited Irving Sapel, the chief prosecutor in the case, to plea bargain for the Green Glasses, saying that perhaps the information he could furnish might be used to prosecute those more responsible for espionage activities than his clients. 4-6 At the same time, the Justice Department communicated to the FBI that there was not sufficient evidence to convict Julius Rosenberg. We have only Green Glasses' statement, which he probably will repudiate. 4-7 When FBI agents arrested Julius Rosenberg on July 17, they also described the arrest in terms of its potential for generating the spy story. The indications are definite that he possesses the identity of a number of other individuals who have been engaged in Soviet espionage. New York should consider every possible means to bring pressure on Rosenberg to make him talk, including a careful study of the involvement of Ethel Rosenberg in order that charges can be placed against her, if possible. 48. Hoover, reading this report, added a marginal comment, "Yes, by all means," and then wrote to Attorney General J. Howard McGrath that proceedings against 72 might serve as a lever to make Julius name his espionage partners. 49 But Ethel's arrest a month after her husband's, without evidence of illegal activities on her part and without grand jury action, and the threat to prosecute her as a co-conspirator failed to produce the desired revelations from Julius. On February 8, 1950, 8 months after David Greenglass's arrest, 6 weeks before the Rosenberg trial began, before Ethel had been implicated by the Greenglasses as a co-conspirator, and before Harry Gold had remembered that his code greeting to David had been "I come from Julius," an unusual meeting took place. At this meeting with members of the Justice Department, Congress's Joint Committee on Atomic Energy, and the Atomic Energy Commission, Miles Lane from the Justice Department, the assistant prosecutor in the Rosenberg case, solicited approval for prosecution plans to prove that Greenglass had access to vital atomic secrets, plans that might require courtroom use of classified information. As Lane explained, "The only thing that will break this man Rosenberg is the prospect of a death penalty or getting the chair, plus if we can convict his wife, too, and give her a stiff sentence of 25 or 30 years, that combination may serve to make this fellow disgorge and give us the information on those other individuals. I can't guarantee that. It is about the only thing you can use as a lever on these people. The case is not too strong against Mrs. Rosenberg. But for the purpose of acting as a deterrent, I think it is very important that she be convicted too, and given a strong sentence." 50. The agreement to seek a death penalty for Julius to force him to provide the frame for his own alleged espionage activities established the plotting requirements for the government case. The information David Greenglass allegedly gave to Gold and Rosenberg had to be shown to be vital secrets, Julius had to be linked to Gold and to Gold's Russian agent, and Ethel had to be implicated as a knowing participant in the espionage activities. In short, the government would make a case for treason within the legal framework of a conspiracy charge, a charge for which the death penalty was unprecedented in the nation's history. 73. Casting. Judge Jerome Frank of the Second Circuit Court of Appeals noted in his opinion denying the defense motion for a retrial that when reviewing a trial by jury, the higher court was not allowed to consider the credibility of witnesses or the reliability of their testimony. Since my study concerns itself with the motives and effects of narrative in the Rosenberg case, the imaginative capacities of the key witnesses implicating the Rosenbergs, Harry Gold, David Greenglass, and Elizabeth Bentley, are worth noting. Harry Gold had developed a complicated game for one person using playing cards to simulate baseball games, seasons, playoffs, and series, cumulatively producing a complete history with full statistics. 5-1 His representation of himself was an extension of this kind of make-believe populating and furnishing of the world. Apparently he had always lived an elaborate fantasy life, a concoction that he conflated with real aspects of his relationship with his mother, about whom he felt guilty. He even blamed himself for her death. He modeled much of this fantasy on the lives and environments of people he actually knew. Gold had an especially dramatic invitation to continue such fiction-making when he was asked to testify by the prosecution in a conspiracy trial. The government was soliciting the uncorroborated and detailed accounts of any conversations he might have had with anyone at any time concerning the passing of information on the atomic bomb to the Soviet Union. For 16 years Gold had led his employer and associates to believe that he was married to a woman named Sarah Oken whom he had met, he said, while courting another girl with one blue eye and one brown eye who had spurned Gold for a rival named Frank whose uncle manufactured peanut chew candy. Sarah's previous boyfriend had been Nigger Nate, an underworld pimp. Gold and Sarah, he said, had 2 children, twins named David and Essie, one of whom had had polio. When he and Sarah separated, Gold said, he traveled on weekends to watch his children playing in the park, since he could not bear the pain of visiting them. His brother, Joe, he said had been killed during the war. 5-2. In the 1950 industrial espionage trial of Gold's employer Abraham Brothman, before the Rosenberg trial took place, Gold on cross-examination explained the extent of his lying and said, "It is a wonder steam didn't come out of my ears at times." On cross-examination in the 1955 perjury trial of Benjamin Smilg, an engineer from whom Gold had attempted to acquire information, Gold testified, "First I created this wife whom I did not have. Then there had to be children to go along with the wife, and they had to grow old, so I had to keep building one on top of the other." And his brother Joe was alive and lived with Gold and their father. In an autobiographical statement prepared for his defense attorney in the Rosenberg trial he wrote, "I definitely did spend a great deal of time in the very enjoyable pastime of imagining Harry Gold. Always of course in a stern and self-sacrificing role." His attorney in the Brothman trial said in Gold's defense, in words that can only be read as radically and ironically true in light of what is now known about Gold, "I say to your honor, after 40 years of association with men, that Harry Gold is the most extraordinarily selfless person I have ever met in my life." 5-3 Gold claimed that he had for many years given his Soviet agents fictitious names of recruits and accounts of information he was receiving. After his arrest, during interrogation for the Rosenberg trial, he also gave the FBI names of espionage suspects who were revealed upon investigation to be non-existent. He was willing to make significant fictitious assertions under oath. In the 1955 Smilg trial he admitted under cross-examination that his testimony before a grand jury in 1947 regarding elaborate conversations with the Soviet agent Jacob Golos was entirely false. He did not even know Jacob Golos. 5-4 It is obvious that in the murky area of conspiracy and espionage, especially where there is no documented crime or activity, the labeling of a statement as true or false by Gold has no orienting frame of reference. Such claims were eventually revealed as meaningless and without value. I have noted that Gold took details for his fantasy life from the conversations of his associates. His explanation of his ability to lead a double life likewise mimics the diction, phrases, and 75. Rationale of Klaus Fuchs's explanation for his own acts of espionage. Fuchs had said in a statement made public that his mind operated by a sort of controlled schizophrenia by which he kept his life in 2 separate compartments. Gold said he used one track of his mind for Soviet work and then just turned the switch to another track for his own work. There is no publicly known evidence that connects him with Fuchs, but he told his attorney after his confession and arrest, "I am absolutely fascinated by a person with ability. And therefore I was fascinated by, or rather, attracted to Klaus. We're somewhat kindred souls, we were as good friends as it is possible for 2 men to be." 5-5 Gold received deep satisfaction from his alleged association with Fuchs, as well as from the crucial roles he played in the Brothman and Rosenberg trials, evidenced by the perverse pride reflected in the statement he delivered at his sentencing hearing, at which he was given 30 years in prison. "Your Honor, I feel that an explanation is due to the people of the United States, all of whom I have besmirched by my crime. And a horrible and heinous one it is. For in the end, a far more terrible weapon than any atomic bomb was created, namely, Harry Gold, Soviet courier, a name now an anathema to all decent people. 6. Nevertheless, Gold's career and fame as ex-Soviet courier and valuable government witness were short-lived. When he was called from prison in 1956 to testify before a congressional committee about Soviet espionage, his obvious blurring of boundaries between fiction and fact rendered his testimony useless. An Associated Press report called it fiction rivaling. 5-7 David Greenglass, while not nearly so imaginative as Gold, had his own proclivities to fantasy and selflessness. His wife, Ruth, told his attorney that her husband had a tendency to hysteria, that he had one time run through the house nude yelling of elephants and lead pants, and that since he was 10 years old he would say things were so even if they were not. Greenglass himself said to his attorneys the morning after his arrest that he had allowed the FBI investigators to shape and supplement his confession. 5-8. 76. Greenglass attorney John Rogge said in an interview after Greenglass's release from prison in I-960 that Ruth was the more stable of the two, and that David could be easily led. A Justice Department attorney who spoke with Greenglass in prison during the department's last and abortive attempts in 1957 to identify and bring to justice a spy ring said that Greenglass had begun their conversation by saying he was the smartest man the attorney would ever meet, and that his work at Los Alamos was crucial to the development of the atomic bomb. This attorney left the interview feeling that David was a man with no conscience at all, and that if he were a judge, he would not take his testimony too seriously. 5-9 Elizabeth Bentley, represented by the prosecution as offering crucial corroboration for the Gold and Greenglass testimony, had never met Julius and knew nothing of the alleged conspiracy. She was an ex-communist and self-confessed Soviet spy who was frequently used as a government witness to establish, by assertion, the link between the Communist Party and espionage. Her naming of 80 people as Soviet spies had failed to produce any indictments after a year-long grand jury investigation in 1947. She also was unable to substantiate the reality of the dramatic life she described for herself as a high-level agent for Soviet espionage, who frequently, she claimed, gave orders to Earl Browder from Moscow to him, and he had to accept them. 60 Despite the failure of her testimony to produce indictments, it had inaugurated her career as a professional witness and writer. Bentley received a book contract, as well as commissions for articles, to write about her life as a Soviet spy. And her story to FBI agents in November 1945 was largely responsible for reinforcing Hoover's belief in a widespread espionage network operating in the United States and within the government, a belief he promulgated for the rest of his powerful and productive career as a public servant in charge of discovering un-American thought and activity. In this quest he consistently found support among the media. After the grand jury had been unable to indict anyone Bentley named, a 1948 New York World Telegram story headlined "Red Ring Bared by Blonde Queen" reported the widespread 77 espionage Bentley had described. By then even HUAC was acknowledging internally that there was neither material evidence for any of her allegations nor substantive corroborating testimony. 61 Because of the failure of the Rosenberg's attorneys to cross-examine Gold or Bentley, the jury was not privy to the fantasy element of these key witnesses' lives and experiences, much of which was discoverable at the time of the trial. Those who have no doubts about the Rosenbergs' guilt and the correctness of the trial and punishment attribute this failure to the defense's fear of the additionally damaging testimony that might result from such questioning. But it is difficult to imagine that, given the resources to research Bentley's and Gold's records, including their previous, inconsistent, and contrived trial testimony, the defense would not have wanted to make the jury aware of its incriminating gaps, inconsistencies, contradictions, and outright fabrications. Whatever the reasons, the absence of interference and interruptions allowed the government witnesses to recount a single narrative that was persuasive and credible for its internal coherence, lockstep sequence, and mutually reinforcing repetitions. Rehearsals. The apparent chain reaction linking of Fuchs to Gold to Greenglass to Julius to Ethel Rosenberg was the most persuasive element of the government story, the one that Eisenhower cited in his memoirs, The White House Years, to explain his denial of clemency to the Rosenbergs, Klaus Fuchs implicated Gold, who in turn named Green Glass. 62. This impressive lockstep agreement of the protagonist's stories, however, was not evident in their original versions. As I have noted, Fuchs was not able to identify Gold as his U.S. courier until after Gold had confessed. During the 3 days in May 1950 following Gold's arrest, cables crossed between London and Philadelphia as FBI agents used Gold's and Fuchs's statements to refresh each other's memory. After Gold had confessed, he was induced to incorporate into his story some details from Fuchs's May 22 statement that had not appeared in his original 78 statement, such as Fuchs's having told him in June 1945 of the first scheduled test explosion of the atomic bomb, the July 16 test at Alamogordo. On May 23, portions of Gold's statement were cabled to London for incorporation into Fuchs's statement. The cable, signed Hoover, urged the agents in London to reconcile discrepancies in statements of Fuchs and Gold. 63 of the testimony by the 3 principal prosecution witnesses, Gold's shows the greatest discrepancies between his original statement and the courtroom narrative. This narrative was the cumulative product of some 400 hours of FBI interrogation, as well as of the time Gold spent with government attorneys preparing for the trial and in joint sessions with David Greenglass. 64 10 days after his first confession, Gold remembered that he had met with a soldier in Albuquerque after meeting with Fuchs in June 1945. Gold was not able to remember at that time any of the links to Julius he would testify to in the courtroom, even though by then he was a cooperating government witness. Crucial to the government story in the trial some 10 months later were not documents but Gold's recollection of a torn Jell-O box used to establish his link to Julius, as well as his greeting to Greenglass, "I come from Julius." But Gold's early statements do not mention a torn Jell-O box, the soldier's name, or registering at the Hilton Hotel. He said that he did not know the soldier's name, had used the greeting, "Benny from New York sent me," and had spent the night in the hall of a rooming house. 65 This testimony from Gold took place about 3 weeks before David Greenglass was arrested as the unknown subject, the person responsible for giving away the secret of the atomic bomb, the person Gold would refer to later as his extra added attraction. The FBI presented Gold with a list of names, including that of Hank Greenberg the baseball star and Manny Wolf, the name of a restaurant where Gold had dined. The first 10 names were alphabetized by first and last names, Arnold Bloom, Charles Drusher, Ezra Finkelstein, and so on. None of the names except Greenglass's is known from the FBI files to have been that of a suspect in an investigation. Gold preferred Max Schwartz but 79. Thought Greenglass might be a possibility. He first agreed that the address 209 High Street was not at all impossible and later, after viewing dozens of reels of motion pictures of Albuquerque streets and houses, finally succeeded in picking out the correct house. 66 Before Gold had been able to recall anything about a Hilton hotel, to establish that indeed he was in Albuquerque on the day he said, a Hilton hotel registration card was produced. Gold was unable to recall the Hilton registration until his trial testimony, which allowed the introduction of the card at the trial, after which this crucial piece of evidence was returned to the hotel and destroyed 4 months later, even though appeals were pending in the case. The Schneers believe that card to have been a forgery because of irregularities in form, procedures, and handwriting, their account, as well as the irregular destruction of the card following the trial, cast serious doubt on FBI practices. 67 After Gold had identified Greenglass as the man who gave him information in Albuquerque, Greenglass was questioned in an all-night session in which he confessed and implicated his wife as the instigator of his activities. He mentioned a torn card given him by Ruth that he had used to identify the courier and summarized the information he had given that courier in 1945. He at first insisted that he did not know who was directing his wife's recruitment of him, but for his typed statement asserted that it was his brother-in-law Julius. 68 He later reported in confidential conversations with his attorneys that the FBI had given him the framework of the story he narrated, and documents indicate that his statement was dictated by FBI agents and signed by Greenglass. All the agents' logs of this first interview have been destroyed, but Greenglass also told his attorneys that the technical information he had given Gold may not be at all what he had described to the FBI, and that while he did not recall 2 visits in one day from Gold, he had allowed the second visit to be included in his statement. In this same conversation with his attorneys, he indicated that he had tried, unsuccessfully, to keep Julius out of the picture and wanted to contact him as soon as possible. 69. 80. After Greenglass's arrest and confession, and just before Julius's arrest on July 17, David's wife, Ruth, decided to cooperate with the government by giving evidence against Julius. The Greenglass's attorney and the prosecution agreed that Ruth would testify in return for immunity from prosecution, as her husband's testimony could not be used against her, and that David would also cooperate, with the expectation that he would receive a light sentence. 70. The FBI agents then began the careful process of reconciling discrepancies between Gold's and David Greenglass's statements, and of developing Ruth's and David's stories to establish coherence, especially in their implication of Julius and Ethel. 71. Gold was finally able to recall both the torn card and that he had been given it by his Soviet agent. Because the Greenglasses had attributed the torn card to Julius, Gold's testimony established the only link between Julius and the Soviet agent. Gold was also able to remember that Ruth had said in Albuquerque in 1945 that she had talked with a Julius by phone about a subsequent meeting between Gold and David Greenglass. David's and Ruth's signed statements on July 17, prior to Julius's arrest, had not agreed. On July 19, David met with agents to make the narratives congruent, which was accomplished by David's adopting Ruth's version. He was also able at later meetings to remember the dates and purposes of other espionage contacts he had made that coincided with the requirements of the FBI's unknown subject profile. 72. In December 1950, FBI agents met with Gold and David Greenglass together in order to have their concerted effort in recalling their June 1945 meeting. The agency report reads: concerning the reported salutation "Greetings from Ben," Greenglass says that he has no recollection of such a statement made by Gold. Greenglass proposed that possibly Gold had said "Greetings from Julius," which would of course make sense to Greenglass. Gold's spontaneous comment to this was that possibly Greenglass was right. Is not at all clear on this point. 71. In a report in February 1951, a month before the trial and 9 months after Gold's questioning began, the agent stated. 81. Subsequent to these interviews with Greenglass and Gold, the latter averred that after considerable reflection he is quite certain that on the occasion of the first meeting he had with Greenglass he brought greetings from Julius, and that such was done under the direction of Yakovlev. 74. Greenglass subsequently agreed. In a report by Miles Lane on February 12, Greenglass was said to be under the impression that when Harry Gold came to Albuquerque to see him in June 1945, Harry Gold said that Julius sent him. 75. This final reconciliation, as the prosecutor would note in his summation, forged the necessary link in the chain of evidence to connect the Rosenbergs to the Soviet Union and to espionage. 76. The documents and the personalities of the leading characters allow the inference that this vital link may have been nothing more than a narrative construction. As Gold wrote in a pre-trial statement, the manner in which all of the pieces of the giant jigsaw puzzle, of which I was a part, are falling ever so gloriously into place to reveal the whole picture has added a tremendous zest and sense of achievement to my life. 7. Dramatic strategies. In terms of courtroom strategy, the prosecution had another significant advantage over the defense counsel in addition to its superior resources, its sense of the rhetorical and the dramatic. Julius and Ethel's defense team consisted of Emanuel Bloch, an attorney whose experience was in personal injury and civil liberties cases and who at first had thought Julius was just another routine Fifth Amendment case, his father, Alexander Bloch, whose primary legal experience had been as an attorney for the Furriers Union, and their assistant, Gloria Agron, a recent law school graduate. None of these three had any scientific background, knowledge, or information, especially concerning the development of the atomic bomb, an undertaking that remained to a large extent under the category of classified information. The prosecution consisted of Irving Sapel, heralded as the nation's #1 legal hunter of top communists because of his successful prosecution of Alger Hiss and the 11 Smith. 82. Act defendants and assistant prosecutors Roy Cohn and James Kilsheimer. 7-8 Cohn's place in the annals of unscrupulous legal manipulators is now secure, and at least one of the Rosenberg historians holds him as among those most responsible for the production of the Rosenberg case. 7-9 Not only was Cohn's dramatic style suited to public interrogation and prosecution, but apparently his skills in the manipulation and rehearsal of narratives for courtroom use exceeded the broadest constructions of legally sanctioned methods for the development of testimony. According to Harvey Matisow, an ex-communist professional government witness like Elizabeth Bentley, he and Cohn developed testimony frequently, both knowing that it was false. At times testimony was formulated by Cohn and memorized by Matisow for the trial. 80 Cohn was in charge of preparing David Greenglass and Gold for the trial and in charge of David Greenglass's courtroom examination, and Manny Block had Ruth Greenglass demonstrate for the jury on cross-examination her remarkable ability to repeat verbatim long, complicated paragraphs of testimony. The prosecution team was in dramatic control of the trial from the beginning, with its version of the Rosenberg story amply heralded by pretrial publicity. During the trial, several strategies worked powerfully to reinforce the prosecution's representation of the Rosenbergs as those persons responsible for the theft of the atomic bomb, and as the hubs of a widespread domestic espionage network. These strategies were rhetorical, and they bordered on deceit or deliberate misleading of the defense and of the jury. Although two such instances were cited as potential reversible errors by the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, they were errors to which that court was, with no defense objections recorded during the trial, powerless to respond. 8-1 But in February 1953, the Second Circuit Court stayed the March 9 execution until a petition for certiorari could be filed with the Supreme Court concerning one of those errors, the prosecution's prejudicial use of the media during the trial. 8-2 The prosecution's rhetorical and dramatic strategies included the anti-communist ploy of the list, a crucial exploitation of an ambiguous pronoun antecedent, a manipulation of the media to 83. Further implicate the defendants, a double-bind attack on Ethel Rosenberg's recourse to the Fifth Amendment, and the construction of imagery and arbitrary connections and translations of terms to build a concept of treason and a picture of an extended atomic spy ring masterminded by Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. The bomb itself. As I have noted, only because the prosecution successfully represented the sketches allegedly delivered by David Greenglass as conveying the secret of the atomic bomb were the Rosenbergs tried and sentenced to death, in effect for treason. In his pre-trial meeting with members of the AEC and the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy, Miles Lane secured approval to represent as vital secrets the information Greenglass said he had conveyed to Gold, although no original documents existed. Lane felt that this claim would produce stiff sentences for Julius and Ethel as a strategy to force Julius, as he put it, to disgorge the real spy ring. Sapel's opening argument set this strategy up. We will prove that the Rosenbergs devised and put into operation, with the aid of Soviet agents in this country, an elaborate scheme which enabled them to steal through David Greenglass this one weapon, that might well hold the key to the survival of this nation and means the peace of the world, the atomic bomb. W. The Cold War assumptions of secrecy and ownership and a contradictory Manichaean moral dichotomy are implicit background beliefs apparent in the diction and tone of this one sentence of Sapel's statement: an elaborate atomic spy ring has stolen the secret weapon that, in the sole possession of the United States, could have been the key to world peace, but that, in the hands of the Soviet Union, is now a potential weapon for world destruction. Opening statements always beg questions, but the questions Sapel begs all fit neatly into the prepared mental ground of Cold War ideology that members of the jury and the press as well as the judge by then shared to some degree. This prior contextual preparation had the effect of decreasing the prosecution's burden of proof. and, in a circular movement, the 84. Rosenberg's convictions then had the effect of supporting and refying the context that made their conviction possible. The prosecution's pretrial strategy had been to present the defense and the jury with a list of the 120 witnesses it intended to call, including the military and scientific directors of the Manhattan Project, General Leslie Groves and J. Robert Oppenheimer, as well as Harold Urey and George B. Kistiakowsky. The prosecution also received permission from the judge for AEC representatives, including Dr. James Beckorley, director of the AEC Classification Office, to sit at the prosecution table during the trial. Neither General Groves nor any of the scientists was called to testify. Indications are that none of them was ever contacted to appear in court or to evaluate the information Green Glass allegedly had given to Gold and Rosenberg. 8-4 Only 23 witnesses were called by the prosecution, 5 of whom gave testimony implicating the Rosenbergs. Only 2 people were called to testify to the significance of the information in the sketches Green Glass had drawn for the jury to illustrate what he claimed to have given Gold and Rosenberg in 1945, Walter S. Koski, a chemical engineer at Los Alamos for whom Green Glass did machine work on implosion lens models, and John Derry, an electrical engineer, who testified that one of Green Glass's sketches referred to the type of bomb dropped at Nagasaki. The AEC representatives were in the courtroom theoretically to protect against exposure of classified information in testimony. The effect of their presence was to lend powerful credence to the notion that the Green Glass sketches were in fact what was repeatedly referred to by the prosecution and Green Glass himself as the atomic bomb. There were aspects of Green Glass's information that the AEC preferred not be brought out in the trial, but most of it was declassified for the trial and then reclassified to discourage open conversation among working nuclear scientists. For the jury's benefit, the chief prosecutor entered into the record a statement to the effect that the Atomic Energy Committee has declassified this information under the Atomic Energy Act and has made the ruling as authorized by Congress that subsequent to the trial it is to be reclassified. 8-5. 85. EMB did story. But the atomic bomb it was not. Nor, according to some of the senior scientists who worked on the development of the bomb, was John Derry, who acknowledged his lack of technical background in nuclear physics or in engineering related to nuclear physics, in a position to evaluate the importance of Green Glass's sketch. The names of well-known senior scientists on the prosecution's witness list established for the defense and the judge, however, the seriousness and authenticity of the Green Glass information. The list was so overpowering that it may have worked successfully to deter the defense from calling its own rebuttal witnesses. The scientists who responded to Emanuel Bloch's post-trial request for evaluation of the sketches that Green Glass prepared for the trial, and that Bloch of course did not see until the trial, said that while the sketches contained no real technical information, they might have supported in a general way Fuchs's technical report that was delivered to the Soviet Union. All of these elements conspired to convince the defense attorneys that in fact Green Glass had given away the secret of the bomb. Green Glass testified repeatedly that his sketch was the result of knowledge accumulated over months of work at Los Alamos and was the atom bomb itself, and the prosecution reiterated his assertion with the effect of a litany: the bomb itself, the sketch of the bomb itself. The defense neither objected to any of the repetitions nor called expert witnesses to challenge the assertions. The strongest such assertion, that of John Derry, actually depended on a pronoun antecedent ambiguity. He was referring to the sketch that Green Glass had characterized as the bomb itself when he said that it related to the atomic weapon being developed in 1945. Then he was asked, Q. Does the information that has been read to you, together with the sketch, concern a type of atomic bomb which was actually used by the United States of America? A. It does. It is the bomb we dropped at Nagasaki, similar to it. 86. It does and it is. There is an enormous slippage between these two its, and their antecedent is not necessarily identical. Unless. 86. Derry himself was seriously deluded about the significance of the sketch. The antecedent of the second it is the bomb that the sketch concerns, so his statement extended by antecedents reads, Yes, the sketch concerns a bomb that we used. The bomb that the sketch concerns is the bomb we dropped at Nagasaki, similar to it. But in the rhetorical context established for the jury by Greenglass and the prosecution, it is likely that the jury heard the syntactic echo in Derry's second clause as also a semantic echo. That is, both clauses were heard as having the same antecedent, Greenglass's sketch. Then the semantic inference is that it, the sketch, is, just as Greenglass had said, the bomb itself. It is impossible to say what any of the senior scientists would have testified, had they been called by the prosecution or the defense. Given the communist leanings of which many scientists were suspected in 1950 because of their arguments in favor of negotiation with the Soviet Union on arms control and against the development of the hydrogen bomb, it is understandable that they were not called. The only scientists to speak out actively in defense of the Rosenbergs were Albert Einstein and Harold Urey, the latter being one of the named but not called witnesses for the prosecution. They both wrote letters, Einstein to the president, and Urey to many people, some of which were published in the New York Times, arguing the injustice of the trial and the dishonesty of the media in reporting it. Subsequently, the Greenglass sketches and information have been much reviewed, and scientists have been forthcoming with their opinions. They have called Greenglass's sketches a caricature, confused and imprecise, lacking any crucial data and details. One nuclear physicist has pointed out that the atomic bomb itself is an industry, not a recipe. *7 He and another atomic scientist said, "It is not possible in any technologically useful way to condense the results of a $2 billion development effort into a diagram, drawn by a high school graduate machinist on a single piece of paper." Dr. James Beckorley, the AEC director of classification who sat at the prosecution table during the trial, said in a speech before a group of industrialists in New York in 1954 that the atom bomb and the hydrogen 87 bomb were not stolen from us by spies, and that such bombs are not matters that can be stolen and transmitted in the form of information. In April 1954, General Leslie Groves, head of the Manhattan Project, testified at the AEC Special Personnel Security Board hearing on J. Robert Oppenheimer, who opposed the government's plans to develop the hydrogen bomb. Some of Groves's testimony was deleted from the hearing transcript on the grounds that his statement was irrelevant and was unfortunate in that it could be used by the communists for propaganda if the testimony was ever released to the press, a rationale similar to that of several Supreme Court justices regarding their deliberations and opinions in the final days of appeals before the executions. In the portion of his testimony later deleted from the record, Groves had conceded, "I think the data that went out in the case of the Rosenbergs was of minor value. I would never say that publicly. Again, that is something, while it is not secret, I think should be kept very quiet, because irrespective of the value of that in the overall picture, the Rosenbergs deserve to hang, and I would not like to say anything that would make people say General Groves thinks that they didn't do much damage after all." 89. Trial by newspaper. On July 18, 1950, the day after Julius Rosenberg's arrest, the newspaper headlines represented him as a self-confessed member of the Klaus Fuchs spy ring. Details of his alleged espionage were reported as facts rather than as the vague government charges they were at that time. Many papers printed what were apparently direct quotations from Julius, as in this excerpt from the New York Times. The FBI investigation revealed, Mr. Hoover said, that Rosenberg made himself available to Soviet espionage agents so he could do the work he was fated for and so he might do something to help Russia. The apparent facts and quotations are all from Hoover's press release following Julius's arrest, not from Julius's own comments. These news reports represented as facts attested to by Julius himself, all of the allegations that would be at issue in the Rosenberg trial, and that the Rosenbergs consistently denied. The reports also appeared to be explaining. 88. Julius's motivation for espionage in his own words. If the reports were to be believed, the only role left to Julius was that of government witness. He had already been tried and convicted in the newspapers. Since Ethel's arrest was construed by the government as necessary both to make Julius talk and to disallow Ethel's testifying in behalf of her husband, there had to be a crime. With the conspiracy charge this was easy. Ethel Rosenberg was arrested and charged on August 11, 1950, with assisting her husband in recruiting her brother to obtain for the Soviet Union information concerning the atomic bomb. The grand jury until then had had no interest in Ethel. They intended to bring charges against Ruth Greenglass as the self-confessed person most implicated in atomic espionage for the Soviet Union. Miles Lane convinced the grand jury that charges against Ruth would keep the government from being able to make its case, that is, charges against the person who confessed to the espionage would prevent them from being able to prosecute those who did not. Ruth's pretrial testimony became the only evidence the government could develop against Julius in several crucial connections, and as it turned out, the only evidence at all against Ethel. But Miles Lane also used the press to convict Ethel in advance of a trial. Following her arraignment he held a news conference at which he made this hyperbolic charge: if the crime with which she is charged had not occurred, perhaps we would not have the present situation in Korea. 90 The next day, August 12, the New York Times included that statement in its story on Ethel under the headline "Atomic Spy Plot is Laid to Woman." 2 years later, a Circuit Court of Appeals held in Delaney v. United States that similar behavior deprived defendants of their Sixth Amendment rights, where such material is fed to the press by prosecuting officials of the Department of Justice. It is not only in violation of due process of law but fails to ensure civilized standards of procedure and evidence. 91 On March 15, 1951, the day of Ruth Greenglass's cross-examination during the trial, a front-page New York Times headline read, "Columbia teacher arrested, linked to 2 on trial as spies." The article reported that the scientist William Pearl would 89 be a government witness in the Rosenberg espionage trial and quoted the prosecutor as saying that Pearl's role was to corroborate statements of key government witnesses. This was a scare tactic, threatening the defense with another former member of the Communist Party who might testify against the Rosenbergs to escape a perjury charge. It also served to provide the non-sequestered jury, whose members could not fail to have seen the widespread Pearl publicity, with apparent corroboration of the Greenglass assertions against the Rosenbergs. Hoover had urged Pearl's arrest prematurely because he thought it would aid both the prosecution and the FBI in its attempts to force the story of the spy ring. The prosecutor thus obtained a grand jury indictment while the trial was in session. Once arrested, Pearl said nothing and did not appear as a witness. He was later convicted for perjury for denying that he had known Rosenberg and Sobel at the City College of New York. In the spring of 1953, when Judge Kaufman summarily denied a Rosenberg motion that because of Sapel's press conference about Pearl during the Rosenberg trial, a new trial was in order, the motion was heard on appeal before the Second Circuit Court. Judge Swan asserted, "Such a statement to the press in the course of a trial we regard as wholly reprehensible." He added, if the defendants had then moved for a mistrial, it should have been granted. Because the defendants had not so moved, however, the Circuit Court found that they had waived their rights to a new trial. 9-2 But 6 weeks later, on February 17, 1953, the Circuit Court stayed the March 9 execution until application for certiorari could be made to the Supreme Court on the basis of that potential error, defense failure to object notwithstanding. 93 When the government objected to the stay, Judge Learned Hand responded in open court that people do not execute people just because the defense failed to make the proper motion. 94 Harold Urey, one of the senior scientists on the prosecution witness list, was present in the courtroom in May 1953 when the defense made a motion for a hearing based on the discovery of substantive new evidence. The judge refused to look at the evidence and denied the motion in a decision written before he 90 had heard the oral arguments. Urey was shocked enough to say to a New York Times reporter who asked his opinion, "Now I see what goes on in Judge Kaufman's courtroom. I believe the Rosenbergs are innocent. When I look in that courtroom I see no Kaufman but McCarthy. What appalls me most is the role the press is playing. The judge's bias is so obvious. I keep looking over at you newspapermen and there's not a flicker of indignation or concern. When are you going to stop acting like a bunch of sheep? 95. The next day the New York Times reported the denial of the defense motion without mentioning Uri's comments. 96. These isolated but crucial instances of the manipulation of language and of the media by the FBI and the Department of Justice were among those that furthered the official story at the expense of due process and of rules of procedure and evidence. They cumulatively produced an extrajudicial conviction of the accused prior to any legal discovery of evidence. But these are also instances of media complicity in the uncritical production of words and silences that served the interests of one motivated narrative over still equally valid alternative versions of that same narrative, and, in this case, of media complicity in an extra-legal trial. Sign of guilt. The Fifth Amendment grants a paradoxical power that rarely works as purely in practice as it was designed to do to protect the individual right to avoid self-incrimination and to maintain an official assumption of innocence. Refusals to declare innocence are inevitably tainted by a suggestion of guilt. Moreover, the right to require suspension of judgment to avoid self-incrimination cannot sufficiently articulate itself within the legal and moral parameters of an abstract cultural opposition between guilt and innocence that discounts the effects of historical context on any specific definition of guilt or innocence. People who used the Fifth Amendment during the F1 UAC and McCarthy era were labeled communists. For Lieutenant Colonel Oliver North and Admiral John Poindexter in the Iran/Contra hearings and trial in 1987, its use represented and dramatized a self-sacrificing and 91. Patriotic heroism. 97. Because almost everyone assumed that the Rosenbergs were communists, no one was surprised that Julius and Ethel pled the Fifth as frequently as they did. Ethel in particular used the Fifth throughout both of her subpoenaed appearances before the grand jury after Julius's arrest. Emanuel Bloch had advised her of her rights to avoid self-incrimination. She was especially vulnerable because of Communist Party affiliations, and she had no way of knowing of what she might be accused as a result of the green glass testimony. Without counsel present to guide her, she sought refuge in the Fifth Amendment, which she pled for almost every question asked her, questions of neutral and verifiable fact as well as of Communist Party membership and alleged espionage activities. She refused to answer hundreds of questions on the grounds that it might incriminate me, even if neither a positive nor a negative answer would have implied guilt of any kind. In the early stages of the Rosenberg story during which she found herself before the grand jury, it was impossible to differentiate between neutral and incriminating facts. That the use of the Fifth allowed members of the grand jury and the trial jury to assume a defendant's guilt is understandable and unavoidable. The judge's charge to the jury is intended to neutralize such assumptions. But the judge gave the appropriate charge and then allowed and participated in turning Ethel's use of the Fifth before the grand jury into a sign of guilt before the trial jury. The judge had previously charged the trial jury regarding the use of the Fifth Amendment. You can't draw any inferences from the refusal to answer by the witness. You can't infer that the witness has admitted anything from the refusal to answer. When Ethel took the stand, the prosecution secured her acknowledgement that everything she had told the grand jury was the truth. After questioning her, the prosecutor then went through her grand jury testimony and her immediately preceding trial testimony question by question, comparing her refusal to answer before the grand jury with her answers at the trial as a voluntary witness. He did this in order to ask her, with increasingly serious implications, if her response of possible self-incrimination was the truth, making the same point over and 92 over, through some 30 pages of the trial record, until the judge finally stopped him. 9h Although Ethel was at first completely disarmed by this tactic, her answers gradually became an unwitting but increasingly astute critique of the limitations of abstract categories and legal formalism. Q. And everything you told the grand jury was the truth? A. Right. Q. Do you remember having been asked this question and giving this answer? Q. When did you consult with your attorney for the first time in connection with this matter? A. I refuse to answer on the ground that this may tend to incriminate me. Q. Do you remember having been asked that and having given that answer? A. That's right. Q. Was that the truth? Block objected, because he saw what was happening, and the judge responded that if the witness was willing to answer questions during the trial that she had refused to answer previously on the ground that it might tend to incriminate her, might not that be something which the jury would consider on the question of credibility? His ruling effectively cancelled his charge to the jury and translated the assumption of innocence protected by the use of the fifth into a question of witness reliability for jury consideration. The prosecutor continued, and I quote, only the most damaging questions and the most astute answers. Q. Was this question asked of you and did you give this answer? Q. Do you recall ever having discussed the work of your brother, David Greenglass, the work that he was doing at Los Alamos, New Mexico? A. I decline to answer on the ground that this might tend to incriminate me. Was that question asked and did you give that answer? A. Yes. Q. Would you care to state how that would incriminate you? Mr. Block, just a second. I object to this question upon the grounds that if this witness would ever answer that. 93. Question, it would vitiate and nullify all the rights that every citizen is entitled under the Fifth Amendment. The judge sustained that objection but allowed Sapel to continue as long as he only asked Ethel if it were true that to answer those questions before the grand jury would have incriminated her. Q. Do you remember this question and this answer? Q. Did you invite your brother David and his wife to your home for dinner? I mean during the period while he was on furlough in January 1945? A. I decline to answer on the ground that this might incriminate me. Do you remember giving that testimony? A. Yes, I remember. Q. Was it true at the time you gave it? Yes or no? A. It is not a question of it being true. With this answer, Ethel Rosenberg touched on the crucial issue of a right that exists to protect individual citizens from polarized and abstract categories, guilt by association, and judgments not subject to due process. The protection is from anything that might tend to incriminate the witness, and Ethel astutely recognized that a truth claim is not at issue in the use of the Fifth Amendment, even though that was the import of the prosecution's line of questioning. Block kept objecting, claiming that the prosecution's method was destroying the privilege, but the judge insisted that Ethel's use of the Fifth Amendment before the grand jury for questions that she then answered at the trial created a question of reliability for the jury to decide. He began participating in the prosecution's strategy by pushing Ethel to explain the discrepancy in her responses and dismissed Block with, "Oh no, no, I know you have no quarrel with the court, it wouldn't do you any good if you did." 99. After another set of questions, Ethel responded. My husband had been arrested on July 17 and I had been subpoenaed to come before the grand jury. It was not for me to state what I thought or didn't think the government might or might not have in the way of accusation against me. I didn't. 94. Have to state my reason, but I did feel that in answering certain questions I might be incriminating myself until I exercised my privilege. And after the next set, followed by was that the truth? Ethel gave a simple but sophisticated defense of the Fifth Amendment. When one uses the right self-incrimination, one does not mean that the answer is yes and one does not mean that the answer is no. I made no denial. I made no assertion that I did not know him, I simply refused to answer on the ground that that answer might incriminate me. A little later, after another set and was it true, she said, it can't be answered yes or no. And then, it is not necessary to explain the use of self-incrimination. Whatever reasons I may have had, I had them, and therefore I felt I had to take refuge. This prosecution strategy was devastating to Ethel, and by supporting it the judge allowed the very inference that he had originally charged the jury to disallow, that every use of the Fifth Amendment was, by comparison with later testimony, an admission of Ethel's guilt on that question. 6 years later, in Grunewald v. United States, the Supreme Court ruled that grand jury testimony is not allowable at the trial to show inconsistency, since there can be many reasons for taking the Fifth Amendment before a grand jury that are not necessarily inconsistent with later testimony in response to the same questions. 100 In 1962, Judge Thurgood Marshall asked the U.S. Attorney appearing before the Circuit Court of Appeals to argue against a motion for a review of the trial made by Morton Sobel, the Rosenberg's co-defendant, if Ethel Rosenberg were tried, say last spring, and we had her conviction before this court today, wouldn't we have to reverse on the authority of Grunewald v. The attorney's answer was, this court would probably have to rule in favor of the defendant. 101. Ethel as lever. She was not just a housewife, she was stubborn, intransigent, perhaps even the driving force behind her mild-mannered husband. With her stoic manner, her refusal to admit her guilt. 95. And her final defiance of death, Ethel Rosenberg signified a denial of men's authority over women. Her alleged communist affiliation seemed allied with that denial in mutually reinforcing abnormality. In short, Rosenberg threatened the patriarchy that supported the social order of American capitalism. 102. That Julius died without talking was a great disappointment to Hoover and Attorney General Brownell, but not a serious problem of conscience. Julius's file apparently contained a copy of a Communist Party membership card and information that he was associated with a number of people believed to have been conducting industrial and military espionage for the Soviet Union. 103 The problem was Ethel, for whom no evidence of espionage existed, and who had been arrested and charged, convicted, and sentenced to make Julius talk. The last question on an interrogatory prepared for Julius, should he have decided to pick up the phone available on his way to the electric chair on June 19, 1953, indicates the degree to which high-level government cynicism operated toward Ethel to the end. Was your wife cognizant of your activities? 104 A certain conception of woman was inherent in post-war ideology, Ethel Rosenberg was alien to it. Think of the fund of Madison Avenue and media images available to women in the United States in the 1950s, in an era of virtually unchallenged masculine representational authority, blonde mothers in aprons or church clothes with their children, or, according to the fashion plates of a burgeoning new post-war industry, in Christian Dior's new look, the television mothers of Ozzie and Harriet and Father Knows Best, the Hollywood versions portrayed by June Allison and Doris Day, or the dramatization of domestic relationships by soap opera heroines. 105 Ethel was Jewish, the daughter of immigrants, Lower East Side poor, a labor activist and organizer in her shipping clerk union before her marriage, and a suspected communist. This was not the woman upon whom the Western order depended. From the time of Julius's arrest, Ethel chose to assume the role of an apolitical housewife and to go through her 3-year 96 imprisonment, including 2 years in isolation at Sing Sing, with courage, confidence, and perspective. 106 Her decision meant not giving anything away through facial expression, gesture, or language, which made of her a perfect projective screen for those representing her for their own purposes. It also meant not showing any signs of victimization that might have enlisted the sympathy and mercy of a masculist society and its institutional representatives. The media were discomfited by Ethel's emotionless presence and demeanor. At first they experimented with representing this Lower East Side Jewish housewife and mother accused of atomic espionage in the style of Women's Page social and fashion reporting. We know, for example, that for her first Ethel Rosenberg on her way from jail to court, as seen in Alvin H. Goldstein's 1974 documentary, The Unquiet Death of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. 97. Grand jury appearance: she wore a powder blue and white polka dot dress and a modest straw hat. Each day of court appearance her size and dress were described. The day she wore the scarlet bodice, it was the only spot of color in the courtroom. But as the trial progressed, attention shifted to Ethel's refusal to demonstrate feeling, a refusal interpreted as a sign of arrogance, disdain, contempt, or absence of remorse, and increasingly read as evidence of guilt in a cold and unnatural woman. Ethel's earlier letters to Julius, not written for publication, reveal her as a courageous, conflicted, angry, and often despairing woman, suffering from migraine headaches, back spasms, uncontrollable bouts of crying, and severe depression, and loyal to her husband and concerned for their children. After their first appeal was denied, Julius and Ethel decided to gain support from the people by writing letters for publication, which were then edited and published in part by the Rosenberg Defense Committee, the National Guardian, and the Daily Worker. In these letters Ethel wrote in a self-consciously elevated and elusive literary style, portraying herself as an ordinary middle-class housewife and mother of a happy family, committed to liberal democratic ideals and secure in her ability to face persecution with dignity. 107 This use of sterile cultural images of the ideal 1950s wife and mother, liberal ideology stripped of conflict and feelings, and an acceptance of martyrdom, all expressed in high literary diction, elicited ridicule from the high-culture intellectual left and offered no effective counter-engagement with the state's development of Ethel as master spy. These letters most clearly reveal the Rosenbergs' problem of effective self-representation. It is difficult to conceive of any position available to the Rosenbergs that could not have been used by the state for the representations it required. 108 The government's story, which began with what certain officials considered to be Ethel's out-of-control behavior, veered out of control itself. What had been designed as a tactically political exploitation of the alien woman as spy turned or returned to require the murder of the woman and the mother, evoking the most primitive anxieties among its implementers. 98. Ethel's part in the story began the day of Julius's arrest, July 17, 1950, when FBI agents reported to Hoover on her disruptive female and communist behavior. Ethel, his wife, made a typical communist remonstrance, demanding a warrant and the right to call an attorney. She was told to keep quiet and get in the other room with the children. After receiving this report, Hoover, who had a peculiar sensitivity to disruptive and subversive elements out of their place, endorsed the Justice Department's plan to develop a case against Ethel, suggesting she might serve as a lever to make Julius talk. 109 1 month later, after Ruth Greenglass remembered that Ethel had been present at one of their espionage discussions, Ethel was arrested, and in FBI press releases printed verbatim by the media she was arbitrarily translated from an out-of-place communist Jewish woman and mother to a Soviet spy of global importance. Miles Lane of the Justice Department held a press conference on August 11, the day of Ethel's arrest, in which he blamed her for the Korean War, which had begun in June, noting also that her crime jeopardizes the lives of every man, woman, and child in this country. 110 In the August 12 New York Times headline on her arrest, "Atomic Spy Plot is Laid to Woman," notice how the most mundane newspaper practice is implicated in a process of woman mythologizing or even demonizing. That the plan to steal the atomic bomb was the work of a woman is already hyperbolic, but by headline reduction it becomes a plot laid to mythic woman. On the other hand, how hyperbolic was this 7-word headline in terms of the narrative elaboration over time of the official Rosenberg story? Linguistically it confesses to a plot construction over time that its composers could not possibly have known at the time of Ethel's arrest. It contains an unusual use of the verb laid for attributed, as a participial adjective laid describes a fabric or paper made with only warp threads, lacking a woof and bonded together by a binding material. The official Rosenberg story, the one that prevailed, was a unidimensional construction dependent on the binding material of background beliefs that were for the most part attributable to the 99 motivated interpretations and constructions of conservative politicians, businessmen, and military figures, and their publicists, the mainstream U.S. media. The main ingredients of the binding material for the Rosenberg story were the constructed beliefs in a U.S. owned atomic bomb that was stolen by U.S. citizens and given to the Soviet Union, in whose hands it would be used to destroy the American way of life, if not the world. An additional and essential binding ingredient for the Rosenberg story was first the instrumental assertion and then the belief on the part of the government Attorney General McGrath, FBI Director Hoover, federal prosecutors Sapel, Lane, and Cohn, trial judge Irving Kaufman, and finally President Eisenhower, that the woman was the leader in everything they did in the spy ring. 111 Hoover had at first hoped to produce an open-ended story with the Rosenbergs from Los Alamos physicist Klaus Fuchs's arrest and conviction in England, to the arrest of Fuchs's self-confessed courier, Harry Gold, in Philadelphia, to Gold's implication of green glass, to green glass's implication of Julius, to Julius's implication of the entire spy ring. Ethel is absent from this series. It was just her body in prison that was intended to move Julius to do the chivalrous thing to save his woman. By the time of the trial, however, Julius had said nothing the Justice Department wanted to hear. So on February 8, 1951, Miles Lane held the meeting for members of the Justice Department, the Atomic Energy Commission, and the Joint Committee on Atomic Energy, at which he stated his intention to secure a death sentence for Julius and a stiff sentence for Ethel to use her as a lever. Now two levers were operative, woman and death. 112 It was typing that led to this. Until this February meeting a month before the trial began, and during the 8 previous months of FBI interrogation, the only evidence implicating Ethel had been Ruth and David Greenglass's testimony that Ethel had been present when David's transmittal of information about the Los Alamos project was sought. The Justice Department felt that her presence alone was not sufficient for her prosecution. After the February 1950 meeting, however, Ruth and David remembered a number of occasions on which Ethel had typed or talked about typing David's notes for Julius. In her trial testimony, Ruth 100 described talks with Ethel about typing, Ethel's complaints about fatigue from staying up late to do Julius's typing, and Julius's reassurances to Ruth that Ethel would type David's illegible handwritten notes. In his summary argument at the end of the trial, prosecutor Irving Sapel portrayed Julius as the hub of a spy ring. Imagine a wheel. In the center of the wheel, Rosenberg, reaching out like the tentacles of an octopus. Then he included Ethel, not at the center with Julius, but off to the side, at the typing table. Rosenberg got from the cross-section sketch of the atom bomb itself and a 12-page description of this vital weapon. This description of the atom bomb, destined for delivery to the Soviet Union, was typed up by the defendant Ethel Rosenberg that afternoon at her apartment at 10 Monroe Street. Just so had she on countless other occasions sat at that typewriter and struck the keys, blow by blow, against her own country in the interests of the Soviets. 3. Irving Sapel had also been the chief prosecutor in the Alger Hiss case, as well as in the Brothman trial. In the government story he developed, it was Priscilla Hiss who typed the infamous Pumpkin Papers, an allegation never proven, and Elizabeth Bentley who typed Brothman's notes before handing them over to her Russian agent. 114 That is, Irving Sapel had a remarkably consistent plotting device culturally available to him, the woman as the spy's typist. Lane's plan for stiff sentences for both Rosenbergs was effectively carried out by the prosecution, who convinced even the judge that they were guilty of apocalyptic treachery. Judge Kaufman declaimed in his sentencing speech, "Who knows but that millions more of innocent people may pay the price of your treason? Indeed, you have altered the course of history, this nation's most deadly and closely guarded secret weapon to Soviet agents." 115 Kaufman singled Ethel out as a full-fledged partner who, 3 years older than Julius, was a moral failure as a woman and a wife in not having deterred her husband from his ignoble cause. He further castigated them both for sacrificing their children. In the 2 years before their executions, the brunt of this accusation came to bear primarily on Ethel as 101. An unnatural mother. She was to become the moral and emotional focus of the story for both the right and the left. It was Ethel who fascinated the media, and it is Ethel who has inspired literary and biographical treatment in the years since the trial. She has become almost synonymous with the Rosenbergs. A 15-year-old boy, for example, responded to a 1990 comment about the Rosenbergs. The Rosenbergs is that the lady spy who gave the Russians the atomic bomb, and they had to give her 2 extra jolts to kill her. The FBI and the Justice Department succeeded in convicting Ethel as spy, but they had not anticipated that the PL.AN.TO use her as a lever would fail, that the Rosenbergs would maintain innocence and remain silent. Of course Hoover and certain members of the Justice Department knew that the representation of Ethel as atomic spy was instrumental and unsubstantiated. Hoover had actually signaled to the trial judge that he was not in favor of the death sentence in this case, especially for a woman and a mother. Hoover's relationship to his own mother served a defensive function in his obsession with the enemy within. His development of an extensive FBI apparatus for surveillance and apprehension of alien and subversive enemies within the state was, I believe, in part a displacement of his need to construct his own psychic security state. This public displacement, as well as a lifelong protective attachment to his mother, with whom he lived, worked to contain his phobias, including his apparent fear of the feminine. The possibility of the state murder of a mother was too unsettling to the elaborate defense system he had constructed for himself. 116 But 2 reports in the spring before the June executions made it possible for Hoover to perceive Ethel as an unnatural mother, daughter, and wife. Ethel had refused to discuss her children with her own mother or to see her again after her mother's first 2 visits to Ethel in prison, 2 years after the trial. Mrs. Greenglass had from the beginning sided with David, the brother who had implicated Ethel with his trial testimony. During the second visit she had urged Ethel to support her brother by talking, even if it meant lying. In a letter, Ethel gave this visit and request as her reason for refusing to see her mother again. 102. Would still give anything for one kind word from her, though, she added. But for Hoover, Ethel's refusal to see her mother was clear evidence of a betrayal of her role as a good daughter. 17 Even more helpful in allaying Hoover's anxiety about killing a mother. The mother was an unsolicited and so-called psychological report on the Rosenbergs prepared by American Civil Liberties Union co-counsel Morris Ernst without his having met or talked with either Rosenberg. At the time of their arrests, Ernst had suggested to Hoover that he represent them in order to pass on useful information to the FBI, but his offer was rejected. After receiving Ernst's voluntary psychological study just 3 months before the executions, FBI agent Lewis Nichols wrote to Hoover that Ernst has concluded that Julius is the slave and his wife, Ethel, the master. Phrases and paraphrases of this report would continue to appear in official reports, in statements by the Attorney General, in Eisenhower's correspondence, and even today as misprisions in public statements and informal conversations about the Rosenbergs. This alleged inversion of the hierarchy between male and female, between natural authority and unnatural but ever-threatening counterforce, caused any anxieties on Hoover's part concerning Ethel's execution to revert to a moralistic advocacy of her death. It simply would not do to act in any way that might be interpreted as a sign of weakness toward this woman or toward the enemy within it. The morning of the scheduled executions, the Supreme Court vacated by a vote of 6-3 a stay issued the day before by Justice William O. Douglas, leaving presidential clemency as the only relief for the Rosenbergs. Ethel's manipulation and use by the government were unknown until the 1974 release of FBI documents concerning the Rosenbergs. At all levels of the appellate procedure, the Rosenbergs had been considered as a unit. Ethel's role was at no time a matter for judicial review. But it was apparently a concern for Eisenhower. The day the court vacated the stay, Attorney General Brownell encouraged Eisenhower to deny clemency, assuring him that the FBI had top-secret documents proving both Rosenbergs guilty of treason. These documents had not been made available to the Rosenberg defense, however, and are still unavailable today, some 103 years after the executions and many years after the passage of the 1974 Freedom of Information Act 9. Eisenhower's denial of clemency, issued immediately following the Supreme Court decision and without the president's having read the court's majority or dissenting opinions that indicated doubts and suggested clemency, reiterated in almost the exact words of the trial judge's sentencing speech the heinous treachery of the Rosenbergs, who were yet again deemed responsible for the future deaths of tens of millions of innocent people all over the world. Eisenhower, asserting the thoroughness of the judicial review of their case, missed entirely the signals sent from every level of the appeals procedure that remedy for certain contingencies and errors lay only with the Supreme Court or with executive privilege. Eisenhower may have held an unexamined belief in the absolute fairness of U.S. jurisprudence. To deny clemency, however, he had to overcome his own discomfort with the state execution of a woman. This he apparently accomplished, as did Hoover, by means of the Morris Ernst report, and by a decision to concern himself only with the statecraft, the effect of his action, as he said, recalling the expedient of military executions for disciplinary purposes. He gave his rationale in a letter to his son, John. To address myself to the Rosenberg case for a minute. I must say that it goes against the grain to avoid interfering in the case where a woman is to receive capital punishment. Over against this, however, must be placed one or two facts which have greater significance. The first of these is that in this instance it is the woman who is the strong and recalcitrant character, the man is the weak one. She has obviously been the leader in everything they did in the spy ring. The second thing is that if there would be any commuting of the woman's sentence without the man's, then from here on the Soviets would simply recruit their spies from among women. 1. Eisenhower gives voice here to a dubious and often illusory tradition of gallantry that would render femininity exempt from the law. Moreover, by defining the woman again as the stronger of the two, and by translating her into the leader in the couples. 104. Work. He recalls a contemporaneous social and economic situation, the wartime and post-war entry of women into the workplace, that is, into men's place. On top of that disruption, Ethel had introduced the possibility that women might take over the jobs of male spies. Thus in the thinking and writing of all those involved in constructing Ethel's narrative, she ends as more than a woman who was accused of stealing the state's main weapon. She has become a master of men, a threat to the espionage industry, a female lever manipulating the very men who instrumentalized her as lever, someone who must finally have the lever pulled on her. Nowhere is this clearer than in the report of one of the three media witnesses to her execution, Hearst reporter Bob Considine. Ethel wore a Mona Lisa smile. Her little minnow of a mouth was curled at the edges in the faintest possible way. She was dressed in a dark green print of cheap material, a prison dress that revealed her plump legs below the knee. Her dark brown hair was set in an almost boyish manner. As the hood was lowered over her eyes and the black strap placed across her mouth, she was looking straight ahead almost triumphantly. As the torrent of electricity swept through her body, from every pore there seemed to emanate a strange, unearthly sound made up almost exclusively of the letter Z. Now she seemed about to stand. Her hands contracted into fists. Thus she sat, lifted off her seat as far as the straps would permit, and I had the startled feeling that she would break those bonds and come charging across the floor, wielding those tight little fists. She could relax now. Her face possessed the same quizzical half-smile that had been painted upon it minutes before. Right leg was flexed in an easy and almost nonchalant posture. It was a trying experience when, a few minutes later, briefing 38 reporters from half a dozen countries, the first question asked was a shrill one from a lady reporter. "What did Mrs. Rosenberg wear tonight?" she called up to me. It just seemed so damned callous. 121. A close reading is not necessary to hear in this report a figurative description of the maternal, as well as overt signs of a regressive and misogynist terror. Considine first takes Ethel's body apart to 105. Read in its fragments a seduction that is inscrutable, ambiguous, revolting, and marked by artifice. She wears a Mona Lisa smile that is painted on even in death, her mouth is a slippery little fish, her legs plump below the knees, her hair frosy and boyish, and her fists closed tight and threatening, her eyes stare triumphantly. Considine has constructed his own viewing position as that of the boy and man disgusted at the sight of the mother's body. As she is wheeled away, her leg falls loosely and suggestively to the side, and now he is seeing a prostitute, or perhaps the aftermath of the primal scene, or of a rape. In describing Ethel's dying, Considine's figured fantasies pitch themselves into a vision of a witch-like phallic mother. 122. Her body emits an unearthly Z sound as she tries to stand erect with the current running through her. Considine fears that she will break her bonds and charge him with her tight little fists. Now he has become the object of this woman's anger, which he depicts as the fury of a little child, the rage of a defiant and triumphant woman, and the threat of a charging animal. Considine tells us that it has been a trying experience. For Ethel certainly, for Considine in other ways trying, but that is not what he means. He is saying it was hard on him that in the briefing to the world press he gave after the executions a shrill lady reporter asked what Ethel was wearing. What this woman asked about was what he had just himself noted, Ethel's cheap little green death dress. With his contempt for the question and for the questioner, he manages a final flourish of displacement of his own hysterical misogyny onto a woman. It is clear that the level of discourse has changed from one of public and institutional rationalization to one of primitive fears and fantasies of the woman out of bounds. 1, 2, 3. But more significant is the intimate and reciprocal relationship of these two levels of discourse that Ethel Rosenberg's story so clearly reveals. The post-war period was a time of atomic Cold War gaming among men. For the strategic purposes of this game, it was believed tactically necessary to produce Ethel as spy, depending on her as desired woman to move the man to reveal his secret. But this use of her, by the logic of the men's own rules, led to matricide, and thus their textual woman evoked a desire and fear complex. 106. Of intrapsychic conflicts that were only too easily managed by increasingly regressive and projective rationales. The normal and ongoing splitting and projective mechanism of meaning-making became a regressive spiral, closed to interventions and driven to primitive limits by the excesses of its own production. 124. This regressive spiral, fueled by desire and fear, is a quite different dynamic from the operations of the momentary textual effects of a desire uncontaminated by fear, effects that some contemporary critics gender as feminine and read as working to interrupt discursive wills to knowledge and power, and intervening in drives that would silence, exclude, kill, or ignore. 125. In the official Rosenberg story, it was the woman in the text, not a textual effect gendered as feminine, who provoked an exhibition of what we can today read as the usually private and unarticulated desire and fear component in public political discourse. Her foregrounding of this component and its regressive process makes her story a paradigm or microcosm of the regressive nature of the larger dynamics and operations of U.S. Cold War ideology. But Ethel died of this text. Our reading is belated, and the real ownership of the lever was never in doubt. Legal formalism and extra-formal issues. As both the prosecutor's words throughout the trial and the judge's sentence show, although charged with conspiracy to commit espionage, the Rosenbergs were rhetorically tried and sentenced for treason. With no documentary evidence of any crime committed by anyone, the Rosenbergs or any other witness, conspiracy was the only charge the government could make. The government prefers such a charge when trying to make an undocumented case, as the usual laws of evidence and due process do not hold. In a conspiracy charge, the prosecution must only show, by the uncorroborated testimony of one person, that the accused members of the conspiracy discussed the commission of an illegal act with intent to carry it out. Julius and Ethel were accused by her brother David Greenglass, an army machinist at Los Alamos during the war under investigation for black market trading in stolen parts. 126. After 107. Harry Gold confessed to having been Klaus Fuchs's courier for information concerning the Los Alamos project. He said he had also received information from a GI in Albuquerque in 1945, whose name he later identified as David Greenglass. Under interrogation, Greenglass accused Julius of having promoted and supported, through the agency of Greenglass's wife, Ruth, his conveyance of names of Los Alamos scientists and 3 sketches of atomic bomb design elements to Julius and to Harry Gold. Harry Gold testified in the Rosenberg trial that he was told to say, "I come from Julius," in greeting David Greenglass in Albuquerque, and Elizabeth Bentley, the ex-communist professional government witness, said Soviet spies were indeed recruited and directed through the Communist Party, and that she had taken phone call messages from a Julius to convey to her Soviet contact, Jacob Golos. One of Julius Rosenberg's CCNY friends, Max Ilitcher, testified that Julius and Morton Sobel had tried on several occasions to recruit him for naval espionage purposes for the Soviet Union. Despite the Rosenbergs' denials of the Greenglass testimony, the testimony of Gold, Bentley, and Ilitcher established the crucial links, in terms of cause-effect, agency, and time span, for the government case against the Rosenbergs. Without those specific links and with just the green glass testimony, the case would not have held up. But with no green glass testimony, there would have been no story involving the Rosenbergs at all, and the asserted links were not the same thing as corroboration of that testimony. Judge Jerome Frank commented on this in his majority opinion for the Second Circuit Court of Appeals, affirming the procedural legality of the trial and denying all defense motions. Doubtless, if that testimony were disregarded, the conviction could not stand. But where trial is by jury, this court is not allowed to consider the credibility of witnesses or the reliability of testimony. 127. The higher court may not rule on witness credibility or on testimony reliability in a federal jury trial because appellate judges are not in a position to evaluate nonverbal elements that contributed to the judgment of such issues. 128. But herein lies a logical inconsistency. Solely from reading the trial record the second. 108. Circuit Court judges felt confident in holding, in response to the defendant's charge, that the trial judge had not behaved prejudicially toward the defense and in favor of the prosecution. The charge was that Judge Kaufman showed bias in his tone, his diction, the orientation of his questions, and his rulings, silencing the defense and encouraging the prosecution. Such discriminations may indeed be spoken prejudicially without readily manifesting themselves as biased in the trial record, which consists of written words, sentences, and recorded actions that remain literally within the parameters of formally correct judicial behavior. As I stated in the previous section, although no documentary evidence supporting the government claims regarding Julius and Ethel was available to the Rosenbergs or to their defense counsel during the trial, the prosecution, the trial judge, and President Eisenhower were all assured at various times by members of the FBI and of the Justice Department that unimpeachable documents in the Department of Justice files proved the existence of a spy ring headed by Julius Rosenberg. 129. If such documents exist, they have had to remain secret for national security reasons and for the protection of an informant, even though at the time such protection was also an abuse of the Rosenbergs' fundamental right to know the evidence against them, under the 14th Amendment. When the prosecution and the judge share privileged information and reassurances relating to the defendant's guilt that are denied the defense and the defendants, the government's claims, rulings, agreements, rhetoric, and tone acquire extra legal significance that exceeds the prescriptions of any procedural formalism. Under federal law, the jury, properly charged by the judge to discount its own prejudices as well as any discernible biases of the judge, is solely responsible for deciding on the facts of a case. The federal judge, as the only disinterested lawyer, has unchallenged power to bring out the facts of the case. He has no more important duty than to see that the facts are properly developed and that their bearing upon the question at issue are clearly understood by the jury. 130. A contradiction built into 109. This description of the federal judge's function, based on an ideology of objectivity unique to the United States and thus inherent in the country's jurisprudence, lies in the semantic construction linking disinterested with development of facts and understanding. What is occluded in such a non sequitur posited as rational and normative procedure is the complex of background and assumed beliefs that inevitably structures the development of any facts, interpretations, or understandings. Also occluded in this case are Kaufman's beliefs concerning the Rosenbergs' guilt and the history and realities of atomic bomb development and production, beliefs based on ex parte assurances FRQM the government that inevitably structured and oriented in advance any development of the facts on Kaufman's part during the trial. 131. Once the jury had reached a guilty verdict based on its understanding of the facts as developed by the prosecution, defense, and trial judge, and once the judge had sentenced the defendants to death for treason, a rhetorical translation by the prosecution and the trial judge from the charge of conspiracy, the circuit court was in its own words powerless to call into question the credibility of witnesses, the reliability of testimony, the possible use of hearsay testimony, the defense failure to request an adjournment after a surprise witness impeached Rosenberg testimony, or the verdict and sentence, both of which fell within statutory boundaries. In the first appellate opinion, delivered by Judge Frank for the Second Circuit Court of Appeals on February 25, 1952, is a message to the effect that, had the upper court had power of revision regarding convictions or sentences in this case, there were circumstances that would bear careful consideration, that the convictions depended entirely on the testimony of self-confessed spies, and that the death sentence was based on evidence that came almost entirely from accomplices. These statements, acknowledging contextual contingencies relevant to both conviction and sentencing, express a realistic and specific skepticism toward the general confidence in objectivity inherent in American rules of jurisprudence. But they also indicate that the circuit court judges were probably ignorant of the Justice Department assurances to the prosecution and to the judge of 110. Unimpeachable evidence of Rosenberg guilt. In fact, no Rosenberg historiographer has suggested that any appellate judge at the circuit court level was privy to the information shared by Judge Kaufman and Irving Sapel concerning secret evidence of Rosenberg guilt. 132. At one point in the First Circuit Court ruling in 1952, Judge Frank qualified the court's claim to powerlessness to intervene in the trial court's decisions. True, we may, of our own motion, notice egregious errors to which there were no objections below, if they seriously affect the fairness, integrity, or public reputation of judicial proceedings. Johnson v. United States, 318 U.S. 189, 200-201, Criminal Rule 52. That exception might conceivably govern here if we believe the failure to object to this testimony resulted from the incompetence of defendant's counsel. But the record shows that defendant's counsel were singularly astute and conscientious. 131. The latter part of this statement by Frank is an anomaly. The Rosenberg defense was so handicapped by relative lack of resources, information, courtroom skills, and adversarial skepticism toward the government story that among the most generous interpretations at the time of and following the trial was that the defense, as reputedly leftist, was acting under orders from Moscow to sacrifice the Rosenbergs. Judge Frank nevertheless, in the 1952 opinion and in an April 8, 1953, denial of a defense petition for a rehearing, found three problematic issues. 1. The trial judge had allowed the prosecution's assertion that two alleged conspiracies, Rosenberg/Green-Glass/Gold, and Rosenberg/Sobel/Illit were a continuous one, without requiring the introduction of evidence or submitting that question to the jury for determination. The majority of the court agreed with Kaufman that the assertion of one giant conspiracy required no proof, but Frank found no evidence of such continuity. 2. Kaufman's death sentence was possibly a violation of the defendant's right to due process and freedom. 111. From cruel and unusual punishment. Although the majority held that precedent did not allow a higher court to modify a lower court judge's sentence that lay within the statutory limitations, Frank's reading of the statutes found that higher courts indeed had the power but had not exercised it. 1343. By being charged for conspiracy but rhetorically convicted and sentenced for treason, the Rosenbergs were deprived of the constitutional safeguard of the THIRD-WORLDISM rule for treason. Frank noted, as, however, the Supreme Court did not specifically discuss that court may well think it desirable to review that aspect of our decision in this case. 135. The Supreme Court denied certiorari on all counts in October 1952, with Justices Frankfurter, Black, and Harold Burton dissenting, only one short of the 4 votes required for a hearing. In February 1953, the Rosenberg defense came before the Circuit Court again with the motion, rejected by Kaufman, for a new trial based on the prosecution's use of the media to support testimony during the trial. The Circuit Court stayed the executions for the Supreme Court to review the Circuit Court's decision, finding that possible prejudice had been present during the trial and that the Supreme Court should hear the defense's argument. Judge Swan stated, "Such a statement to the press in the course of a trial we regard as wholly reprehensible." 136. Judge Learned Hand, the Circuit Court's most cautious jurist, said in open court, "People don't dispose of lives, just because an attorney didn't make a point. You can't undo a death sentence. There are some justices on the Supreme Court on whom the conduct of the prosecuting attorney might make an impression. Your duty, Mr. Prosecutor, is to seek justice, not act as timekeeper. 1-7. On March 25, 1953, the Supreme Court nevertheless denied certiorari without reviewing the trial record. 138. The Circuit Court opinions contained messages to the Supreme Court and to the President that it lay within their power only. 112. To correct what might be found to be errors once the law was clarified by litigation, or to modify what might be an unjustified verdict or sentence. But in all the appeals, the trial record was reviewed only once, by the Second Circuit Court in 1952. 139. The Supreme Court justices, however, were becoming increasingly politicized in interpersonal relations as well as in terms of Cold War ideology and contradictions. On June 19, 1953, the morning of the Rosenberg executions, the Supreme Court vacated Justice Douglas's stay of execution from the evening before, which he had granted in order to allow the court to consider what he decided was a new and substantive issue, the question of applicability of statute the 1917 Espionage Act, or the more specific 1946 Atomic Energy Act to the Rosenberg charge, conviction, and sentencing. The court had actually adjourned for the summer on June 15, before Douglas agreed to consider this new question posed to him that evening by two attorneys intervening and acting as next friends in the Rosenberg case, Fike Farmer and Douglas Marshall, not members of the organized left but motivated by professional integrity to bring up what they considered to be a question of serious import. The justices had on June 15 rejected a motion for the defense by another next friend, John Finnerty, based on Saple's allegedly knowledgeable use of perjured testimony. 140. Justices Felix Frankfurter and Hugo Black had again dissented from the majority opinion. Then, according to notes made by Frankfurter and Justice Robert Jackson, the justices reached an informal and inappropriate understanding that no one of them would act alone to delay the executions by reopening the case. Jackson then went beyond what I had said by stating that it was perfectly understood at conference that in view of the court's denial of habeas corpus no individual justice to whom application was made would overrule the court's determination. 141. This entire addendum by Frankfurter appears also in Jackson's papers with the notation, thereby making certain that the complete story is found in both records. 142. Justice Douglas had disconcerted his associates by acting in an unpredictable and contradictory way on previous Rosenberg motions for writs of certiorari. 143. When, on June 17, he found merit. 113. In the new argument presented to him by Marshall and Farmer concerning applicability of statute and ordered that the question should be decided only after full briefing and argument beginning again with the trial court, he countervened the justices' informal understanding that no single justice would reopen the case. While Douglas was deliberating the grounds for this petition from Farmer and Marshall, Justice Jackson, whose enmity for Douglas was well known among his colleagues, had initiated and arranged a private ex parte meeting between Chief Justice Frederick Vinson and Attorney General Brownell. At this meeting, according to an FBI memorandum whose source was Judge Kaufman, in a highly incorrect reversal of accepted and constitutional judicial procedure, the justices solicited Brownell's motion to reconvene the court the next day in order to vacate Douglas's stay of execution should he grant one. Jackson felt that the whole theory of listening to Farmer's motion was ridiculous and Douglas should have turned it down. Vinson said that if a stay is granted he will call the full court into session Thursday morning to vacate it. 144. This plan violated procedure in its decision for the third time in the court's history to reconvene the court immediately instead of waiting for the October session. In its call to vacate a fellow justice's action, an action that lay entirely within that justice's procedural discretion before hearing his arguments concerning a new and substantive issue, and in its absolute foreclosure of the possibility for obtaining thorough briefs and hearing full arguments on the point, the plan was an egregious abuse of the Supreme Court's function. By then some of the justices were deeply into illegal behavior, in violation of the court's obligation to remain open to substantive issues raised regarding procedural correctness, Justice Douglas's stay, and in violation of the canons of judicial conduct prohibiting ex parte communications and impropriety or the appearance of impropriety. Attorney General Brownell, the highest lawyer in the land, by his participation in those ex parte communications, and by his request to Chief Justice Vinson that Vinson require Douglas to bring his point before the full court where he would be defeated by the majority, was also violating the canons of conduct for attorneys. 145 The Attorney General felt. 114. Strongly that the executions should proceed without delay, thus his urging that the adjourned court reconvene to vacate the stay, his assurances to Eisenhower that clemency should be denied without further delay because of secret documents proving the Rosenbergs' guilt, and his advance of the Rosenbergs' executions from 11 p.m. to 8 p.m. of the day on which the court vacated Douglas's stay and Eisenhower denied clemency. 146 The vacating of the stay by a vote of 7-2 that occurred at noon June 19, 2 days after the Brownell-Vinson meeting, was an unprecedented and irregular action on the part of the court. 147 The private and public papers of the last weeks of court skirmishes reveal the court's implication in Cold War ideology, the paralyzing contradictions of anti-communism, and political infighting among the justices themselves, especially in frustration with and animosity toward Justice Douglas. 148 In 3 previous Supreme Court denials of Rosenberg defense applications for writs of certiorari, dissenting Justices Frankfurter and Black had called for Supreme Court review of the record and of the Circuit Court's decision, a review that, consistently refused by the majority, never took place. Frankfurter, a principal speaker for judicial restraint and a conservative on First Amendment issues, recognized the anti-communist double bind in which political and judicial decision-making was caught. Issues were being raised by the appellate judges that arouse disquietude in minds that are fiercely hostile to communist dangers as are Messrs. Jenner, McCarthy, and Veld, but who are also concerned for those American traditions which make them hostile to communism. 149 He had reminded his colleagues on the court on May 20 that the court's failure to take the case of the Rosenbergs has presented for me the most anguishing situation since I have been on the court. He had decided that to dissent from the court's May 25 denial of the application for certiorari based on Sapel's extra-legal use of the media during the trial would be to provide words to be distorted by radicals or for communist propaganda, and to lead high-minded and patriotic laymen who do not understand these things to believe that I implied that the Rosenbergs were convicted. 115. Though innocent. 150 Frankfurter's concern for protecting the institution overrode the purpose for which that institution existed. The justices were trapped in the symbolic polarization at work in the inaugurating events and developing narrative of the Cold War, that is, in both its reality and in its symbolism as well. Justice Frankfurter's memoranda indicate how a normally bold jurist, outraged by the prosecutor's tactics, could be intimidated by the prospect that words of dissent could be used against the nation in its global battle against communism. The Rosenbergs were thus finally left at the mercy of a Supreme Court openly split by ideological divisions and torn asunder by personal feuds and hatreds. 15. But in joining the majority opinion for vacating Douglas's stay of execution on June 19, an action that he had promoted before the stay had been granted, even Justice Jackson included his reservations about the sentence. Vacating this stay is not to be construed as endorsing the wisdom or appropriateness to this case of a death sentence. That sentence, however, is permitted by law and, as was previously pointed out, is therefore not within this court's power of revision. 1, 2. At this last court hearing, Frankfurter responded more directly in his addendum to the court's denial of the Rosenberg defense motion for time to prepare a clemency petition. Were it established that counsel are correct in their assumption that the sentences of death are to be carried out at 11 p.m. tonight, I believe that it would be right and proper for this court formally to grant a stay with a proper time limit to give appropriate opportunity for the process of executive clemency to operate. I justifiably assume, however, that the time for the execution has not been fixed as of 11 o'clock tonight. Of course, I respectfully assume that appropriate consideration will be given to a clemency application by the authority constitutionally charged with the clemency function. 153. And Justice Black, the only member of the Supreme Court to have consistently voted for trial review, wrote in his dissenting opinion. 116. I do not believe that government counsel or this court has had time or an adequate opportunity to investigate and decide the very serious question raised in asking this court to vacate the stay. Judicial haste is peculiarly out of place where the death penalty has been imposed for conduct part of which took place at a time when the Congress appears to have barred the imposition of the death penalty by district judges acting without a jury's recommendation. It is not amiss to point out that this court has never reviewed this record and has never affirmed the fairness of the trial below. Without an affirmance of the fairness of the trial by the highest court of the land, there may always be questions as to whether these executions were legally and rightfully carried out. I would still grant certiorari and let this court approve or disapprove the fairness of the trials. 154. But President Eisenhower had already issued a statement 30 minutes after the Supreme Court's decision was announced, without time to consider the written opinions. In one case at least, Frankfurters, calling for appropriate consideration of a clemency application, the dissent had not yet been written when clemency was denied. Notable in the President's statement are the absence of any signs of awareness of the uncertainties, qualifications, and messages to the executive found in the appellate opinions, as well as Eisenhower's close repetition of the trial judge's diction, hyperbole, and displacement in his sentencing speech. Carried in the New York Times, June 20, 1953, the statement also manifests, as did Judge Kaufman's sentencing comments, the second, recessed tier of arguments, the already in place beliefs, that determine what will be heard and traded on. 155. I am convinced that the only conclusion to be drawn from the history of this case is that the Rosenbergs have received the benefit of every safeguard which American justice can provide. I am not unmindful of the fact that this case has aroused grave concern both here and abroad in the minds of serious people, aside from the considerations of the law. In this connection, I can only say that, by immeasurably increasing the chances of atomic war, the Rosenbergs may have condemned to death tens of millions of innocent people all over the world. The execution of two human beings is a grave matter. But even graver is the thought of the millions of dead whose deaths may 117. Be directly attributable to what these spies have done. When democracy's enemies have been judged guilty of a crime as horrible as that of which the Rosenbergs were convicted, when the legal processes of democracy have been marshaled to their maximum strength to protect the lives of convicted spies, when in their most solemn judgment the tribunals of the United States have adjudged them guilty and the sentence just, I will not intervene in this matter. 156. The Circuit Court justices had noticed and explicitly commented in their opinions on the limits of legal formalism, which in this case worked to protect what were legal but still questionable decisions and procedures by the government, THFE judge, the prosecution, and the defense. There was also the substantive question concerning the applicability of the correct law, a question that deserved the Supreme Court's deliberate consideration. But certain justices' uncertainties regarding the sufficiency of formalist reviews, as well as the unlitigated confusion over the applicable law, were to a great extent resolved by the pervasive feeling among more than a majority of them that Cold War political concerns took priority over recognizedly problematic issues of judicial practice in the Rosenberg case. 1. Applicability of correct law. 157. 2. Adequacy of defense. 3. Abuse of defendants' rights by the prosecution and the trial judge. 4. Severity of the sentences. 5. Rhetorical translation of a conspiracy charge to one of treason and ensuing abuse of crucial rules of evidence. In addition to these issues addressed by the appellate courts, there were the unremarked problems of 1. Improprieties on the part of the trial judge, justices of the Supreme Court, and the Attorney General. 2. Failure to follow the long-standing rule of clemency in the case of a statute's provision for a lesser penalty than that specified by a previous statute covering the same offense. 158. 118. 3. Influences and effects of context and intertextuality. Background political beliefs and fears, disseminated and assimilated symbolically and intertextually, not only organized and prevailed over more immediate and particular socio-political and juridical data, they also operated symbolically, in excess of the protections offered by legal formalism, to produce and sanction the official story, enabling its determinate conclusion and specific material and cultural effects. The official Rosenberg story became the version that occupied the public domain, continuing its crucial contributions to the ongoing Cold War narrative and material history. Closure and open-endedness. On June 21, 2 days after the executions of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, the New York Times ran this wrap-up of the story, contradicting its 1949 contention that the United States had no monopoly on the atomic bomb and demonstrating the rapid development of a national consensus around Cold War ideology. In the record of espionage against the United States there had been no case of its magnitude and its stern drama. The Rosenbergs were engaged in tunneling the secrets of the most destructive weapon of all time to the most dangerous antagonist the United States ever confronted at a time when a deadly atomic arms race was on. Their crime was staggering in its potential for destruction. It stirred the fears and the emotions of the American people. The prevailing opinion in the United States is that the Rosenbergs for 2 years had access to every court in the land and every organ of public opinion, that no court found grounds for doubting their guilt, and that they were the only atom spies who refused to confess and that they got what they deserved. 9. 8 years later, in a June 1961 FBI law enforcement bulletin, J. Edgar Hoover, apparently forgetting that the United States was the only country to date to have caused the shadow of annihilation to fall on the world, asked, "Who, in all good conscience, can say that Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, the spies who delivered the secret of the atomic 119 bomb into the hands of the Soviets, should have been spared when their treachery caused the shadow of annihilation to fall upon all of the world's peoples?" 160. The media, with a few exceptions such as the National Guardian, the Daily Worker, the anti-communist Jewish Daily Forward, and the Washington Star, closed down the story through restatements of its official version as it had developed by the time of the executions and attempted to deny that the Rosenberg deaths would be the end of the atomic spy story. But it was the end of that story. All subsequent government attempts to achieve full revelation and plenitude of the larger spy story came to nothing. The project was abandoned in 1957. Instead, new stories were written, dismantling the official story, substituting alternative legal, historical, biographical, fictional, theatrical, and visual arts versions, of which this rhetorical analysis has been one. Because the immediate Rosenberg story coincides with and emerges from a radical period of silencing of the left, some specific issues are thus available from that story and time for analyzing the subsequent cultural uses of the Rosenberg story, the long-term effects of Cold War politics, the cultural work of opinion-making, the functions of leaders, the media, and the individual in a late 20th century masculist capitalist democracy, the use and abuse of gender, race, and class in such a democracy, legal formalism and U.S. jurisprudence, attitudes toward nationalism, foreign policy, and arms control in a global society, mass culture and democracy, loyalty and betrayal, affirmation and dissent, the function, performance, and potential of traditional and emergent politics since 1950 and at the beginning of the 21st century, objectivity, attitudes toward historical narrative past, present, and potential, and the individual as political and cultural agent in postmodern society. This is a heavy agenda. Cultural arts have no responsibility to address these issues, but it is impossible not to read the major cultural artifacts as social work. A critical reading of such work would entail interrogating them for their effective positions toward social and historical issues, as well as toward the narrative performance of social criticism. It would also entail evaluating 120. Their use of specific social fields and literary forms and techniques for critical, dissenting, and oppositional cultural activity in what Gore Vidal refers to as the post-Rosenberg era, an era in which explanatory narratives for state and institutional policies and master narratives of historical development have lost their credibility. 161. 121. Part 2. The Rosenberg Stories, Culture. The one duty we owe to history is to rewrite it. Oscar Wilde, quoted in Linda Hutcheon, A Poetics of Postmodernism. 3. Culture as Critique in the Post-Rosenberg Era. This study of the Rosenberg stories is an experiment in using the tools of literary analysis to study first a political and collective use of symbol and narrative to construct a specific history, and then the cultural use of symbol and narrative in literature and the performing and visual arts to come to terms with that history. I began with a consideration of the context of what would become the official Rosenberg story, suggesting and foregrounding the possible motivations, manipulated rhetoric, potential fictionality, and historical effects of that narrative as it developed. Now I turn more directly to the arts, extending this literary history of the Rosenberg story to include 2 novels, a multimedia drama, a photographic collage, and a painting, all of which use the Rosenberg story as the occasion of their production, and to read them in relation to the socio-political world of the United States during the Cold War. 1. These readings, as do all private and public responses to art, have their own potential for relative social effect. They are continuations, in yet another genre, of the ongoing critical function of the Rosenberg story. The art's aesthetic, avant-garde, critical, commercial, and popular, cannot adequately be explained solely as either a reflection of historical society, an ideological masking or manipulation of social reality, or a critical response to a given set of social relationships. Advertising, journalism, television programs, political speeches, press conferences, and critical articles and books can. 125. Culture as critique. Be interpreted as more one than the other kind of symbolic and crafted activity, more reflective and reproductive of specific social conditions, or of specific points of view, and overtly ideological. 2. But both the popular and elite arts in 20th century mass culture, fiction, music, poetry, the visual and performing arts considered in the broadest sense, tend more toward an openly mixed performance of all 3 functions: reflection, ideological representation, and critique, opposition, negation, or all 3. Contemporary cultural practices, especially those that take place in the forms of a critical or historiographic postmodernism, tend to foreground the mixed nature of their production and effects, accepting and self-consciously exploiting the necessity to represent aspects of the real world in order to say anything about them, while calling into question the act of representation itself. This rhetorical analysis of the Rosenberg story and the historical and social critiques offered by the Rosenberg novels and drama, and by the contemporary visual and multimedia arts commissioned and collected by the Rosenberg Era Art Project for a touring exhibition, Unknown Secrets, that opened in 1988, have in common their status as phenomena of the post-Rosenberg age. 3. The official Rosenberg story coincided with and helped inaugurate and produce, despite official political intentions to the contrary, postmodernity, a historical period in which the traditional liberal Enlightenment narratives of liberal individualism, objectivity, and the rational progressivity of democratic capitalism or socialism, and the hubristic U.S. version of that narrative, the mandate for moral protection of a free world, have lost their adequacy to function as they did during World Wars I and II, and as they have for 45 years. Beginning in the 1950s, however, as soon as they had been firmly articulated in their Cold War versions, they also began to break down as overreaching, meta-narrative explanatory justifications for the actual decisions, actions, evasions, injustices, and contradictions of lived historical experience in countries on both sides of and beyond the Iron Curtain. Despite their rote repetition and ritualistic public use by political officials, business leaders, military officers, church leaders, teachers, and school children, they are no. 126. Culture as critique. Longer adequate to the actual but unrepresentable complexities of late 20th century global society on planet Earth. For, as I have noted in Chapter 1, there were already in 1945 great discrepancies between the U.S. narrative of moral purpose inherited from Wilson and Roosevelt and actual socio-economic and political conditions and ambitions, but the power of the narrative was still intact and operative for its national audience, as was the Marxist version for communists and socialists worldwide, despite enormous and horrendous contradictions between that narrative and the realities of the Stalinist state. The Rosenberg story could not have taken place as it did without the support of the Manichaean version in the United States of the Enlightenment narrative, and without national belief in the U.S. role in keeping the world safe for that narrative to realize itself in history over and against the evil forces of communism. The post-Rosenberg era is one of epistemological skepticism toward and interrogation of such official explanatory narratives for actual domestic and global material circumstances and relationships. Such a degree of skepticism began for the United States, at least with the debatably necessary use of the atomic bomb on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, and has intensified with each destructive and irrational, by any egalitarian moral calculus official action performed in the name of peace, freedom, and democracy, anti-labor illegalities and violence, the Rosenberg trial, McCarthyism, racist and sexist violence and deprivation of rights, anti-student violence, discriminatory domestic laws and economic policies, Vietnam, Watergate, arms escalation, the Iran/Contra affair, U.S. foreign policy in the Middle East, the Iraqi war, Wall Street in-house get-rich stock and bond manipulations, the massive and costly savings and loan and banking system corruption and public failure, and CIA support for the sake of intelligence of the corrupt and ruinous operations of a World Bank, BCCI, involved in money laundering, embezzlement, and worldwide drug trafficking. 5. A growing awareness of the inability of the traditional explanatory narrative to account adequately for these phenomena is pervasively evident in the language of television sitcoms, MTV segments, cartoons, pop art, films, rap lyrics, and other politicized. 127. Culture as critique. Song forms, comic routines, performance art, that is, in all the forms of popular culture. Skepticism toward traditional explanatory narrative characterizes also the more avant-garde and often less accessible or disturbing and repellent practices of an interrogating and denaturalizing postmodernity in films, television, cinema, literature, and the visual and performing arts. These aggressively anti-narrative and anti-humanist approaches in the arts, along with the reappearance and reformulation of the Nietzschean critique of meaning and truth in philosophy and literary theory, have produced in the 1980s and 1990s a bitter division in the academic humanities, between a subject-centered humanism based on Cartesian objectivity and Enlightenment rationality, and the more or less radical critique of such a humanism and its material history that occurs in post-structuralist, materialist, and feminist cultural criticism. The effectivity of all of these practices of art and criticism in interrupting, disturbing, and foregrounding the gaps and contradictions both internal to the traditional explanatory narrative and between that narrative and lived experience is evident in the powerful counter-offensives of official and institutional reaction and censorship. 6. Cultural criticism in this period consists to a large extent in reading various cultural phenomena analytically in order to distinguish between and to foreground elements that reinforce traditional narrative support of oppressive relationships of power, and elements that interrogate and interrupt the relationships between such narrative and social blindness to lived experience. This interruption inevitably engages and implicates the reading or observing individual. It is not that the liberal narrative of a just and democratic society must be abandoned because it doesn't fit actual circumstances, it is that its use as a justification for unjust and undemocratic practices must be interrupted and displayed as in conflict with and in denial of the social reality that the narrative promises. The central contradiction within such use is that between a theorized unrestricted free market individualist liberty and the promise of a socially just world. The project of interruption, of which the continuing Rosenberg story in historiography, biography, literature, and the performing and visual arts can be seen as paradigmatic, is what? 128. Culture as critique. Postmodern fiction claims to be accomplishing. But the paradox of a delegitimating fiction that takes as its referent an irrational social order resides in the extent to which any fiction, even anti-realist fiction, represents that society positively, even in order to interrogate its irrationalities. As Adorno noted, with his usual cultural pessimism, this problem of complicity in perpetuating an unjust social order cannot be avoided. For discourse to refer, even protestingly, is for it to become instantly complicit with what it criticizes. In a familiar linguistic and psychoanalytic paradox, negation negates itself because it cannot help but posit the object it desires to destroy. 7. But this totalizing and pessimistic claim depends on a decontextualization and a dehistoricization of linguistic reference, representation, and reception. It also ignores the potential effect of the critical orientation of a given representation that occurs through manipulation of contexts, genres, forms, and modes of expression. But Adorno is right in emphasizing the critical burden placed on reading to uncover complicities in social representation with that which is being interrogated and criticized. A purposeful critical practice for late 20th century cultural criticism that remains suspended between a non-totalizing optimism or pessimism, while working to resist and rebel against oppressive life forms, often indeed reproduces some of the very conditions that enable those forms to persist. Thus, in order to read the Rosenberg novels, drama, and visual artifacts as critical cultural projects, it will be important to take into account several crucial relationships and phenomena: the relationship between the work's concept of the individual and its critical or utopian representation of a given world order, an unwitting and uncritical replication of structures of difference that support the order being interrogated or critiqued, the development, uses, and effects of style, form, frame, and context, gratuitous and purposeful, intrinsic and extrinsic, and the nature of the constitution and implication of a reader, viewer, or audience for the work. All these categories of analysis: representation of the individual, structures of difference, effects of form, and manipulation of reception, have the potential for articulating and foregrounding form and content contradictions that work not only to undercut 129. Culture as critique. The work, but also to intersect our own critical consciousness, thus splitting, compartmentalizing, and blinding our reading of social reality. But, by the same token, those contradictions can work to make us see, with a sudden shock of self-implicating recognition. The critical function for this post-Rosenberg era, then, is to define and foreground in any cultural practice the arts, historiography, pedagogy, journalism, religion, or any other symbolic activity the differences between the reproduction of oppressive material and social relationships and forms of thought on the one hand, and the critical interrogation and discovery of the same, on the other. In this way, many artists, critics, teachers, and left political activists may, for now, in the latter part of a postmodern 20th century, share the same purpose. 130. 4. The Book of Daniel. The oversaturation of an age with history leads an age into a dangerous mood of irony in regard to itself, and subsequently into the even more dangerous mood of cynicism. In this mood, it develops more and more a prudent practical egoism through which the forces of life are paralyzed and at last destroyed. Modern man has become a strolling spectator, and has arrived at a condition in which even great wars and revolutions are able to influence him for hardly more than a moment. Thus the individual grows faint-hearted and unsure, and dares no longer believe in himself. He sinks into his own subjective depths, which here means into the accumulated lumber of what he has learned but which has no outward effect, of instruction which does not become life. The man can no longer extricate himself from the delicate net of his judiciousness and truth for a simple act of will and desire. Friedrich Nietzsche, Untimely Meditations. E.L. Doctorow's Book of Daniel, published in 1971, was immediately hailed as the political novel of our age, and continues to be regarded critically as unique for its treatment of historical and political issues through the lives of individuals. Called a THRE Note on the Agony of the American Left, it is, as reviewers and Doctorow himself have noted, not about the Rosenbergs but about the idea of the Rosenbergs, how they came into being, why their trial was needed, what their legacy is, and the mixture of that legacy with the social political climate today. One Doctorow's second novel, it was the first to bring him critical attention. 131. The Book of Daniel. Daniel was not a bestseller, It was, however, a Bowker's notable book for 1971, with Maya Angelou / Know Why the Caged Bird Sings, Donald Barthelme's City Life, Saul Bellows' Mr. Samler's Planet, George Jackson's Soledad Brother, Gabriel Garcia Marquez's 100 Years of Solitude, Kate Millett's Sexual Politics, Charles Silberman's Crisis in the Classroom, Germaine Greer's Female Eunuch, Ivan Illich's Desk-Hooling Society, Daniel Ellsberg's The Pentagon Papers, Walker Percy's Love in the Ruins, B.F. Skinner's Beyond Freedom and Dignity, Francis Fox Piven and Richard A. Cloward's Regulating the Poor, and Ramsey Clark's Crime in America. The Book of Daniel has been in continuous print since 1971 and is regularly taught in high schools, colleges, and universities. It has been published in England and the Western European countries. The democratization of Eastern European countries in the late 1980s and early 1990s, and the ensuing need for a re-articulation of the meaning and practice of the left in those countries, evoked new interest in the Book of Daniel. Daniel is an early juxtaposition of two literary modes, realism and postmodernism, as a method for bridging the two historical eras in which those modes prevailed, the pre-Rosenberg period of the Old Left, and the post-Rosenberg period of the 1960s and the New Left. To this historical bridging would also necessarily entail dealing with the discontinuities between a theory of history governed by the liberal and individualist concept of the self as a free and coherent agent, and one based on the less coherent and even post-humanist concept of the individual as a multiply-interested and motivated product, producer and reproducer of contradictory social and material conditions and interactions. As most of its reviews noted, Daniel is a book about a past period in U.S. history that informs the issues of the present, particularly in regard to the potential for left effectivity in the late 20th century United States. The book maintains two primary and interpenetrating narrative tracks. It attempts to account for the effects on a family and its individual members of becoming the object of the antagonistic and projective forces of a society. Using the history of that family, and the son's efforts to connect his past with his present and to experience the 132. The Book of Daniel. Immediacy of his world. It also attempts to account for the generational break of the 1960s, the shift from old left to new, and to articulate the differences, losses, and gains of that apparently disjunctive withdrawal and emergence. It suggests indirectly and through multiple literary techniques the possibilities and potentials for dissent and radicalism in a post-McCarthy society whose dominant cultural image is Disneyland. Dr. O uses the techniques of realism and postmodernism in a complex and multivoiced, multi-mode, first dash, second dash, and third person, self-referential counterpoint of historical synthesis and narrative, interrogation and delegitimation, and imaginative reconstruction. In tone variations he registers political and personal uncertainty, skepticism, despair, cynicism, insights, and hopes for futurity. He performs political, biblical, and theological historiography, as well as social, political, and cultural analysis and critique, sometimes simultaneously. He uses what is often considered to be the primary literary genre in the United States, the individual's quest for identity, the Bildungsroman, for the book's linear, realistic narrative thread. And he interrupts, complicates, cancels, and contests this plotline with book knowledge, digressive and contradictory historical and personal memories, and lived experience, a process not altogether productive of a represented unity of point of view or character. This open-endedness of subject and argument is purposeful, refusing and critiquing simple ideologies of the unified self and moral national purpose, always from the critical imaginary of a just world, an ideal that serves as the novel's fixed moral point in a critical rethinking of history and its subjects. 3. Generations. 15 years after the Rosenberg trial, when Dr. O noticed similarities and differences between the Vietnam anti-war movement and the ineffective old left efforts to oppose the Cold War, he began thinking about the Rosenbergs and the U.S. left. As he developed the idea of a novel about the subject, he decided that the Rosenberg children could embody for him the problematic. 133. The Book of Daniel. of a generational and cultural rupture in a way that a confirmed member of neither the old left nor the new left could do. For Irving Howe, a left critic with origins in the old left and co-founder and editor of Dissent, wrote in 1965. The 30s intellectuals, bound together by common problems and understandings, seem in danger of losing their dominant position in American intellectual life. A younger generation of intellectuals and semi-intellectuals, perhaps not as well equipped dialectically as the older leftists, semi-leftists, and ex-leftists, and certainly not as wide-ranging in interest or accomplished in style, yet endowed with a self-assurance, a lutte-fqr power, a contempt for and readiness to swallow up their elders at once amusing, admirable, and disturbing. Thinking of themselves as new radicals, these young people see as one of their major tasks the dislodgement of the old ones. A Kultur Kampf seems in prospect, and one in which, I must confess, my own sympathies would be mixed. A member of that self-assured, lustful, and contemptuous generation of careless courage responds. The 1950s were the turning point in the history of America. Those who grew up before the 1950s live today in the mental world of Nazism, concentration camps, economic depression, and communist dreams Stalinized. Kids who grew up in the post-1950s live in a world of supermarkets, color TV commercials, guerrilla war, international media, psychedelics, rock and roll and moonwalks. This generation gap is the widest in history. The pre-1950s generation has nothing to teach the post-1950s. 6. In Dr. O's book, Daniel Isaacson is the transitional figure who in the end refuses the reductive and ahistorical idealism of the new left at some cost in terms of his ability to act. From his vantage point of cynical detachment, he is an effective, if immature, agent for an analysis and critique of both a past and a present, the pre- and post-1950s in which he has been and is present. He grew up in an old left family that remained loyal to the narrative of Marxism and the Communist Party after most of the left was disaffected by disclosures of Stalin's practices. 7. Along with their unwavering belief in the Marxist narrative of an inevitable historical progression toward 134. The Book of Daniel. A just society, the Isaacsons also possessed a liberal faith in the U.S. Constitution and institutions, as did most of the communist old left. Despite the ideological reductions of Marxist theory as it was then interpreted, they practiced an ongoing and collective political analysis of contemporary life. They educated their children to specific operations of political and cultural power excluded from or occluded by mainstream historiography, and they pointed out daily discrepancies between the American dream and actual social and economic conditions and experiences elided by the constructions of formal education, religion, advertising, and the media. The Isaacsons were executed in 1953 for the treason of having given the Russians the secret of the atomic bomb, after having been convicted and tried for conspiracy. Their son, as he narrates the book in 1967, is a graduate student in history at Columbia who cannot find a thesis for his dissertation. How establish sympathy for me? Why not begin with Daniel searching, too late, for a thesis? Although Daniel is a transitional figure without allegiances, he shares certain generational characteristics with the emerging New Left. He is middle class, rebellious, and enraged, but without historical knowledge and without a father, that is, without a sense of generational continuity. He lacks a practical knowledge of the past and the knack of analysis necessary to develop a workable thesis or a political position. He is paralyzed, unable to choose a subject for his dissertation and unable to discover himself as a political subject or agent. But motivated by love, rage, and guilt for his parents and sister as sacrificial political victims, willing to experience anything in the interest of more understanding, equipped with a historical imagination, and aided by an unannounced wiser older voice that speaks through him, he is able to begin the laborious personal and political work of making connections, not necessarily the same thing as making narrative. In this he achieves a kind of historical wisdom and understanding of radical effectivity and its limits that make the exuberant and careless courage of the New Left impossible. 135. The Book of Daniel. For him, Tom Hayden, a co-author of the 1962 Port Huron inaugurating manifesto of the New Left, said that becoming a radical was like giving birth to yourself. 8. But Daniel's birth is not into the unified self of old or new left liberal individualist humanism. Traditions of character. Daniel Isaacson is a postmodern, intertextual, and historicized David Copperfield. Charles Dickens wrote to discover himself through David Copperfield writing to discover himself, in the novel of the same name. Like David, Daniel is writing an autobiography in order to come to terms with a criminal father as well as with himself in an irrational society. Let's see, what other David Copperfield kind of crap, he asks. Since this is also a Holden Caulfield line, Daniel notes that the trustees of Ohio State were right in 1956 when they canned the English instructor for assigning Catcher in the Rye to his freshman class. They knew there is no qualitative difference between the kid who thinks it's funny to fart in chapel, and Che Guevara. They knew then Holden Caulfield would found SDS. This is a typical doctoro fusion of individual and history, both in its evocation in a quip by Daniel of the censorship and enforced conformities of the 1950s, and in its situating of small individual gestures within larger political scenarios. But Daniel as a defensively cynical intellectual and non-participating observer is even more directly a descendant of the U.S. autobiographer Henry Adams, the distanced fence-sitting observer of himself and history. 9. Daniel is also writing his dissertation/novel to acquire an education in understanding the individual in history. In the education Adams thinks of himself, as Daniel intermittently does, in the third person, as a spider having to construct a web of understanding from his own perceptions of sequence in an anarchic world. Daniel is an equally distanced observer in search of understanding, forced into an unwilling remembering of his past and reconnection with his present by the influence of his angry, dying sister with whom. 136. The Book of Daniel. He feels an incestuous relationship of the heart and mind. They were like the compensating halves of a clock sculpture that would exchange positions when the chimes struck. My involvement with Susan has to do with rage, which is easily confused with unnatural passion, a rage evoked by her moral judgment of him as an evasive and unprincipled betrayer of his family and his past through passivity and cynicism. But as a self-styled criminal of perception since childhood, he is a natural critic, a transgressor of the rules and laws of perception, one who can see behind, beneath, and beyond the masking sequences, coherencies, and closures of the prevailing justifying narratives. 10. Like Adams, Daniel has his own concerns with monstra sequence, the effects of the cause-effect constructions of history through historiography, as well as with an apparent historical transition from unity to multiplicity, from the unity of Christianity of the Middle Ages, or of the unified subject and progressive history Enlightenment narratives of both right and left, to the early 20th century crisis in Cartesian dualistic subject-object epistemology occasioning the reactionary responses of modernist aestheticism and technocratic utopianism to the dissolving boundaries and multiple conflicting, partial, and constitutive points of view of the 1960s and after. Daniel also sees electricity as the dominant metaphor for a society motivated, managed, extended, and radically transformed by electronic technology. 1. Daniel is concerned with education, remembering the training his father had given him in being a psychic alien, teaching him to practice his own form of critical estrangement on the daily cultural cover UPS achieved by organized religion, advertising, the media, and politics. He critiques the efficient substitutes for education and historical knowledge provided for a mass culture by the diversions and evasions of Disneyland and television, which he considers uniquely suited to the educational requirements of a totalitarian society. Here is Adams on the same subject. All state education is a sort of dynamo machine for polarizing the popular mind, for turning and holding its lines of force in the direction supposed to be most effective for state purposes. 137. The Book of Daniel. The German machine was terribly efficient. In the education Adams is working toward a coherent theory of contemporary history, which he finally understands in an altogether naturalistic way as a field of multiple and contradictory forces drawing the individual along like a fish on a hook, entirely disjunctive with a more coherent past, and ultimately requiring an adaptive and reactive post-humanist, social mind. As he tells us over and over, his is a story of personal and human failure in what is becoming a post-humanist age. Appropriate to such a totalizing view, Adams protects himself throughout by consistently adopting the stance of ironized viewer. In this instance Dr. O, writing Daniel Isaacson of 1967 writing himself, departs formally and thematically from Henry Adams of 1905 writing himself. Adams interpreted his rapidly changing, technologically and commercially burgeoning world through an ironic but consistent perceiving consciousness, promoted by his willed choice of marginality and outside observer status in a family and generational context of elite material, social, and political entitlement. Daniel perceives his world a complex intensification of Adams's prophetic description of the 20th century through an inconsistent and fragmented but equally ironic consciousness, ironic by virtue of his outsider status through class, race, and as an unwitting player in mainstream history, and fragmented by the contradictions, irrationalities, and undecidabilities of the external world that intersect and constitute his perceiving consciousness. Adams's narrative is still that of the unified consciousness of modernism, addressing issues of an irrational world through what he finally realizes as futile attempts to achieve an aesthetic understanding of a history becoming increasingly hostile to mankind. Daniel's narrative is the quest of the fractured postmodern consciousness informed by the recognition of self as both construct and agent of a contradictory, irrational, unjust, and ultimately unknowable world. Despite Daniel's insights into the very phenomena predicted by Adams' alien technology, manipulative social and economic. 138. The Book of Daniel. Forces, and imminent multiform potentials for apocalyptic catastrophe. Daniel's story is, unlike that of Adams, not one of absolute or self-advertised failure. Like Adams, he begins in cynicism and irony, but Daniel refuses paralysis and despair for tentative moves toward historical engagement despite uncertainties and an awareness of the potential for futility. Formal ambiguities and implications. Dr. O himself to some extent shares Adams's reservations about the possibilities for individual agency in a post-nuclear society. The story of any given individual may not be able to sustain an implication for the collective fate. The assumption that makes fiction possible, even modernist fiction, the moral immensity of the single soul, is under question because of the bomb. The overriding condition of things that we're in the countdown stages of a post-humanist society. 1-2. But unlike Adams, Dr. O maintains his own contradictory and existential position as an Enlightenment humanist in that post-humanist society. I'm a leftist. But of the pragmatic, social democratic left, the humanist left that's wary of ideological fervor. It's a very exhausting place to be. I've been called an idealist and naive and a pseudo-Marxist. But in this country the reference has to be the Constitution. If I was not in, I would certainly want to apply for membership. 1-3. Here Dr. O gives voice to a division and even contradiction not uncommon to critical thinkers and political activists, a pessimistic or tragic view of history from an Enlightenment individualist point of view, coupled with a willed and defiant obligation to engage to construct a just world, through a fusion of moral engagement with critical epistemology. 1-4. This is Antonio Gramsci's pessimism of the intellect, optimism of the will. 1-5. It is a willed commitment despite the narrative foreclosure and political paralysis entailed by a radical post-humanism. Since 139. The Book of Daniel. Dr. O also claims that a political work, by its very nature, would usually end up acknowledging the ambiguities of what it's talking about. 1-6. We could expect, in a determinately political novel like Daniel, a certain confusion and mocking skepticism on the questing Daniel's part toward conventional notions of self and agency, and the possibilities for individual agency in the melioration of history. Such ambiguity first manifests itself formally. The epigraphs invoke a progressively despairing view of history, ending with a complete abdication of history and self by the poet. The first of the three epigraphs is from Daniel 3:4, in which the oppressed people under Nebuchadnezzar are exhorted to fall down and worship golden images. The biblical Daniel offered the possibility, through his interpretations of the king's dreams, of sparing the people from the worst excesses of authority, but his visions became increasingly apocalyptic and hysterical. The second epigraph is from Whitman, playing the same kind of instruments that served in the biblical Daniel as a signal to Nebuchadnezzar's people to fall down in worship, but in Whitman's verse they serve as poetic commemoration of historical tragedy, of the conquered and slain. The final epigraph takes us to the end of this downward spiral, with Allen Ginsberg's words to America, in the poem by the same name, "I can't stand my own mind / Go fuck yourself with your atom bomb." Dr. O is telling us that history is apparently a repetitive and worsening story of the corruptions of power and greed and the barbarisms that underlie every act of civilization. 1-7 But this time with a difference, the possibility of the end of history, by atomic holocaust, through human agency practicing corruptions and barbarisms in the name of civilization. The redemption offered by modernist art to a tragic world is no longer available. The shift from local to global destructive capacities with the development of the atomic bomb was accompanied in the 1950s and 1960s by a cultural break almost as radical, the shift from the historical narrative constructions of Hitler and Stalin, or Truman, McCarthy, and Eisenhower, with their assumptions of the potential for a conflation of narrative and material historical mastery in 140. The Book of Daniel. The Name of Progress, to history by Disney, politics by television, and society by consumption. Rather than making the culture, we seem these days to be in it. American culture suggests an infinitely expanding universe that generously accommodates, or imprisons, us all. 1-8 So the irrepressible public performance criminal of perception Allen Ginsberg rejects history and art, and ultimately his own mind. But the epigraphic progression through tyranny and oppression to the potential for atomic apocalypse and individual alienation and impotence is belied by the formal structure of the novel, a division by time, image, or both into 4 books, beginning with Memorial Day 1967, commemorating all the conquered and slain evoked by Whitman's lines, passing through Halloween, the night of Carnival and the eruption of dark forces, then Starfish, the forgotten 13th zodiac sign signifying the unity of language with truth, life with justice, and belief with intellect, but also paradoxically a unity in death for Daniel's sister, Susan, who died from world withdrawal, and ending with Christmas, a time of birth and hope for Christians, but also, to some extent, for Daniel. A calendar of cyclical, repetitive time when the darkness breaks through and God becomes human. Not just once, but again and again, in order to advocate and practice an unrationalized and paradoxical form of communitarian and egalitarian justice that the political left in a post-theological and perhaps post-humanist age finds itself charged with defending and promulgating. Individuals divided against themselves by the contradictions and oppressions of history find a new kind of imperative and agency in this kind of collective and existential charge. This divided and incoherent individual overwhelmed by history is most obviously expressed in Daniel's oscillation between first and third-person narrative, a formal critique of unified subjectivity. The book has been criticized for what are considered to be gratuitous uses of postmodern formal techniques. Although it may be difficult to show the congruence of a formal with a 141. The Book of Daniel. Thematic logic in specific instances, the multiple interrupting persons, voices, and modes are true to the historical, political, social, and personal uncertainties and arguments that make up the book. A schematic correspondence between formal and semantic disruptions would itself be problematic, offering an aestheticized narrative coherence that it is the book's purpose to interrupt and interrogate. Not only Daniel, but also Daniel's readers are not allowed to rest easily in a unified subject position, they are instead directly invoked by and involved with different and conflicting voices, in a range of tones, and at different points of uncertainty or conflict in the argument Daniel is conducting with himself and his audience. The manipulation and production of participating readers complicit in 20th century modern history, with its contradictions, hostilities, terrors, and hopes, is pervasive and largely unintrusive, with occasional purposeful foregroundings of the narrative demands on them. Daniel speaks in the conventional conversational vernacular of the 20th century United States, repeatedly and colloquially using the impersonal and indefinite second person you instead of one, and drawing us in at a largely unconscious level. We understand Saint Joan, you want to fuck her, but if you do you miss the point. Concerning the primitive rationale for the Cold War's economic and military policies, he manages to show how the disavowed and projected other resides in our own hearts. When you defeat an enemy, you are required to eat his heart. You consume the heart of your enemy so that it can no longer be said of him that he exists except as he exists in you. He laments his loss of childhood hope and his disconnection with family and the past in a way that also acknowledges a sense of connection in which we all participate. All my life I have been trying to escape from my relatives and I have been intricate in my run, but one way or another they are what you come upon around the corner, and the Lord God who is so frantic for recognition says you have to ask how they. 142. The Book of Daniel. And would they like something cool to drink, and what is it you can do for them this time? There are occasional intrusive and challenging invocations to you, the reader, or to other yous whose evocation is equally startling and forceful. These direct addresses are sometimes angry and hostile, sometimes empathetic, sometimes ironic, sometimes tragic. Whatever the tone, the result is a more intimate engagement between Daniel, the reader, and the world. As he is commanding his wife to undress and kneel away from him like an abject devotionalist so he can burn her buttocks with a cigarette lighter, he interrupts the narrative to interrupt the reader's voyeuristic and prurient gaze. Who are you anyway? Who told you you could read this? He then goes on to speculate about the differing effects of realism and symbolic imagination, citing the example of a razor slicing through an eyeball in a Buñuel film just when the audience has settled for the symbolic substitution of a thin cloud gliding across the moon. This is a metafictional and seemingly gratuitous digression on literary matters, but as Daniel and Dr. O make clear to us throughout the novel, and as Kenneth Burke demonstrates in Rhetoric of Religion, what is always already characteristic of our interpretations of the world is a literary reduction of the raw data complexities of history, and thus eventually even of that reduction our historical memory itself into motivated and symbolic evasions, exclusions, coherencies, and closures that are no longer adequate to material circumstances, like the symbolic substitution of a thin cloud gliding across the moon for the real horror of a razor slicing through an eyeball. What seems merely gratuitous cinematographic aestheticism on Buñuel's part becomes something more radically critical in a political sense when considered as his symbolic discovery of the function of symbolism in history to mask the horrors of realities such as Stalin's purges, the U.S. government's knowing exposure of government workers to high-level radiation, the Holocaust, or the highway of death produced in Iraq by U.S. fighter planes strafing returning soldiers and civilians. Following the Iraqi ceasefire, just as the yellow ribbons, flags. 143. The Book of Daniel. Bands, and parades were beginning to fill the television screens at home. 19. This symbolic narrative reduction is what Dr. O and Daniel perceived as having occurred in the belief system of the Old Left. Daniel comments that the Old Left dwelt in a realm so mysteriously symbolic that it defied understanding. Daniel's quest is partially to remember his parents' real story for himself, from his own memory, investigations, and critical intelligence, rather than to settle for the equally bankrupt right or left symbolic versions of the Isaacsons as traitors or martyrs. Daniel's view brings into the circle of address more than just the reader. He appeals to the oppressed and imprisoned around the world with an ironic consolation that is at the same time a foregrounding of the contradiction between U.S. symbolic narratives, the rhetoric of freedom, and actual political and economic practices, the performance of oppression and violence. A message of consolation to Greek brothers in their prison camps, and to my Haitian brothers and Nicaraguan brothers and Dominican brothers and South African brothers and Spanish brothers, and to my brothers in South Vietnam, all in their on camps, you are in the free world. And he laments to his own country, my country. Why aren't you what you claim to be, refusing with this gesture the blindly loyal turn that the intellectual old left made in the early 1950s? His diction echoes and subverts the famous "Our Country and Our Culture" Partisan Review's collective statement of re-allegiance in 1952 to U.S. Cold War values and policies. To a sympathetic reader, someone who already knows the history he is telling, someone perhaps from the old left or a contemporary left intellectual, he establishes his most intimate and personal relationship. Note to the reader, if seems after all this time elementary. Then I am reading you. And together we may rend our clothes in mourning. Finally, referring to his parents' arrest as one of the great moments of the American left. Artfully reduced to the shabby conspiracies of a couple named Paul and Rochelle Isaacson. 144. The Book of Daniel. He challenges a now antagonistic and perhaps complicit reader with his angry determination to render a realistic not symbolic account of their deaths. I suppose you think I can't do the electrocution. I know there is a you. There has always been a you. You, I will show you that I can do the electrocution. Silent Structures. The Book of Daniel, and the greatly diluted film version, Daniel, directed by Sidney Lumet and scripted by Dr. O, along with Louis Nizar's best-selling Implosion Conspiracy, are the only versions of the Rosenberg story known by the public at large. Nizar's book The True Story, according to the author, was written without benefit of now available FBI records, and is blatantly biased, based on an absolute faith in U.S. institutions and justice. Nizar's attitude toward the Rosenbergs is condescendingly moralistic and arrogantly classist, racist, and sexist. The film, synonymous with the Rosenberg story for most of its viewers, is a bland, depoliticized, privatized, sentimental, and familial take on the story, the product of a conscious decision on Lumet's part. 2-0 It is fair to say, then, that Nizar's book and Lumet's film with larger audiences than Dr. O's novel in telling the Rosenberg story have also worked to reproduce specific symbolic configurations masking and denying specific historical abusive and oppressive relationships of power. Dr. O's book is a more faithful and provocative representation of the complexities, uncertainties, and political implications of the story for the present. Dr. O made 3 significant changes in the historical Rosenberg story, in addition to turning Ethel's accuser brother David Greenglass into Dr. Mindish, the family dentist, the substitution of Susan, the Isaacson daughter, for one of the 2 Rosenberg sons, the dramatization of left insensitivity to and exploitation of the sons for political purposes instead of the actual sheltering and care offered the children by the left, and the elaboration of complicated and metaphorically purposeful pathologies for Daniel and Susan as opposed to the engaged and healthy lives of the Rosenberg sons, Michael and Robert Mirapole. 145. The Book of Daniel. The Rosenberg brothers were beneficiaries of the emotional, familial, and financial support of a communitarian old left. Their parents' attorney Emanuel Bloch appealed for and was able to establish a trust fund sufficient for their education. Members of the left carried on an extended and difficult, but finally successful, court battle for their adoption by members of the community, Abel and Anne Mirapole, whose name the Rosenberg sons took for their own. 2-1 Both Michael and Robert are activists who spend only a part of their time representing their parents to colleges, universities, and interested groups around the country. They also work with local community projects and national or international issues specific to their interests. In the Massachusetts town where they live with their children, Robert and his wife helped organize the local group supporting Central American autonomy. Michael finished his formal education with graduate work in economics at Cambridge and a doctorate from the University of Wisconsin and now teaches in a college in Massachusetts, where he and his wife live and work. Their children are grown. Robert practiced law until September 1990, when he founded and began operating the Rosenberg Fund for Children to provide financial support for the education of the children of U.S. political prisoners and victims of political abuse, terrorism, and violence. This foundation is the direct outgrowth both of his and his brother's experience as the children of parents defined as political criminals, and as the beneficiaries of a communitarian old left. It is important to insist that this biographical information has absolutely no claims on Doctorow or any other fiction writer. But the narratives he used, while serving his purposes metaphorically and formally, literally undercut those same purposes. In Susan's case, it is not the gender change itself that matters, it is how the literal story then departs from the Rosenberg story and the story of their sons, Michael and Robert Mirapole, that assumes significance for a critical reading of gender ideology. In his use of the Isaacson children to critique first the opportunism and then the exhaustion of old left views, the abuses and injuries performed on the family and the individual by the state, and the impotent idealism of the new left, Doctorow laid a narrative. 146. The Book of Daniel. Burden on the children perhaps too heavy for them to carry. But even more costly to his apparent purposes in remembering and envisioning a sacrificial but redemptive role for the left was the loss of a concept and practice crucial to the old left and to the health and well-being of the Rosenberg sons, as well as to any theory and practice of a non-individualistic contemporary left, communitarianism. One of the more complex relationships Daniel dramatizes in his book is gender relations and specifically the political function of women in regard to men. The historical narratives of Stalin's purges and Bukharin's resistance, of the formulation of U.S. Cold War policies, and of the development of mass culture are exclusively men's stories in the novel, as indeed they were. But Daniel's personal history involves more women than men, although it is populated with a rich range of each gender, and in the novel's economy, the functions of men and women are split along gender lines between the autonomous public life and the dependent private one. Doctorow's replacement of one of the sons with Susan Isaacson and the ensuing elaboration of each child's story reproduce uncritically a relationship that, although irrational in terms of a liberal democratic society, is thoroughly rationalized in the practice of 20th-century masculist capitalist society. His decision to portray one Isaacson child as dying of old left despair and a sense of betrayal by a hypocritical business-controlled government, and the other child as coming to terms with political positionality and participation in a new left world was an effective means of metaphorizing and dramatizing the history and differences of old left and new left, as was his portrayal of a senile and confused Dr. Mindish at Disneyland. But his division of these stories with their different outcomes along gender lines reproduces the costly differentials of a masculist society. Daniel's quest as a man is slow and painful, and he works to establish a sense of continuity for himself through a critical rediscovery of his past, an enterprise that keeps him both from a nostalgic return to outmoded forms of thought and from a total identification with the more reckless and naive or self-absorbed. 147. The Book of Daniel. New Left. The novel opens with Daniel's visit to Susan after her puzzling suicide attempt, explained only by the note to him, "They're still fucking us. Goodbye, Daniel." You get the picture. Susan is Daniel's other half, the feminine counterpart who enrages him while inhabiting his mind and heart. And she is dying from a belated allegiance to old left values, an allegiance possible only through what Daniel calls a failure of analysis. Look at her lying there making a fool of herself. Teach her to play her stupid games. Look at the actress. Look at how just lying there, not saying a fucking thing, not doing a thing but lying there and picking up bedsores she can still be morally preemptive. I can live with your death. I'll want a hamburger with everything on it. Is so familiar to me that I cannot perceive the world except with your voice framing the edges of my vision. It is on the horizon and under my feet. It is the feminine voice that passes solidly through ontological mirrors. It lies at the heart of the matter, the nub of the thing, the core of the problem, in the center, on the bullseye, smack in the middle. We understand St. Joan, you want to fuck her but if you do you miss the point. But how many readers also miss the point, made silently and unwittingly, that it is the woman in this pair who can't be analytical or effectively involved in the political world. That it is the woman who acts, even in death, as the moral voice inhabiting the man's head. That it is the woman who has to die of thwarted desires for an active life, while the man incorporates her program and begins its fulfillment in his own life. This use of gender, motivated perhaps at least in part by formal needs, is an unambiguous example of the potential in representational fiction for the reproduction and reinforcement of oppressive and destructive social and political roles and relationships. Susan's fictional role supports Myra Jellin's contention that may be so defined as to require a definition of female characters that effectively precludes their becoming autonomous, so that indeed they would do so at the risk of the novel's artistic life. 2. Could we have had a book of Daniel without a Susan Isaacson? Daniel gives us a powerful and tragic dramatic portrait of his enraged and deranged immigrant grandmother, driven mad by 148. The Book of Daniel. Lifelong hardship and repetitive loss of hope, in a process that descends, by declension, through the 3 generations of women, from his grandmother's faith in God, to his mother's faith in politics, and finally to Susan's loss of faith and suicidal despair. This is a formal and semantic echo of the downward historical declension of the 3 epigraphs, but in the person of the woman rather than that of the male poet. Using the subliminal suggestions of individual pathology and etiology, Daniel describes an imagined photograph of the 3 women in a medical textbook, in diction that recovers exactly the objectification of women by a male gaze. They all have triangles, but move your gaze upward. This is a medical textbook. The meaning of the picture is in the thin, diagrammatic arrow line, colored red, that runs from grandma's breast through your mama's and into your sister's. The red line describes the progress of madness inherited through the heart. It is the women, the ones with triangles, who are the bearers and enactors of society's irrationalities. But in describing the feminine voice as passing through ontological mirrors, Daniel grants Susan an ability to challenge the narrative coherence and abstract essentialisms that mask a more complex situational reality. In this, he accords the feminine voice a critical function that feminist criticism explicitly assumes as a crucial part of its work, to challenge essentialist notions of U.S. 20th century masculist capitalist society, notions of what is natural to a hierarchical society in which one gendered and racial class lives by excluding and exploiting the others. Dr. O's use of Susan, however, is an extension and replication of that society's essential and natural notions of women, and in this sense perpetuates an oppressive and maddening process of purposeful social definition of women. State of the family. Daniel's own attitude toward women is skewed toward sadistic sexual manipulation, and it serves a critical function in the novel. For Daniel, every woman is first someone to fuck, usually in 149. The Book of Daniel. Anger or with a distanced sense of power and manipulation. He cynically talked his wife, Phyllis, into sex when they first met by telling her fucking was a philosophical act. A descendant of harem breeders in Daniel's eyes, Phyllis is a sand dune to be kicked around, someone to terrorize and abuse physically and sexually, and someone who he thinks is turned on by forgiving him, someone whose appearance is improved by suffering. Because of his self-conscious desire to talk about his behavior, and his awareness of it as disgusting, we can read Daniel as the abused child passing on the abuse in his own family. But Daniel was abused by the state, not by his family. How do the effects of losing loving parents to state justice translate into wife and child abuse? Perhaps that is only too obvious, by a familial replication of experienced abuses of a masculist state power, which is Dr. O's critical inversion of the Marx-Engels historical analysis of the state as an outgrowth of the monogamous and masculist familial division of labor and power. 2-3 Dr. O would have us consider the masculist and abusive family as a product, structural and sustaining replication, of the relationship of the masculist capitalist state to the individual. Daniel speculates that the radical revolutionary Artie Sternlicht would not act in the same ways as Daniel does toward his wife. I am thinking if Phyllis met him she would have gone with him, her rhythm liberated, and this revolutionary stud would fuck her and afterwards they would both laugh and feel good. And she would not be hung up. He is probably a champion fucker. He does not put a woman in bondage. Old left and new left. Dr. O effectively rehearses the historical demise of the old left and its political force by means of Daniel's exercise of critical memory and analysis. Figuratively, he replicates the oppression and abuse the old left suffered in the 1950s through Daniel's sexual pathology, and its failed political history through Susan's despair, withdrawal, and death, and through mindish senility. But after attempting to talk with contemporary radicals and participating self-consciously in the 1967 March on the Pentagon. 150. The Book of Daniel. Daniel is equally critical of the New Left for its naivete and self-dramatization. His awareness of history as tragic and his lifetime habit of self-conscious but to some extent earned cynicism interfere with his ability to participate innocently in what he experiences as the narcissistic theatricality of the New Left. Seems to be an academic gathering. What a put-on. But I have come here to do whatever is being done. I played Washington when I was a kid. Even in attempting to reassure Susan, who is unconscious in a fetal position in the hospital, that he is becoming politically responsible, Daniel cannot avoid a final distancing comment on his own theatrical cynicism toward political activism, as he tapes a poster of himself over her bed. The poster is a black and white photograph of a grainy Daniel looking scruffy and militant. Looking bearded, looking clear-eyed. His hand is raised, his fingers make the sign of peace. It is a posed photo blown up at a cost of $4.95. After Daniel has found his parents' sole accuser, Dr. Mindish, in California, hoping to learn from him and his daughter attitudes and points of view missing from his own reconstruction of his family story, and after receiving an enigmatic blessing from the senile Dr. Mindish, he returns to the Columbia Library and his novel/dissertation, hoping to discuss some of the questions raised by this narrative. Only to be interrupted by, "Close the book, man. What's the matter with you? Don't you know you're liberated? We're doing it, we're bringing the whole motherfucking university to its knees." And Daniel, still the observer but also now as tentative participant, walk out to the sundial, see what's going down. Social fiction. Daniel's personal quest is inseparable from social and historical analysis, which he performs and dramatizes in various modes, reaching in each segment of analysis earned insights that serve as efficient summary critiques of many aspects of the left end. 151. The Book of Daniel. Of contemporary U.S. society, the crippling idealism of old left Marxism and utopian socialism, the terror of Stalin's reign, the U.S. Communist Party's post-war role in the demise of a viable post-war left in the United States, the failure of Enlightenment rationality, the complicity of liberal moralism, for its failure of analysis, in working to reproduce undemocratic and unjust social relationships, education by Disney, television, and images, the attainment of political power through money and bureaucracy instead of representative democracy, the censorship of dissent, trial by media, the law as protection of privilege, racism and anti-Semitism, U.S. capitalism as defined by its other, communism, socialism, or both. 2. For the theatricality necessary to the working of institutions such as banks, courtrooms, and churches, corporal punishment as a system of class definition and management, the moral failure of U.S. fiction to engage socially, madness as a social, not private, and idiosyncratic, response to the end of hope. The dramatization of these ideas in social and historical situations and the relevance of such recollections and analyses to Daniel's quest work to vitalize a potential didacticism. Also, as a writer and intellectual attempting to reconstruct his own history, Daniel is able credibly to offer philosophical and sometimes metafictional critiques of subjectivity, objectivity, historiography, and fiction making. These epistemological analyses and critiques, deriving from Daniel's reflections on or interactions with people and groups of political positionality, achieve a conflictual or dramatic materiality that dramatizes the ordinarily invisible relationships between an era's epistemology and its historical phenomena, the relationship between old left U.S. communism and faith in a progressive history, or that between faith in a progressive history and the rationales for and development of the Cold War, or that between Martin Luther King's use of the same narrative, as expressed in the U.S. Constitution, to initiate the civil rights confrontations of the 1960s, with the ensuing proliferation of points of view, and the construction of multiple narratives and multiple political positionalities, all in a liberal democratic society. 152. The Book of Daniel. Sacrificial left. Daniel, the protagonist, is unable to provide us with the analysis of some of the issues raised by his narrative because he walks out of the library to join the revolution, or at least to see what's going down. But Daniel, the narrator, has provided us with a more critical and at the same time positive analysis of the possibility for left effectivity in the post-Rosenberg era than has Daniel, the protagonist. He has discussed the role of God in past theological eras as that of lay on this monumental justice, seeking recognition and help of righteous people, and testing each generation anew to discover who can learn and practice his justice. The drama in the Bible is always in the conflict of those who have learned with those who have not learned, or in the testing of those who seem that they might be able to learn. The implication is that in a secular age, justice is the work of human beings, and it is political work. Not politics in the ersatz and farcical sense of U.S. electoral politics, but the work of attempting to know and analyze real social conditions and to envision workable alternatives, in order to disrupt and intervene in unjust practices of everyday life, asking again and again, what is it you can do this time? With the help of the radical R.D. Sternlicht, Daniel analyzes the limitations of liberalism and of the New Left as inhering in a failure to make connections, a failure not confined to those on the left. But this is the paradox of narrative and of making connections. Explanatory narratives establish cause-effect and sequential relationships that mask and occlude cause-effect and sequential relationships. Responsible political work begins in foregrounding those connections that the hegemonic narrative or any ideological narrative, for that matter, denies, negates, or hides, while understanding that any ensuing counter-narratives or anti-narratives necessary to left political positionality and effectivity always risk co-optation by more dominant and conservative powers in a capitalist mass culture. The radical discovers connections between available data and the root responsibility. Finally, he connects everything. At this 153. The Book of Daniel. Point, he begins to lose his following. It is not that he has incorrectly connected everything, it is that he has connected everything. Nothing is left outside the connections. At this point, society becomes bored with the radical. Fully connected in his characterization, it has achieved the counterinsurgent rationale that allows it to destroy him. The radical is given the occasion for one last discovery, the connection between society and his death. After the radical is dead, his early music haunts his persecutors. And the liberals use this to achieve power. Daniel notes the frequency with which radical suggestions, like that of Eugene Debs for social security, or of Rosa Luxemburg for women's rights to their own bodies, become liberal and then conservative policies. This sacrificial but analytic and prophetic role is the intellectual ideological function that Michael Harrington, Barbara Ehrenreich, Cornel West, and others have assumed for the Democratic Socialists of America in the 1990s. 25. The failure Sternlicht and Daniel attribute to the left, that of failing to make connections not sanctioned by the master narrative, is the same failure that is operative in U.S. social fiction, a failure of second and third degree orders of thinking. A failure to imagine fiction that can dramatize the unnarrated social contradictions of 20th century U.S. society. A failure to apprehend and conceptualize invisible political, historical, economic, social, and cultural relationships of power and constraint that intersect, construct, and empower or constrain the lives of individuals. A failure that results in a national literature the rest of the world considers apolitical and unworldly, focused on private lives living in pure social groups in suspended time and space, and mindlessly replicating the traditional relationships that make a specific social order possible. At the 1986 Peruvian Nuevos International meeting in New York, Günter Grass and Salman Rushdie, among others, were unreticent in calling U.S. writing insular, naive, and provincial. Grass complained that he couldn't say anything critical of the United States without first claiming that he was not a communist, and the New York Times confirmed this by reporting his comment and noting that Grass had not publicly criticized a communist government in the past 18 years. Salman Rushdie commented. 134. The Book of Daniel. that Americans seem unaware of the effect of the United States on the rest of the world. But John Updike, in his defense of U.S. writers in response to this critique, cited George Washington's warning against foreign entanglements and described his own experience of the nation as a pastoral. Dr. O, reporting that 1986 meeting in the 120th anniversary issue of The Nation, comments on the love it or leave it attitude of many critics and readers in the United States and claims that the loss of a social dimension in much of the otherwise impressive fiction being written today has been widely noted. Horizons have diminished. He emphasizes the critical and cultural costs to the United States of the Cold War linkage of dissent with communism and anti-Americanism, that the argument should surface now, with each insufficient side of it divided fairly neatly between America and the rest of the world, suggests the possibility that we are suffering some state of mind not apparent to ourselves. 2.6 Working to analyze and develop self-awareness toward these national states of mind not apparent to ourselves. The unified free liberal subject, U.S. objectivity and moral superiority, the evasions of an elite aestheticism, and an ignorance of history is the accomplishment of the Book of Daniel. 155. S. Asterisk. J / L. V. M. 5. The Public Burning. Robert Coover's magnum opus about the Rosenberg story, The Public Burning, was finally published in 1977. His previous books, Origin of the Brunists, The Universal Baseball Association Incorporated, J. Henry Watt, Prop., a collection of short stories, prick songs, and desk ants, and a collection of plays, A Theological Position, had secured him a primarily academic reputation as an intensely powerful postmodern writer. Public Burning brought him a measure of popular acclaim. Having noted at the time of the Rosenberg executions the unusual aspect of the state execution of a female spy, Coover became interested in the story again in 1966 after reading Wexley's 1955 judgment of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. He read for several years, following the multiple directions in which the story led, biographies, newspapers, histories, court records, letters, essays, and articles, and finally the censored and unsorted jumble of released FBI records obtained by the historian Alan Weinstein in 1974 under the Freedom of Information Act. Begun in 1966, The Public Burning was almost finished in 1973 when the Watergate scandal broke, resulting in front-page and editorial displays of Nixon biographical material that Coover had spent 7 years developing for his use of Nixon as narrator and prime actor of the book. This unexpected and unwelcome scoop served Coover ultimately as encouragement for a figural and thematic intensification of his Nixon material. 157. The Public Burning. The book was promised for publication in the bicentennial year 1976 by Coover's Knopf editor, Robert Gottlieb. But Random House and RCA attorneys, worried about potentially libelous material, pressured Knopf to reject the book as immoral. As Gottlieb explained to Coover, what if you had written a book like this about Eleanor Roosevelt? The book then went from house to house, finally to be published by Richard Seaver at Viking in 1977. By then, editing decisions and legal opinions had become inextricably intertwined, and Coover felt the House lawyers were doing everything they could to pressure me to emasculate the book. He began resisting requests for revisions and cuts in fear that I was being asked for the wrong reasons to take it out. The book's probably still informed a bit by that anxious tenacity. One, by the time of publication, Public Burning had received publicity about the delay over potentially libelous material, and it quickly became a bestseller. But the first week Public Burning reached the New York Times bestseller list, Viking abruptly stopped all commercial publicity and promotion. After publication in paperback by Bantam, the book quickly went out of print. Frequently compared to Gargantua and Pantagruel, Moby Dick, Ulysses, Giles Goatboy, Catch-22, and Gravity's Rainbow, Public Burning was reviewed with the energy and passion it deserved. Donald Hall called it a monstrous, obscene, impossible, valuable fantasy. But what is one to do with it? I cannot tell if it will survive its setting. If it survives, it will survive as a monster, but then American literature is a collection of monsters. Robert Tower wrote in the New York Review of Books that excesses and miscalculations hobble public burning's course like a pair of dropped pants. Paul Gray in Time called it a protracted sneer, and Norman Podhoretz called it, in so many words, an anti-American partisan revisionist fiction that, hiding behind the immunities of artistic freedom, was a cowardly lie. But Tom LeClaire claimed that public burning was too important a book, too total and significant a vision to be denied by taste or ideology. 2. 158. The public burning. Coover's fear that the RCA Random House lawyers would succeed in emasculating his book were well founded. Public burning is in every way a man's book. It is constructed by male voices and by what are conventionally assumed to be masculine points of view, masculine tones, masculine humor, masculine characters, masculine workplaces, and masculine behavior. The constant use of the generic man to generalize to society as a whole offers rhetorical support to the dramatization of this man's world. Coover wanted to replicate all the sounds of the nation, to construct a text that would seem to have been written by the whole nation through all its history. 3. In this he falls considerably short, for the sounds of his whole nation throughout all its history are white, male, and masculist. A few women are present, more psychically than physically, but they are shadow figures of morality, reproach, and rejection, or fixated objects of male desires. In this 534-page collection of the nation's voices, often referred to and critiqued as a novel of excess, the only women's voices we hear through Nixon are those of his wife, Pat, his Quaker grandmother Milhouse, his mother, and Ethel Rosenberg. Julie and Tricia Nixon and Eleanor Roosevelt are mentioned, as are Ovta Culp-Hobby and Claire Booth Luce, the mother of Time magazine, as are the generic girls of whom the young Nixon was ignorant and afraid, secretaries, Marilyn Monroe, Christine Jorgensen, Bess Truman, Elsa Maxwell, Teresa Wright, and the ladies in the Mormon Tabernacle Choir, who are all at the executions, and Betty Crocker sprung Athena-like from the head of General Mills, who is invited by Uncle Sam to introduce the government officials. Entertainment. 159. The public burning. Stars, and VIPs present at the Times Square Rosenberg execution ceremony. Okay, get your sweet buns out there, dumplin', and prepare us a table before me in the presence of mine enemies. He whacks her lovingly on her corseted butt. By now it should be clear that the relative absence of female voices is purposeful. Public burning is an outrageous parody of the hegemonic American manifest destiny man's world in the formative stages of the Cold War, a racist, classist, sexist, hierarchical, exploitive, aggressive, violent, and obscene world. That is, Coover sets up this world in order to interrogate, cruelly mock, and radically undercut its values, while exposing its contradictions and costs. If Coover has written a parody of a man's book, then one could expect that gender might be a primary category for interrogation, manipulating this manifestly sexist book into what functions effectively as a feminist critique of masculist society. I am not at all sure that the prevalent 20th century U.S. ideology of objectivity or positivism has not shifted the general reading audience so far to the literal side of reception that it is difficult for us as a culture to read parody as parody. Coover's book is a devastating critique of masculist hegemony, but many readers object to this work as pornographic and sexist, and as a dramatic replication of and complicity in that which Coover attempts to subvert. As Brecht asked about literature that fails in its critical function, is it the text or the audience that needs to be rewritten? That is not a rhetorical question. 4. Postmodernism and perfecting myths. Empirically I sanction dialectic, time and development, never without a principle of transcendence, an upward way that, when reversed, interprets all incidental things in terms of overall fulfillment toward which development is said to be striving. But we'll forget this and assume that words are positive and erect systems from them. And empires will be built on what seems to be a positive, mine, which is implicitly a negative command, leading to guilt, yearning for a sacrifice to cancel the guilt and allow the same conditions to continue. 5. 160. The public burning. Coover, like Kenneth Burke, reads the immediate post-war period as an extreme example of the theological, mythological, ritualistic, and violent scapegoating nature of political order-keeping in history. And Coover's critical project, like Burke's, is to expose the motivations, rhetoricity, and irrationalities of historical order-justifying narratives, perfecting myths reduced from socio-political raw data to inaugurate and rationally maintain a certain order. 6. Coover is a Burkean critical fiction writer, the writer who most consistently practices Burke's strategy of perspectives by incongruity, or acategorical juxtapositions to unsettle the natural, mythic, and rational categories that structure systems of knowledge, power, social relationships, and common sense. The categories, that is, that structure our everyday life. 7. Such planned incongruities, constituting both a methodology and an epistemology, constructing new ways of seeing material and cultural relationships, will necessarily violate good taste, critical decorum, and what he calls the proprieties of words. 8. Burke advocates and practices, as does Coover, Daniel's criminal perception. 9. While it can be easily shown that all fiction, even anti-realist fiction, is to some extent realistic, postmodern fiction claims to operate in opposition to classical realism and its pretensions to transparency and objective naming, in favor of language and juxtapositions that attempt to upset the supporting assumptions and constructed unities of such a positivist mimesis. The distinction between a positivist rational realism and a more irrational critical realism is central to debates on the politics of literature, beginning with the debates among George Lukács, Theodor Adorno, Walter Benjamin, and Bertolt Brecht in the 1930s on the cultural and political effects of literary realism. 10. Coover shares with Kenneth Burke a suspicion of what Burke calls the liberal ideal of supposedly neutral naming, in favor of a double method that interrogates what it invokes, subverts what it inevitably installs, and in so doing, makes perceivable and thinkable phenomenal relationships, disjunctions, or contradictions neither susceptible to conventional perception nor readily nameable within the discrete categories of rationalized experience. 161. The public burning. Such a double method is also a scrupulously open process, unable to hide its operations behind assumptions of objectivity, transparency, neutrality, or omniscience, and it refuses its readers any subject position of identity or coherence, at worst constructing a confused and disaffected reader, at best requiring a reader as active participant in the development of a point of view and of a critical position. The classic realist text allows and even encourages passive consumption, the postmodern text requires a critical completion by the reader. This is a dangerous, discomfiting, and unpopular practice. As Burke says, one must violate the tenor of one's own culture as the members of his culture know it in order to undo conventional structures of perception and thought. This Coover does purposefully, with great moral passion, bitterness, and grotesquerie. He only too successfully sustains the dis-ease that constitutes the critical condition, producing the kind of postmodern fiction that many critics call sacrificial, a fiction that can be distinguished, in intention but not in the limitations on its effectivity, from a more aestheticized high culture or elitist fiction. 1-2 Although Coover construes the fiction maker's function better fictions with which we can reform our notions of things, Public Burning's work is ultimately a dark and bitter symbolic formalization and simultaneous deforming and denaturalizing of what he calls the U.S. civil religion and its operations by, on, and through individuals. 1-3 The book offers no positive vision, no better fictions, no possibilities of redemption or recuperation, the salvific claims for male postmodern fiction notwithstanding. 1-4 It is a historically specific human comedy, Rabelaisian in its exuberance and freedom of expression, and Swiftian in its scatology and pessimism. Coover's conviction that we have come to the end of an epistemological tradition in the ways we look at and adjust to the world is entirely consistent with post-structuralist philosophy's claims for the 20th century as the beginning of a post-humanist era. Post-structuralist philosophers use linguistic categories and operations to call into question the rational and polarizing categories of Enlightenment epistemology, objectivity. 162. The public burning. Identity, truth, and the unified subject. From the vantage point of a master fictionist, Coover critiques those same categories of liberal ideology as inadequate mythic and fictional constructions that have outlived their usefulness and relevance to contemporary lived experience, fictions that nevertheless reproduce themselves through conventional narrative practices and continue to serve ideological functions of order-keeping. Our old faith, one might better say our old sense of constructs derived from myths, legends, philosophies, fairy stories, histories, and other fictions which help to explain what happens to us from day to day, why our governments are the way they are, why our institutions have the character they have, why the world turns as it does has lost its efficacy. 5. This epistemological revolution with inevitable ontological implications, theorized variously in the 1970s and 1980s as an encompassing global phenomenon called postmodernism, finds its motivations in the 20th century experience of rationalized history as irrational. The existence of the mutually exclusive but individually coherent and logical explanatory accounts of wave and particle physics, and complex, interpenetrating global socio-economic conditions that seem to defy rational conceptualization or manipulation. Despite the commonsensical Newtonian ways in which we continue to approach daily life, we find ourselves in a disorienting and alienating epistemological transition or revolution, without confidence in the usual explanatory methods and practices, and before we as a political culture have found and assimilated new and more adequate general languages and methods of apprehension and communication. 1.6 Postmodern fiction is a symptomatic but also constitutive component of this interperiod. Its practitioners and supporters describe its political function as that of performing politically useful disruptions of worn-out categories, rationales, fictions, and myths, the stories that continue to throw their weight around with shaping authority when their explanatory adequacy to actual social conditions is non-existent. Coover's sense of these worn-out fictions working as dogma, invading the world and turning it to stone, is his non-Marxist or neo-Marxist version of Lukács's elaboration of Marx's concept of reification, a contradictory yet systemic rational solidification or concretization of specific human. 163. The public burning. Relationships that conceals their actual spatial temporal affective nature. For Coover and neo-Marxists, reification, or turning to stone, is a collective product of the order-seeking mind working symbolically to achieve worldly understanding in ways that, contradictorily, alienate the thinker from her world. 1.7 As a fictionist, Coover finds it compelling and necessary to interrogate such dogmatic explanatory narratives on their own grounds, relying on narrative strategies to undo narrative fixities homeopathically. Commitment to design. Coover initiates his writing with an arbitrary commitment to design, not from a belief in cosmic or Platonic underlying order, but, on the contrary, from a delight with the rich ironic possibilities that the use of structure affords. 1.8 This use of design is also consistent with his understanding that every effort to make meaning of the world requires a narrative shaping of data and language in a kind of fiction-making process. Games and numerology are important metaphors for this inevitable and necessary process. When life has no ontological meaning, it becomes a kind of game itself. A metaphor for a perception of the way the world works, and also something that almost everybody's doing. If not on the playing field, in politics, or education. If you're cynical about it, you learn the rules and strategies, shut up about them, and get what you can out of it. If you're not inclined to be a manipulator, you might want to expose the game plan for your own protection and ask how it can be a better game than it is at present. 1.9 The symmetrical and numerical design of public burning follows a historical sequence of the 3 days leading up to the Rosenberg executions. Each of the 4 parts contains 7 sections. 7 plays a significant role in the biblical apocalypse, the Book of Revelations, and it is also on the 7th occasion the great hand of Uncle Sam shall finally subdue the phantom. These 28 sections are narrated alternately by Nixon and an anonymous, multi-voiced narrator. The four parts are divided by three dramatic intermezzos, a radio broadcast by Eisenhower in which he conflates faith in God and freedom with the U.S. role of protecting foreign resources important to U.S. interests, a dramatic dialogue by Eisenhower and Ethel Rosenberg of selected passages from her clemency appeal and from his denial of that appeal, and an operetta sung by Julius and Ethel refusing the Justice Department's last-minute offer of freedom in exchange for talk. There is a prologue in which the official Rosenberg story and all other major personae and plot elements are announced, and an epilogue providing an ending word on politics and fiction in a situation of painfully induced skepticism about form, closure, and endings that leaves the reader's critical dis-ease fully intact. The arbitrary and mathematical symmetrical design of the book serves to contain the centrifugal energies produced by the book's raucous interrogation of mythic meaning systems in the United States. This interrogation occurs formally, at levels of rhetoric and plot, as well as narratively and directly in the skeptical but ambitious and self-doubting investigative work of the book's history, Richard Nixon. 2-0 The narrative line is at least a double one, that of the Rosenbergs and that of Nixon, to whom Uncle Sam has put the test of researching the Rosenberg story, interpreting it politically correctly in order to pass the presidential test, and successfully representing, to the public gathered in Times Square, the Rosenberg executions as an occasion for national renewal and redefinition. The alternate unknown narrator sections provide a social, historical, and ideological context for Nixon's quest, voiced at first by an Archie Bunker worst-case U.S. male using multiple vernaculars, dictions, and modes and frequently quoting Uncle Sam, also known as Sam Slick the Yankee Peddler. This voice slips sometimes into a more intelligent and moderate critical voice supplying background data for the storyline as well as two set pieces, one on the New York Times as 165. The Public Burning. The maker of a monolithic history of the commonplace and one on Time magazine as the National Poet Laureate, a consummate stylist who celebrates what he understands and belittles what he does not. By the ending sections, the unknown narrator's voice has become that of an intelligent and well-informed literary parodist. This slippage is confusing, but the voice is consistent in its maintenance of a body, sexist, racist, classist, and masculist point of view. Public Burning's first title was The Public Burning of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, an historical romance, but Coover's editors rejected the notion of the book as a historical romance. Public Burning is indeed generically historical romance in the medieval sense, similar to the 14th-century epic romance, Sir Gawain and the Green Knight, with Richard Nixon setting forth to test himself in the political and affective world against his ideal self-image. It is also a mock epic, with Nixon as the questing hero, finally returning home wiser and 3 days older, to be embraced not by Pat, who spurns him, but by Uncle Sam proclaiming "I want you." 2-1 Coover has deliberately structured Public Burning as a comedy, rather than the tragedy it continually threatens to be, because he thinks of tragedy as a kind of adolescent response to the universe. The higher truth is a comic response. There is a kind of humor extremity which is even more mature than the tragic response. 2-2 The happy ending, with the main couple joined in an embrace, provides a formally correct ending to this dark and bitter novel, but the degree of its humor extremity achieves an intimation of the collective human tragedy of polarized semantic and political orders. The ending serves both as a specific historical critique of the Cold War period and as a universal critique of rigidified belief systems that violate human, social integrity. Any attempt to write about Public Burning's design is as limited by the sequentiality of language as it is overwhelmed by the novel's surplus of form and content. There are 4 separate but interrelated narrative sequences, the 3 days leading up to the Rosenberg executions, the Rosenberg story, the Nixon story, and the formally correct story with its narrative closure and its arbitrary design of 28 episodes with prologue and epilogue. But there are also the 3 meta-narratives, commenting. 166. The Public Burning. Throughout on the motives and methods of rhetoric, narrative, and historiography. And all 7 virtually inextricable stories coincide in a literary, historical, and ethical critique of all stories. Planned incongruity. Public burning's language, consistent with the book's parodic mode and its purposeful unsettling of categories and assumptions, performs provocative incongruities on three linguistic and structural levels: rhetorical and stylistic, logical and semantic, and dramatic and structural. A formal, semantic, and thematic continuity through narrative levels from rhetoric to drama rehearses and foregrounds the largely unperceived continuum of rhetoricity that is operative in shaping, motivating, and interpreting actual historical events. 2-3 Truth claims, codes, and boundaries between fact and fiction break down incrementally and consistently through every level of linguistic operation. Incongruities begin at the level of rhetoric and style and intensify as they are articulated and replicated semantically and structurally. Illogical semantic shifts modulate into logical self-cancellation or outright paradox. Semantically garbled language achieves meaning contextually, or plain language becomes contextually nonsensical. Reflections, analyses, conversations, speeches, and arguments are laced with effusive and irrepressible returns of the repressed. The third-level dramatic and plotted juxtapositions utilizes all the resources of contradictory rhetoric and logic to reinforce the unsettling value of its situational and shocking dark humor. As ideological commentary and critique, each dramatic episode has its own effectivity emerging directly from the specific incongruencies of the situation. Highly dramatic situations juxtapose the most unlikely characters in the most unlikely situations, calling into question conventional social roles, interactions, and boundaries based on rationalized categories of economic, ethnic, and sexual difference. Nixon's visit to and assault on Ethel at Sing Sing provides a clash between classes, genders, desires. 167. The public burning. Powers, politics, ethics, and ambitions. The staging of the Rosenberg executions in Times Square enacts an aspect of the story that lies outside the realm of historiography, the official U.S. ritualistic and reintegrative scapegoating and justification accomplished by the Rosenberg trial and executions. Uncle Sam's unique selection and initiation of Nixon at the end dramatizes the national ideology as a masculist and invasive violation of its own people that seeks to reproduce itself, through men, from generation to generation. Such a carnivalesque linguistic performance is intellectually challenging, stimulating, and pleasurable in its own right in a purely formal sense, but it also always poses a disconcerting challenge to received meanings. These challenges, saturating the novel on all levels, are intensified by the formal and thematic repetition of another dimension of incongruity, a consistent production of epistemological confusion and uncertainty along the axis of fact and fiction. This production of uncertainty is an aspect of postmodern fiction attacked by cultural critics for its tendency toward repetitive and empty assertions of a radical epistemological undecidability. Public burning, however, uses destabilizing literary techniques not for a totalizing critique of meaning, but for the production of a skepticism toward specific historical truth claims for meaning, in this case as a challenge to the Cold War Rosenberg history and its motivations, values, effects, and masking myths. There is much talk of codes in public burning. Nixon understands that political and social life are coded, and that if you knew the code, life was relatively easy. Any member of an old boys network, a street gang, or a humanities faculty understands this reality at a pragmatic level. In public burning, Coover thwarts any pragmatic or facile reception or use of such codes within the world of the book, as well as between the book and its reader, by conflating and confusing words from different and antagonistic codes. Nixon's attempts to make sense of his historical world, and the reader's attempts to make sense of public burning's representation of that world, are disrupted by juxtapositions revealing affinities and continuities of supposedly 168. The public burning. Incongruous motives and effects, as well as contradictions and discontinuities of ideologically coherent motives and effects. Public burning's most pervasive conflation of codes is the one Burke analyzed in The Rhetoric of Religion, that between theology and dominion, between religion and politics. In a nation established on the separation of church and state, The U.S. vernacular in public burning gives voice to an ethnocentric civil religion that is based on concepts of Calvinist election, uncontingent freedom, and economic individualism as the surest means to the common good. Public burning purposefully confuses political and religious terminology to foreground the religious aspects of this national ideology. The Statue of Liberty is our Regina Coeli, Times Square is the ritual center of the world and a place of national rebirth. Uncle Sam, like Athena, popped virgin-born and fully constituted from the shattered seed pole of the very Enlightenment. The traditional and prevailing historiography of the United States is a hierology of free enterprise, football, revival meetings, five-card stud, motion pictures, war, and the sales pitch. It functions as a divine code, continually bringing the glad tidings of America's election, and fulfilling the oracles of every tout from John the Seer and Nostradamus to Joseph and Adam Smith. Imperialism is preordained, like gravity, and the United States is the hope of the world, but the electric sign at Times Square bearing this aphorism transmutes hope, letter by letter, from hope to rope, rape, rake, fake, fate, hate, nate, night, bite, bile, pile, puel, puke, juke, joke. The phantom is darkness, evil, and Satan personified, and dissent from U.S. imperialist and Cold War policies is heresy, apostasy, and an embracing of the Antichrist. The accused and accursed Rosenbergs are to be electrocuted, for it is written that any man who is dominated by demonic spirits to the extent that he gives voice to apostasy is to be subject to the judgment upon sorcerers and wizards. These rhetorical juxtapositions of codes, modes of speech, and realms of practice fall into a seemingly random juxtaposition of fact and fiction, to the extent that even the most historically 169. The public burning. Well-informed reader is not able confidently to maintain a distinction between the two. The result is the promotion of a habit of doubled or multiplied reading. Treasury Secretary George Humphrey has let it be known that there is no reason to fear peace. U.S. military spending is still necessary, armistice in Korea or no. The reader can take this as fictive, nonsensical, or paradoxical wordplay completely in character with the outrageous linguistic performance of the book, while receiving it as what it also is, an actual quotation of the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury. The shock of this doubled reception lies in the unconscious awareness that it is reality, not fiction, that is nonsensical and paradoxical at the same time that it is real and rational. Large sectors of the American public do fear and resist peace, for rational, economic reasons. Nixon's linear narrative chapters are composed almost entirely of his self-doubts and reflections, family memories, fantasies, desires, and political and historical speculations. The anonymously narrated chapters give voice to more synchronic phenomena of the post-war years. Interwoven with their ideological rhetoric, code mixing, and tall tales are large amounts of historical data of the Rosenberg case and of Cold War history during Eisenhower's presidency. Words, phrases, aphorisms, sentences, and paragraphs of these sections are as likely to be recontextualized matter from verifiable historical documents, speeches, memorandums, newspaper reports, letters, sacred texts, sermons, or information taken from historiographies and biographies of the period and of its main actors as they are to be imaginative constructions and reconstructions by the narrator, or the contradictory rhetoric of U.S. ideology. Fact, fiction, speculation, ideology, humor, and farce are formally indistinguishable in public burning, producing for the reader a disorientation of the common-sense relation of language to a supposedly objective reality. In such a context, the motivated and constructed nature of interpretive facts is foreground, as is the relative adequacy or inadequacy of figures and fictions to experienced reality. Figures and fictions in this confusion of language codes, by escaping or exceeding the usual generic boundaries of fictiveness, acquire their own peculiar resonances with reality. The career. 170. The public burning of J. Edgar Hoover, U.S. top cop, is contemporaneous with that of Mickey Mouse, and Hoover and Walt Disney are the nation's masters of the spin-off. FBI agents are soldiers in Christ, The free press cries out with one voice, the 9 Supreme Court justices file in under a frieze of truth, holding up a mirror to life, and the country is governed by dictions. Figure and fictions, while undercutting myth and ideology, begin to claim their own authority to speak a different kind of truth that amuses, challenges, provokes, and offends. Readers, whose mental categories are increasingly disrupted to the extent that they begin to read with minds open to the semantic implications of what appear to be alternative or mutually exclusive categories, become more and more adept at criminal perception, the perception of ideologically undercutting truth effects from jarring and irreverent conflations of codes, blatantly bombastic and fabulous passages, and alarming linguistic returns of the repressed. Bunyan-esque tall tales and Puritan Enlightenment and Yankee aphorisms suddenly give voice to real socio-economic relationships masked by U.S. liberal ideology. I am Sam Slick the Yankee peddler. I can ride on a flash of lightnin', catch a thunderbolt in my fist, swaller niggers whole, raw, or cooked, slip without a scratch down a honey locust, hoe up my weight in wildcats and redcoats, squeeze blood out of a turnip and cold cash out of a parson, and out inscrutabulize the heathen Chinee. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that God helps them what helps themselves, it's a mere matter of margin, that idleness is emptiness and he who lives on hope will die with his foot in his mouth, that no nation was ever ruined by trade, and that nothing is certain but death, taxes, God's blowing covenant, enlightened self-interest, certain unalienated rights, and woods, as far as the world extends. A freeman, contending for liberty on his own ground, can outrun, outdance, outjump, chaw more chewbaccy and spit less, outdrink, outholler, outfinagle, and outlick any yaller, brown, red, black, or white thing in the shape of human that's ever set his unfortunate knickers on Yankee soil. It is our manifest dust in your eye to overspread the continent allotted by Providence for the free development of our yearly multiplying millions, so damn the torpedoes and full steam ahead, fellow ripstavers, we cannot escape history. 171. The public burning. Nixon as representative man. As Coover worked with his initial concept of the Rosenberg executions as a circus narrated by all the sounds of the nation, he felt the need for a quieter voice. Of all the characters that auditioned for the part, Nixon, when he appeared, proved ideal. 24 Nixon's prosecution of Alger Hiss, even though it achieved only the limited success of a conviction for perjury, not for espionage, had provided him with a number of crucial photograph and television opportunities to dramatize the threats of domestic communism. He apparently staged an interrupted vacation to announce his discovery of the pumpkin papers implicating Hiss, exploiting the occasion to the fullest for its anti-communist political potentials. 2-5 For many people ignorant of the actual course of the trial, Nixon's television appearances about Hiss had the effect of establishing the connection between the domestic left and espionage upon which Hoover had insisted since the 1930s. But Nixon's role in the Rosenberg story was more direct than that. Along with Hoover and the media, he helped set it up, establishing the genre, roles, and audience expectations before the story had been filled out. In a political attack on Truman in response to the Soviet atomic bomb test in August 1949, Representative Nixon of HUAC had stated for the media, "If the president says the American people are entitled to know all the facts, I feel the American people are also entitled to know the facts about the espionage ring which was responsible for turning over information on the atom bomb to agents of the Russian government." 2-6 This is a Coover-like semantic shift that conflates a fiction with an empty concept of fact in order to translate a fictional hypothesis into apparent material reality. What a satisfying irony then for the author of a novel about the Rosenbergs to use Richard Nixon as his surrogate, as open-minded history sorting through the enormous numbers of documents constructing and relating to the Rosenberg story, interrogating the official story in the process of trying to define the correct version that will demonstrate to Uncle Sam that he. 172. The public burning. Nixon, is presidential material. The biographical Nixon was perfect for the part, his self-consciousness, his need to analyze everything, his suspicious view of the world, and his understanding of the strategies and powers of rhetoric were positive qualities for Coover's narrator. And Coover wanted someone who clearly resided and operated inside the national mythology, while feeling alienated and slightly off-center, the self-aware critical observer. Both detractors and admirers of public burning comment on the sympathetic character of the Nixon figure, a figure with whom most readers experience, to some degree, an unexpected and unsought identification. This, for many, is the supreme accomplishment of the book, the depiction of the humanity of Richard Nixon in such an unlikely historical and generic context. Coover anticipated this reaction, even before he had constructed his Nixon. And, of course, I also had it on faith from the beginning that any exploration of Nixon, this man who has played such a large role in American society since World War II, would have to reveal something about us all. It was another quality, though, that first called him forth in my mind. This was in 1969, just after he'd been elected president, and that was his peculiar talent for making a fool of himself. 27. The Coover-Nixon identity is a more immediate one than this quotation would suggest. Nixon, known as Iron Butt for, among other qualities, his thoroughness, was famous and respected for the scrupulous preparations he made for a trial or hearing, or to inform himself about an issue for a political appearance. He accumulated reams of notes based on his reading of massive amounts of materials. This, of course, is what Coover found himself doing as he attempted to deal with the complex and unknowable Rosenberg story. Here is Nixon struggling with all the information. I was sitting on the floor of my inner office, surrounded by every scrap of information I could find on the Rosenberg case, feeling scruffy and tired, dejected, lost in a surfeit of detail and further from a final position on the issue than ever. And Uncle Sam, who has dropped in for a visit, catching Nixon masturbating in a fantasy about Ethel. 173. The public burning. I ain't seen so much shit piled around in one place since we cleaned out Harry Gold's basement. I know how much your famous iron butt means to you, and I recognize it gets you more votes than your face does, but you don't want to get muscle-bound in one joint while the rest just withers away. And here is Robert Coover writing public burning. I like to completely exhaust an image, the white whale syndrome, as you might call it. As a consequence, each book is supported by tons of debris. I could have saved myself 2 or 3 years had I had. That book is a good page-by-page example of a tremendous amount of preparatory material adding up to a few lines of text. Well, not so few, as it turned out, but that was the perfect kind of project to have done with the help of a computer. Instead, I had thousands of little slivers of scissored paper spread out all over the floor and furniture, and watch out if the cat got in. 2*. Both attempts to organize, shape, and manage all the information Coover's story and Nixon's story within the story are inadequate to the raw materials. In both accounts there is an excess of data to meaning, a reality of human existence and history that public burning's text manages to keep open, unreduced, and unresolved, despite the book's formal and sevenfold commitment to design, and despite its definitive narrative closure. No positive statement is made that isn't contested, qualified, undercut, contradicted, mitigated, or parroted. The result, paradoxically, is not cancelled meaning or radical skepticism toward meaning or affirmation of meaninglessness in what Adorno calls a positivism of meaninglessness. 29. It is rather an elaboration of multiple motivations and perspectives for a set of historical feelings, perceptions, interpretations, and actions, a multiplicity that overflows formal explanatory boundaries, making all the more evident the exclusionary nature and costs of purified Cold War codes and systems of meaning, including the professional code ultimately chosen by Nixon. More elusive than the Coover-Nixon identity are the points of contact for the reader's identification with Nixon, who is an absurd and finally humiliated character. I would argue that this reader identification occurs to some extent whether or not it is. 174. The public burning. A conscious one, as it often does with a first-person narrator. To the degree that we are all culturally prejudiced subjects, Nixon's blatant, outrageous, and comic expressions of classism, racism, and sexism have the potential always to evoke laughter and more or less unconscious responses of recognition on the part of the reader. Undoubtedly, these representations have the double potential of providing reinforcement for the socially destructive attitudes they foreground for their irrationality and cruelty. But a reader who experiences complicity in these attitudes is also set up for the discomforting experience of identification and complicity in the painful and degrading resolution of Nixon's search for meaning and socio-political identity. An equally complicated kind of Nixon reader identification occurs at the level of Nixon's self-expressed conflicts and vulnerabilities, confusion in the face of conflicting data and desires, needs and fears that appear effeminate in a masculist world, and a pervasive sense of individual helplessness before the demands and affronts of history. Nixon lets us in on his most private fears and fantasies, and at some level of intimacy he truly becomes representative of the contemporary human situation, despite the absurd and parodic intensification and exaggerations of his personality. His sexual fears, his family history, his ambitions, his need for approval and his desire for love, his sense of himself as an outsider, his political skepticism, his dividedness and vulnerabilities, and above all his desire to make sense of it all, of himself and of his place in the world. All of these self-confessed elements work both as a critique of masculism and as points of identity with the general reader. Coover has managed to construct a parodic version of the biographical Nixon, whose self-awareness and conscious, performative self-construction also operate a humanizing critique of the Nixon persona in the process of becoming Nixon. Class and race. Since there is much more information than Nixon is able to shape into a story that satisfies his motivations and ambitions, the Red. 175. The public burning. ER's less restricted point of view gives them a larger critical horizon in which to view Nixon's and the Rosenberg story. But at the same time, the readers felt identifications with Nixon and through Nixon with the Rosenbergs also allow a concomitant sense of participation in the complicities, contradictions, and implications of U.S. ideology. That is, the reader, theoretically free from the narrated limitations of the narrator and able to assess more impartially the surfeit of data that exceeds any narrated structure of the book, is in a superior position for critical judgment. Through identification with the narrator, however, the same reader also feels a discomfiting sense of the potentials for complicity in a passive reception and even unwitting or active reproduction of a classist, racist, sexist, and violent society. Despite his gestures toward open-mindedness and critical self-awareness, Nixon is an ambitious, power-hungry U.S. male politician, with serious limitations as a self-aware narrator. His fears of being the scripted actor instead of the director of his life keep him from being able or willing to comprehend or commit himself to the complicated and ambiguous, even paradoxical, middleness of responsible historical engagement. His limitations come from an announced inability to tolerate anything but the certainty of opposites. I'm no believer in dialectics, material or otherwise, let me be absolutely clear about that. I wouldn't be Vice President of the United States of America if I was. It's either / or as far as I'm concerned, and let the best man win so long as it's me. But I want these emotional resolutions. It feels good to indulge in emotions when it no longer matters. What were the Phantom's dialectical machinations if not the dissolution of the natural limits of language, the conscious invention of a space, a spooky artificial no man's land, between logical alternatives? I love to debate both sides of any issue, but thinking about that strange space in between made me sweat. Paradox was the one thing I hated more than psychiatrists and lady journalists. He vacillates instead between extreme and contradictory abstractions of the free and unified liberal individual, or the captured man of history who thinks he serves his country by serving his. 176. The public burning. Own desires. In Nixon's case, a desire to be at the center of power. His purchase on Uncle Sam's Manichaean division of global reality allows him a self-serving and illusory reconciliation of the conflicting ideals of the liberal state. In the mythic American dream, the pursuits of individual interests coincide to produce the common good. He can thus interpret his own country's social reality under a rubric of reason, light, and sacred purpose, and that of the phantom under a rubric of satanic ignorance and evil. But he experiences contradictions in this American dream when he attempts to accommodate the perceived differences between his fate and that of the Rosenbergs to the nation's civil religion. It appears to him that he and the Rosenbergs had similar family histories and shared many of the same ambitions. How then did the poverty, beatings, and other hardships of his childhood allow him a ragged Dick kind of access to the American dream, leading him into the light of success, power, truth, and freedom, while Julius and Ethel, also wanting success in a better world, wandered into the darkness of communism, criminality, imprisonment, and death? He understands the positional nature of his limitations. The one thing you could never understand was the thing you were intimately a part of. But he is unwilling to risk his position as next in line for the presidency and his ambitions to manage the world long enough to pursue the critical evaluation and understanding his information, experience, and perceptions are making possible. Instead, in his continual attempts to explain and justify the fates of the Rosenbergs as well as his own success, he unwittingly gives voice to the dark underside of the national practice of Enlightenment liberalism. Failure and guilt were finally matters of class and race. The only explanation for the Rosenbergs having stayed in the ghetto and remained poor in the land of opportunity was a failure of imagination on their parts. Or perhaps they were simply faking it as a cover for their communist beliefs and illegal activities. But you only had to look at them, for dowdiness was guilt. Of course their guilt was also revealed by their inability to play the absurdly phony middle-class roles they had chosen for. 177. The public burning. The trial, deep in their voices like an indelible stain ran irrepressible un-American accents, the sour babble of steerage passengers and backpack peddlers. The electorate, needless to say, were not fooled. But, as Uncle Sam explains, the main guilt is derived metonymically. No, bein' a Jew ain't it, though it probably didn't help them none either. Their kind of depravity is something deeper even than that, something worse. You don't see it so much in the shape of their noses as in the way they twitch and blow them. You see it in how they shuffle and squat, how they bend, snort, and grimace. You see it in their crummy business, their greasy flat, their friends, even their crockery betrays them, their lawyers, their pajamas, their diseases. It's no accident, son, that they've been nailed with such things as jello boxes, console tables, and brown wrappers, and it could have just as easily been the studio couch they slept on, their record player, medicine chest, or underwear they stink with it. Boy, it's on everything they touch. Then Uncle Sam makes the common disjunctive translation of this kind of metonymic guilt into an implied political guilt. Such people were violators of the covenant, defilers of the sanctuary, sons of darkness. Phantom seed brought from the old world like lice in an old hat brim. Class and race are constant subjects throughout public burning, as blatant bigotry or return of the repressed in the anonymous narrator sections, and as the subject of a mixture of serious reflection and unconscious but motivated racism and classism on the part of Nixon. These two narrators, prejudiced and blinded by their own empowered positions, nevertheless speak directly to the reader the split ideology of ethnocentric liberalism, a belief in an abstracted common humanity of equals whose different histories can only be explained by tautologies of inherent and self-fulfilling predictors such as class, race, gender, and failure of imagination. Gender. Nixon's two cherished political notions, pure individual freedom in an open-ended history, and the common good as the 178. The public burning. Product of individual interests and ambitions are contradictory ideals and self-serving illusions unified and reconciled by the American dream myth to which he subscribes. He perceives their antagonistic nature, however, in the way he imagines them as gendered alternatives embodied by the loving mother and the stern, punitive, angry, and violent father. Despite his graphically described gynophobia, he fantasizes his mother and all women as a potential haven for uncontingent love, unity, and freedom from time. He experiences his father and the old powerful men he encounters in his political world as the male authority whom he must please and obey in order to survive and succeed in the world. Jesus. He could really set your ass on fire. He scared the hell out of me early on and I learned how to avoid the beatings, even if I had to lie or throw off on others, but he pounded Don's butt to leather and I used to worry he'd broken poor Harold's health and crushed little Arthur's spirit. I still have nightmares about it. I suppose I've got something of both of them in me, the fighting Quaker. With gender as with class and race, Nixon's problem is one of attempting to preserve his identity and position in the complex of interwoven and conflicting social, sexual, political phenomena he experiences in his daily life. As is his habit, he attempts management through polar separations and compartmentalizations of his experiences, a non-resolution that is unstable, unsatisfying, and costly. He alternates between the poles of maternal/paternal, feminine/masculine, passive/aggressive, fear/desire, private/public, failure/success, means/ends, and moral/practical. He wants to be a healer, a bridger of rifts, a unifier as he keeps moving to find out who and what the world is. He understands that you create character as you go along, and his desire is for some kind of mediation of the psychic oppositions he experiences in himself and in the Cold War world. This is thwarted by his preference for the clear either/or. But his experiences in the 3 days leading up to the executions have been a serious challenge to such a bifurcated view of the world. 179. The public burning. His dilemma is embodied in the figure of the 3D film viewer who has left a showing of House of Wax with his Polaroid glasses still on, who can't get his two disparate views of the real world to coincide as they did in the art, technology, and manipulation of the theater. Nixon has left the ideologically focused and rhetorically secure world of Congress and the political elites to investigate the Rosenberg story and to experience life in the streets. And he has found that he can't coherently and consistently assemble all the raw data and all his experiences under the unifying myth of the American way. Nor can he seem to achieve a fit between his ambitions to be the president of the American dream and a sense of himself as a scripted product of that dream who wishes to escape its manipulations and irrationalities to find a more humane and open-ended kind of existence. When for public purposes he needs to appear to manage ambiguities for a coherent argument, Nixon resorts to rhetoric and formalism, how to manipulate ambiguities when you don't have the facts and aren't even sure what the subject matter is. I learned in debate that the topic didn't count for shit, the important thing was strategy. But in his personal meditations he swerves back and forth between a complex and disorganized private self and a carefully controlled public Richard Nixon, a manipulated two-dimensional reduction, obsessed always with achieving the right gesture, tone, and camera angle. Maybe the caricature came first and the face followed. The private Nixon wants love, unity, and freedom, while the public Nixon wants to be at the center of power in a masculist world for the future of my country and the cause of peace and freedom for the entire world, he tells himself. The private Nixon continually conflates Pat and Ethel with his mother, especially when he is feeling a need for warmth, comfort, and soothing. If only I were home and Ethel could take care of me, looked at me like my mother used to when I came in from playing touch football in a muddy field. Why was it, whenever I was at home, I felt guilty? But Pat and Ethel are also parodies of the fair end. 180. The public burning. Dark women. Leslie Fiedler finds so often in U.S. literature, women who embody the opposites of asexual moral purity and dangerous, forbidden erotic sexuality. 30. Pat, whom he married as the when he needed to complete himself for politics, and with whom he never quite understood the mating part, although a stretch in the Navy helped. Had simplified my life, brought it all together for me. Not by doing anything. Just by being Pat and being mine. Without having to say a thing, she became my arbiter, my audience, guide, model, and goal. Sometimes she felt she did have to say something, but it was usually better when she kept quiet. She looked good in photographs. I understood myself better when I looked at those photographs. She was the undiscovered heroine whom I could make rich and famous and who would be my constant companion. Pat, completely and cruelly objectified by Nixon, serves her instrumental gendered function for him even better in photographs than in person. He fantasizes her death and wonders, was I ready for that? Tough, of course. It would hurt. I'd be lost without Pat. It'd win a lot of votes, though. Ethel is a more complex and projective figure for Nixon, since he knows her not at all. She is able to embody the fantasized dark lady, the exotic, erotic Jewish alien other who is sexually uninhibited. The Rosenbergs had no doubt tried everything. Since they were little kids, maybe in the ghetto, being Jews, and all. And, as Nixon admits, my weakness, I knew, was an extreme susceptibility to love, to passion. This is not obvious, but it is true. This susceptibility is rather severely hampered by his ignorance about and abhorrence of genital sexuality. But his initial assault on Ethel when he visits her at Sing Sing gives him an unexpected sense of erotic empowerment. I pushed my tongue between her lips as she jerked and twisted helplessly in my arms. I was glad I hadn't shaved, I was glad it was rough for her. I felt mean and bulky like a bear. But erotically powerful at the same time. I'll be goddamned. One thought. This was what I'd been planning to do all along. Until his meeting with Ethel, Nixon had uncomfortably resided within his own clearly drawn opposition of male to female, with 181. The public burning. Its concomitant and troubling aspects of homophobia, gynophobia, and, in Nixon's case, a fascination with buttocks. He was a normal man who always assumed he would keep a wife beside him and have children. Marriage and children would tell the world something about him and be good for his career. But in his moment of erotic abandon and aggression with Ethel, and despite his fears of being swallowed up, lost, and disoriented, unexpected linguistic slippages, identities, confusions, and reversals of gender begin to occur in his elated responses to himself as a new man. For the first time he no longer feels inadequate or incomplete, and he opened himself to her as he never had to any other person. While she is still his narcissistic object, his perfectly reflected image, through a sudden rush of images as he is grasping her bottom, he also somehow begins to understand the individual injustices and cruelties of history. As he gazes at the cleft between her buttocks, he feels the peace and warmth of brotherhood. Feeling great affinity with Ethel and with their similarly deprived pasts, he let hair down with her as with no one before, and jerked her hard into body. He's always wanted to be this free, to say what he feels, to be a bum. He finds himself experiencing feelings of wholeness, power, freedom, and empathy. I thought, all strength lies in giving, not taking. I wanted to serve. In this long chaste embrace, I felt an incredible new power, a new freedom. I had escaped, I was outside guarded time. I was my own man at last. I felt like shouting for joy. We patted each other's bottoms. We rubbed noses. It was a bit prominent, her nose. Consistent with the loosening of thought produced by his disorienting experiences of the past 3 days, Nixon in his openness and abandon with Ethel feels a gender confusion manifest in a linguistic collapse of conventional gender categories. He gives voice, through pronouns and images, to a bisexual combination of conventional wisdom aspects of both femininity and masculinity. This is Nixon's moment of carnival, confusing and breaking down the masculist boundaries upon which he 182. The public burning rigidly relies as a defense against such eruptions and returns of the repressed feminine and homosocial. This linguistic and emotional liminality for Nixon could have resolved in a number of ways, given the range of sexual feelings and experiences now available to him. Not surprisingly, however, given the books and Nixon's obsession with Annalie, Ethel's and Nixon's encounter ends in a realm of a pre-Oedipal anal logic. An unwilled and recurring image of Ethel has appeared to Nixon as he has been trying to understand the Rosenbergs and their story, that of little Ethel as a child bending over by the kitchen stove to pull up her underpants. Nixon obsessively prefers bottoms, butts, buttocks to female genitalia. 3-1 He has responded to the sight of Pat's bare bottom in bed, slack and inviting, with a free associative meditation on his revulsion for female genitals. His passionate assault on Ethel slows into a chaste embrace while they rub each other's bottoms. Ethel's urgings to him to take off his pants in order to take her sexually evoke nothing but regressive fear and reluctance on his part. I cried, "Damn it, I was doing my best. I seemed to hear my mother getting me ready for school. You're going to be late." But Ethel's ploy to get his pants off is to make possible the final gesture of autonomy and resistance on her part, just before she is led off for the execution. On the pretense of cleaning his filthy bottom, she lipsticks "I am a scamp" across his buttocks. Nixon next finds himself front and center on the execution stage at Times Square, pants down around his ankles with Ethel's message prominently displayed as he tries to summon his debate skills to salvage his career. He is confused by what he has just experienced but can only fall back on the code of his lifelong ambitions. Christ! I thought. I can't even remember my name. I fought to recover that name, that self, even as I grappled with my trousers, hobbling about in a tight miserable circle, fought to drag myself back to myself, my old safe self, which was, who knows, maybe not even a self at all, my frazzled mind reaching out for the old catchwords, the functional code words of the profession, but drawing a blank. I ought to quit, I knew, but I couldn't. I didn't know how. I only knew how to plunge forward. 183. The public burning. He triumphs, co-opting Ethel's rebellious gesture for his own ambitions by asking everyone in the audience to drop his pants for America. Compliance is enthusiastic, and the ritual orgy of national renewal ensues. Nixon instinctively knows, despite his erotic and political confusion when he decides to visit Ethel, that faced with what he construes as a choice between feminine freedom and masculine power, his allegiance lies with the paternal or patriarchal. Was the one I'd turned away from back there in Penn Station, and if I was walking with either one of them now, it was the rebellious and hot-blooded old man, not her. His choice of allegiance to the violent, racist, sexist old man of U.S. history following his visit to Ethel is finally a definitive splitting of his complex personality in favor of the hegemonic masculine, producing a closure to his quest for identity as well as to public burning, an ending that radically calls into question the exemption of men from the violence of a society governed by masculist extremes. The book-long fascination with buttocks by all narrators, including Uncle Sam and especially Nixon, more than adequately prepares for the book's resolution of the sexual and gendered ambiguities and oppositions. But the resolution also takes place in political terms and on political grounds, emphasizing once more the inextricable implications of sex, gender, and politics, as well as the metaphorical usefulness of sexual imagery and relationships to explore relationships of power and abuse. 3-2 Nixon believes, with some regret, that he is choosing the masculine and political at the expense of the feminine, ethical and sexual. But he underestimates the costs of his choice. Following Nixon's persuasive performance at the executions, Uncle Sam shows up at his house to let him know he is the chosen one in an economy of masculist sexual politics. "Come here, boy," he said, smiling frostily and jabbing his recruitment finger at me with one hand, unbuttoning his striped pantaloons with the other. "I want you. Speech me no speeches, my friend, I had a belly full of baloney, what I got a burnin' yearnin' for now is a little humble toil, heavenward." 184. The public burning. Duty, an unmitigated cornholin' whoopee. So jest drap your drawers and bend over, boy, you been elected. You heard me, he roared. E pluribus the olinum, Buster, and on the double. No. I shrieked, giving way. And in he came, filling me with a ripping, all-rupturing force so fierce I thought I'd die. This is not happening to me alone, I thought desperately, or tried to think. But to the nation as well. I felt like a woman in hard labor. Uncle Sam leaves Nixon rolling about helplessly on the spare room floor, scrunched up around my throbbing pain and bawling like a baby. So ends this comedy of the masculist state, in a sexual embrace between its two principal males Nixon and Uncle Sam, the country's representative figures of the individual and of its masculist ideology. The embrace is homoerotic, anal, and violent, reducing the individual to the abject position of helpless humiliation, despite and because of his choice of allegiance to the national civil religion. His ambitions to be at an unambiguous and masculine center of power have implicated him in a costly web of divisions and requirements that strip him of agency except as it coincides with the national ideology and interests. Without occluding the greater costs of white male dominance to women, minorities, and underclasses, public burning demonstrates the reproduction of ideology and power as a violent penetration and impregnation of the psyche and body, even of men. 185. / 6. Closure. Anal logic and masculist society. The emasculation figured and dramatized in public burning is not men's castration by women, even though gynophobia and misogyny pervasively characterize its masculist world. It is rather the degrading anal aggression of a violent penetration and occupation by the hegemonic masculine, getting fucked by masculist history and the masculist capitalist state. The threat and practice of this kind of political violence produce a non-gendered emasculation that manifests itself as a kind of individual impotence before such invasive power. Men, women, and children are all equally vulnerable, albeit within a hierarchy structured by class, race, and gender. As Uncle Sam says, there ain't nothing to fear but fear itself and a dry hole. Misogyny, gynophobic homosocial bonding, and narcissistic anal aggression are predominant in public burning as figures for U.S. Cold War states of mind. The other novel that takes the Rosenbergs, the Cold War, and the left as its subjects, the Book of Daniel, also uses misogyny, homosocial bonding, and anal aggression as evidence of the costs to the individual, the family, and the society of state abuse. One manifestation of Daniel's displacement of the effects of family abuse by the state is his misogyny toward his wife and sister. While his aggression often takes the form of fantasies of erotic genital violence, in the crudest moment in the book he makes his wife kneel away from him. 187. Closure. While he prepares to burn her buttocks with a cigarette lighter. There is at least a formal homology to public burnings ending in the blessing, in the form of a kiss, that the senile Mindish gives Daniel, ending Daniel's family history quest. Dr. O has carefully developed Mindish as an ambiguous and unknowable figure. Possibly a tool of the state and a traitor to Daniel's parents, he might also be a tragic member of the old left, called upon to betray his close friends in order to protect the Communist Party. In either case, he is a representative of a masculist power that claims ownership and mastery of history, and Daniel's search for identity, as does Nixon's, achieves a tentative resolution in an embrace with that power. Gore Vidal's novel Myra Breckinridge, about the post-Rosenberg generation, uses anally and anal aggression as its structuring theme for a parody of the masculist mass culture society of the United States in the second half of the 20th century. Such figurative analogies between post-war U.S. history and aspects of anally have their own kinds of metaphoric and cognitive descriptive power, even if the relationships are not easily demonstrable in the rubric of the social sciences. Frederick Jameson's comment is relevant. A cultural phenomenon like postmodernism, and in this case a predominant literary theme of anally, must be articulating something about what is going on in the world. This is especially true when we consider other major post-war and postmodern U.S. novels that depend to some extent on anal logic and anal aggression for narrative development and resolution, such as William Gaddis's Recognitions, John Barth's Floating Opera, Norman Mailer's American Dream, and Thomas Pynchon's Gravity's Rainbow. According to psychoanalytic theory, the anal stage, occurring generally from 1 to 3 years of age, follows without cancelling the oral stage and prepares for the Oedipal, genital stage. If negotiated relatively successfully, it results in the development of first a body ego and then a psychic ego, with a sense of body and psychic boundaries, and a capacity for both defenses and openness at the will of and in the best interests of the individual. The anal stage is critical to the development of a degree of 188. Closure. Autonomy that can tolerate and deal with the ambiguities, aggressions, and excesses of the internal and external world. It is crucial to the cognitive development of ways of knowing and ways of not knowing. 2. At this stage, attempts to manage one's own newly discovered aggressive and libidinal feelings and capabilities. The need to learn how to control destructiveness are marked at first by an unpredictable alternation between extreme opposites, yes/no, passivity/aggression, withholding/attacking, closure/openness, submission/resistance. The world that is dominated by anal psychology is full of opposites, reversals, and contradictions. In the second and third year of life, an easy reversibility can approach a cancelling out of meaning. 3. This phenomenon is one that Derrida critiques as inherent in an epistemology founded on binary logic. When the middle of an opposition is not the passageway of a mediation, there is every chance that the opposition is not pertinent. The consequences are boundless. 4. The tendency to resort to a binary logic allows the development of various ways of disregarding, disowning, or negating external and psychic reality. 5. I want to suggest that the coordinates of an incomplete anal stage, or of an anal fixation in extremes of owning/disowning and containing/attacking, have at least metaphorically a homological correspondence to both the extremes of rhetoric and of the material practices of the anti-communist, consumer-driven national security state that developed during the Cold War period. The rhetorical excesses of the articulation of the Cold War I have discussed in Part 1 as the ordinary operations of language being put to exclusionary extremes of polarization and closure to provide the dominant group with a sense of certainty and positional security in a time of aggressive threats, socio-economic disruption, and unsettling liminality. But the socially retarding and destructive costs of the reassuring Cold War narrative with its long-term unnegotiable plot strictly governed by an either-or closure were enormous, cumulative, and enduring. Again, at least an analogy exists between the social costs of this situation and the psychic costs of anal fixation, a concomitant of the need to achieve an illusion of closure, fixity. 189. Closure and stability is the danger of fixation. Unless in the course of maturation the illusion of closure becomes subject to doubt, full humanity will not be achieved. 6. Discounting the notion of what even the author of these words would probably admit as an illusion of an achievable plenitude of humanity, the anal stage necessity of learning and then practicing skepticism toward closure is most definitively a requirement for a reality-based democratic politics presumed to be oriented toward the goal of a just society, as it is a requirement for critical intellectual practice. But the Cold War period was a lengthy practice of a politics of acquisition, containment, holding, and withholding, based on a fixed and polarizing narrative of historical closure. It solidified and realized itself and its ideology in specific global political and economic relationships, producing a domestic society devoted to mindless consumption and waste and a national security state devoted to power through arms and secrecy. And finally, the Cold War national security consumer state was the product of male networks of power in which women, minorities, and the working class served functions of exchange value for white male interests. Coover's book is a critique, using anally as its predominant metaphor, of this masculist system and of its social costs to everyone, not just to the visibly exploited and oppressed. Nixon, preferring a clear either/or, chose the definitive closure of an extreme masculist U.S. ideology, and closure is what he got. Not unlike George Orwell's 1984 protagonist who feels love for Big Brother, in Coover's public burning Nixon's attitude ultimately becomes one of submission to and identification with an idealized oppressor and aggressor. Nixon's first sentence here is an oblique critique of the ideological construction of his own desire. Maybe the worst thing that can happen to you in this world is to get what you think you want. And how did we know what we wanted? It was a scary question and I let it leak away, unanswered. Of course, he was an incorrigible huckster, a sweet-talking con artist, you couldn't trust him, I knew that, but what did it matter? Whatever else he was beautiful. 190. Closure. The most beautiful thing in all the world. I was ready at last to do what I had never done before. I love you, Uncle Sam. I confessed. 7. Open-endedness. The oxymoronic or apocalyptic concept of historical closure has always been a theme of history and historiography, predating of course the atomic bomb and the 20th century awareness of global limits. But despite the atomic bomb, the reality of global limitations, and apocalyptic post-structuralist totalizations of a post-individual collective culture, there has been a concomitant and not inconsistent development of the notion of the individual as cultural and historical narrator and participant in the construction of social reality. Certainly we have seen individual narrators making contributions to a collectively written history in the construction of the Rosenberg story, as we have seen authors like Dr. O and Coover add their own critical narrative revisions of the Cold War stories we told, heard, and performed as a nation. Until the end of history, we are all apparently to some degree engaged in producing an ending to history, the revelation of which remains deferred. I mentioned that all 7 of the stories operative in public burning come to a close together. Dr. O's book appears to end in greater uncertainty, with Daniel recounting 3 possible endings, capped by an admonition from the biblical book of Daniel to go thy way, Daniel, for the words are closed up and sealed till the time of the end. We need to consider the endings of these 2 books that are manifestly critical social fiction dealing with contemporary U.S. history and with the modes and potentials for dissent from and oppositional politics within that history. Both books dramatize the social and personal costs of adherence to dogmatic narratives of history, both formally insist upon that complicated middle ground of life and experience in which the closures of meaning necessary to thought and action are always also necessarily thought as part of the flux and points of departure for more useful versions. 191. Closure. Daniel's 3 proposed endings for his novel/dissertation do not, as some critics have maintained, affirm a postmodern uncertainty and undecidability. They follow instead a progressive logic in the context of the book and its subject of left politics, having to do with saying goodbye to outmoded forms of life and stepping down into the world from the security of a purely mental and reflective environment in order to see what's going down. Daniel's future is unknown, while his skepticism and cynicism may hold him to the role of observer. His tentative reflections on left analysis and politics always seem to be a source of energy and optimism to him. Through his reflections, as well as through the book's formal design, we begin to put together a modest and sacrificial but always potentially historically significant program for left politics. It is for the left to perform the hard work of analysis, of making connections not visible through naturalized or masculist versions of society. It is also for the left to assume and articulate positions based on such analysis and believed to be productive of social justice. This is an always provisional practice, requiring resistance toward one's own tendency to totalizing narratives and simple binary explanations of social reality. It also requires a willingness to persist, despite being ignored, rejected, misstated, misused, or co-opted. Not unlike the work of artists or prophets unhonored in their own time, the relevance and value of articulated left positionality can only be judged in retrospect, almost always as subsumed and enacted under a liberal or conservative agenda. Public burning is criticized for offering no positive vision, but in its pervasive engagement with the issue of closure, it presents an ethical challenge for critical participation in history. Coover elaborates this challenge thematically and figuratively at key moments in the text, and formally by the ending of both the Rosenberg story and Nixon's. The argument is figured, in typical Coover fashion, in terms of open-endedness and rape. An innocent or absolute open-endedness is a crippling vulnerability to assault, abuse, and co-optation. This a political axiom that wheresoever a vacuum exists, it will be filled by the nearest or strongest power. Well, you're looking at it, mister, an example and fit instrument, big as they. 192. Closure. Come in this world and get in bigger by the minute. So clutch a hold on something and say your prayers, 'cause I propose to move immediately upon your works. Dogmatic closure, figured by rape, is by definition aggressive, abusive, and exploitive, working a deliberate violence on its vulnerable victims. Nixon's Ethel learns this lesson when she is a high school member of the Clark Street Players. To an older cast member walking home with her, arguing that life means adopting a role and sticking with it, she said, "No, life is more open-ended than that." Then he jammed her up against a wall in a dark doorway, dragged up her skirts, and pushed his knee into her crotch. Some argument. Uncle Sam admonishes his audience to go forth to meet the shadowy future, without fear and with a manly heart on, his masculist dogma operating to organize data and human behavior into what is best for him. It ain't easy holdin' a community together, order ain't what comes natural, you know that, boy, and a lot of people gotta get killed tryin' to pretend that it is. That's how the game is played. Nixon is confused, though, until he finally gets it at the end. He has it in his mind that freedom in the United States means the absence of script and plot, and that the real struggle against the phantom is against the lie of purpose, while Uncle Sam remains for him the super chief in the age of flux. He extends the analogy illogically, and in accord with the American dream to equate freedom, flux, and open-endedness with U.S. capitalism, and plot, social engineering, and historical closure with socialist oppression. Maybe in Russia history had a plot because one was being laid on, but not here. That was what freedom was all about. By the time of these speculations, the motivated and constructed nature of the Rosenberg story has become apparent to Nixon, as he noted from a lawyer's point of view, a story that cohered perfectly in lockstep cause-effect sequence. When you walked forward through it began to unravel when you worked your way backward from end to beginning. Hoover was in many ways a complete loony, arbitrary in his power and pampered like a Caesar, and if he dreamed up a spy network one day, then 193. Closure. By God, it existed. It was an agent's job to successful conclusions. This doesn't fit his concept of free flow in his country. How do such things happen? He speculates that the Rosenberg truth lay somewhere in the middle, that territory of dialectics, ambiguities, and uncertainties that he cannot tolerate. It is ultimately Nixon's intolerance for this ground and the naivete of his insistence on the reality of the opposite's U.S. openness/communist closure that leave him open to impregnation by the U.S. lie of purpose. The ethical challenge to dogmatic closures is posed by the paradox inherent in the 7 endings. The microhistory of the 72 hours leading up to the executions has come to a temporal end, as has the 28-part mathematical series, an arbitrary and fashioned design with predetermined closure. Hoover and the state have ended the Rosenberg story, but this book is also demonstrating by its very existence that the story is, despite their deaths in June 1953, still open-ended, still being narrated. Uncle Sam has violently satisfied Nixon's quest, but only because Nixon has made himself entirely vulnerable to ideological co-optation by believing, against the evidence of a more complex and motivated political world, in a pure form of openness as the moral property of the United States. But 3 of the stories, although they each stop arbitrarily in the last word of the book, goodbye, cannot end until history ends, the play of words, narrativity, and history itself. Public burning has told meta-stories, words about words, narrative about narrative, and history about history that all demonstrate the ongoing and oscillating constructive and destructive activities of symbol-making, organizing, and enacting, activities that are always potentially liminal moments of political agency. To resist the dangers and costs of rigid formalized closure, public burning demonstrates the critical potential of an alternating postmodern literary discourse that can move within and work the middle of a historical epoch, interrogating opposites, exploring ambiguities, uncertainties, and contradictions, figuratively evoking skepticism toward final words, and providing a point of departure for more useful narratives. But more useful for whom? 194. 7. Framed arts. All living phenomena can be viewed as content occurring in the framework of a container which circumscribes and describes the content, and, reciprocally, the content has great influence in transforming the nature of its container. Fames S. Rothstein, formulating Wilfred Bian's concept of the container and the contained, in Who is the Dreamer Who Dreams the Dream and Who is the Dreamer Who Understands It? In reading United States Cold War history and society through the critical categories offered by the postmodern factual/fictional novel, we have depended upon formal structures that, by framing and organizing the material of the novel, also orient our readings, the temporal boundaries of the book's topical subjects, the material boundaries of the bound book itself, beginning and ending within a cover, and the interpretive frames established by the complex and multiform shaping and delimiting performed by language and its artful constructions. We have considered the ways in which the postmodern form serves Dr. O's purposes in critiquing the naive and self-destructive liberalism and ideological rigidity of the communist Old Left, as well as, for the second half of the 20th century, the liberal categories of the unified or coherent subject as agent, objectivity, and progressive history. Dr. O's announced personal ambiguity toward the role of the individual in a post-humanist history is well served by his chosen and crafted frames. 195. Framed Arts. The historical period encompassing the demise of the Old Left and the emergence of the New leads him to that consideration of the transition from the concept of liberal individual to the more complicated emergent cultural and political concept of the subject as neither free nor unified, but as a contingent product and producer of history and social relationships. The bound book encloses a non-organic narrative that explicitly refuses coherence and formal closure. Daniel interrupts and ends for the purposes of the book his narrated search for social and political self-definition with his decision that he will walk out. See what's going down. He then provides his own meta-commentary on his narration, a life submitted in partial fulfillment of the requirements. The bound book contains only a partial in both senses life story, not the whole or complete story, which, like Scheherazada's endlessly life-saving stories in Arabian Nights, is coterminous with narrative itself. Dr. O provides a final meta commentary, quoting from the biblical book of Daniel, offering delivery at the time of the end to those who are found written in the book, written as historical participants, but in what differential combination and potential of writer/written? Daniel has just written himself into his own book, but any concept of himself or his book is inseparable from the larger narrative of history itself, which cannot be known till the time of the end. The last words in the book provide the most definitive linguistic ending available, the end at the end of the last sentence. But their linguistic context cancels them out as closure in favor of the uncertain futurity of going on. Go thy way, Daniel, for the words are closed up and sealed till the time of the end. The crafted formal structure of the book most congruently mimics Dr. O's contradictory and willed assertion of humanist obligation as ambiguous ethical participants in history, despite our being written in a post-atomic post-humanist age. As elaborated in Chapter 4, this structure refuses tragedy by countering the historical declension of the power of the individual as figured in the epigraphs with an ongoing redemptive change through time in individual consciousness and practice. 196. Framed Arts. This onward movement is figured both by the ensuing elaboration of a non-organic narrative, and by the formal progression of the book's divisions from a remembering of the past, through an acknowledgement of the dark side, to a rejection of a vicariously experienced unity that is death, into a sense of futurity that requires continual reiteration in word and deed. We have considered in Chapter 5 the ways in which Coover establishes and at the same time exploits the public burnings frames as an integral part of the message. No period in U.S. history serves more sufficiently or dramatically Coover's constant obsession with the costs of individual and collective adherence to motivated fictions perfecting myths and ideologies than the Cold War anti-communist period. He chooses carefully the specific situation to be defined and represented by his book and announces it symmetrically at the beginning and again at the end, a historically situated story in the arbitrary form of a comedy. His epigraphs, in addition to introducing us to the historical situation, some of the main characters, and themes, establish a formal context for the reception of the book. In two short quotations he both asserts and performs ironic situation comedy as the way in which the book is to be taken. He first quotes the biographical Ethel delivering one of her lines in the play The Valiant, "That's what I'm counting on most of all the stories," and then the biographical Nixon claiming, "All my humor is situation stuff." It was stories that did Ethel in, but it is also through stories that those stories, their supporting structures of power and authority, and their historic and cultural effects can be analyzed, criticized, and changed in time. All stories are situation stuff. Despite the potential paralysis of such an irony that stories imprison us and stories set us free in material and daily life, stories are what we have to count on and to keep on telling. But, as Nixon tells us, even in a choice of comedy over tragedy, we can never escape the situation. I argue that it is ultimately the situation, the context, the frame that is the critical object. 197. Framed arts. The first two sentences of the first chapter of The Public Burning perform a sequential ironic transmutation of history into culture, of literal fact into figured fiction, and of narrative into demonized symbology. They situate us, the readers, somewhere in the everyday middle between the theoretical extremes of fact and fiction. On June 24, 1950, less than 5 years after the end of World War II, the Korean War begins. American boys are again sent off in uniforms to die for liberty, and a few weeks later, 2 New York City Jews, Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, are arrested by the FBI and charged with having conspired to steal atomic secrets and pass them to the Russians. They are tried, found guilty, and on April 5, 1951, sentenced by the judge to die, thieves of light, to be burned by light in the electric chair. For it is written that any man who is dominated by demonic spirits to the extent that he gives voice to apostasy is to be subject to the judgment upon sorcerers and wizards. After 534 pages of a seemingly infinite number of such multilevel formal permutations, convolutions, inversions, and figurations that work to interrogate any received and coherently mythic notions of Cold War history, and after the darkly comedic closure of the linear narrative by Uncle Sam's rape of a Nixon who's been asking for it, Uncle Sam ends the book by saying goodbye. Nixon is scrunched up around throbbing pain and bawling like a baby, but Uncle Sam insists that he is leaving. I'm laughing as say goodbye. Coover's critical and darkly cynical view of the power of dominant ideology has the last word, in a blatantly cruel and sadistic inversion of the situation. A formal and figurative construction of comic incongruence that makes the terrors of history momentarily visible and perceivable through the evocation of our own pained but ironic, perhaps even critical, angry, and implicated, laugh at the cruelty of a contradiction which we all in our own ways and to differing degrees support. In summary, we can say that Dr. O's contextualizing frame or horizon is that of ambiguity and contradiction, and Coover's is that of situated comic irony. Each orients us as readers, telling us how to take its particular narrative subject. In Dr. O's 198. Framed arts. Novel, the problematic and never-ending quest for self-definition and agency in history. In Coover's, the uses and abuses of ideological narrative in the service of power. And each, with the various strategies we have considered, manages to implicate the reader in the situation framed by its orienting context. In neither does the constructed limit to or horizon of understanding ambiguity, contradiction, and situated irony produce paralysis. On the contrary, such doubleness of point of view is proposed as the only possibility for an already situated and complicit written person's purposeful engagement in the uncertain and risky but inevitable process of historical change. And integral to each narrative central in Coover's case is the deadly cost to individual and history of the unrelentingly single and theoretically unsituated point of view. But what of arts that are also delimited by the seemingly more arbitrary and fixed boundaries of the stage and the frame? What of arts and performances that appear to stand alone, in a visually framed formal coherence or incoherence, or a contained human performance that proves or does not prove a message or challenge right there, on the spot, in that arbitrarily bounded time and space? Drama and painting are more immediate presentations than narrative and poetry on the page. In being more immediate, both must necessarily establish their contextualizing or orienting context in a more efficient simultaneity with presentation. This simultaneity occurs also in language arts, but I am, for the purposes of an argument concerning the operations of critical art, noting a difference of degree between narrative and performing and visual arts, in their relation to their frames and their dependency on an explicit orienting context or form. Visual and performing arts, like literature, can be so historically stylized, ritualized, and culturally naturalized as to appear to require no contextualization, as with Greek drama for the Greeks, or Impressionist or abstract expressionist painting by the late 20th century. But contemporary critical and avant-garde arts have not yet achieved historical integration into everyday life. They still invite and require interpretation, while at the same time inviting a domesticating commodification by a self-sustaining circuit of 199. Framed arts. Aestheticizing exchange among certain critics, dealers, and elite and radical chic consumers and collectors. The critical apparatuses evoked by the relatively autonomous and objectified status of contemporary, late 20th century art have tended toward formalist readings that render art harmless, critical readings that attack such art for its elite aestheticism or abstraction and sustaining participation in the commodity circuit, or readings that work to recuperate a critical or oppositional function for art in its inevitable context of social injustices and terrors. The latter kind of politicizing reading of the arts is at the forefront in the academic humanities in the 1990s, leading to political critiques of traditional cultural forms and techniques that the cultural and political right has had to disparage, defensively and without irony, in terms of political correctness, the left's own ironic warning to itself against the political inconsistencies and dangers of the single view. In any case, careers are often made for critic and artist by the drawing of contemporary decontextualized make-height new art into a persuasive, coherent, and commodifiable context, regardless of its purported and relative critical valence. In all of this activity, it is a single point of view of artist, critic, or both expressed by or in terms of uncomplicated formal unities, diffuse fields, or meaning-resistant juxtapositions, or allowing a facile objectification of the artifact through an undisturbed gaze that lends itself most readily to co-optation through interpretation and consumption. A dramatic presentation or an image tends more than verbal language to block out its opposite and alternative images and representations, and to foreclose counter-memory and associations. The immediate arts convey a positivity and effective force that written language cannot achieve. This is to suggest that a single image or a single message, while it can be informing, ordering, mobilizing, or reconciling without an orienting context, cannot be critical. By itself, a yellow ribbon or an American flag cannot perform a critical function in regard to the U.S. Iraqi war or any other social or political situation, but one can imagine all kinds of ironizing contexts for this image that would evoke a critical disturbance in the viewer's mind no matter what her 200. Framed arts. Attitude toward the war, a context that would force a phenomenological awareness of the contradictions, costs, and complicities involved in the use or representation of a yellow ribbon or a flag in order to say one thing. I am building toward the generalization that critical art, given that it calls attention to itself as art, requires an orienting context, internal, external, or both, while aesthetic art can appear to stand alone in its formal, technical, or performative immediacy, wholeness, and perfection or near perfection. My concern in this study of the Rosenberg stories is with art that self-consciously sets out to be and announces itself as critical work. I am convinced, by the works under consideration, that a critical work or artifact will call attention to itself as referential and disturbing, originating in and returning to the social world of lived relations, provide the reader with a critical orientation that resists or refuses the liberal subject-object or audience-artifact split, risk rejection by disturbing single points of view and passive or pleasurable aestheticized reception, and thus resist, at least for a moment, commodification and co-optation. Disturbatory art. Arthur Danto calls visual arts that work in these ways disturbatory art and criticizes it sometimes with nostalgia for its aggression, for its victimization of the viewer, and for its complicity in performing and embodying the problem that it wishes to critique. He suggests that the energies spent in crafting a disturbatory critical work of art might be better spent in direct political activism than in destroying art by attacking its viewers. Danto complains that at the 1991 Whitney Biennial the viewer was a target of the political works collected on the fourth floor, too. The viewer is cast in a very different relationship to these works than to those on the other two floors. The viewer is put on the defensive. The viewer is a target. And since the whole fourth floor is a kind of attack, one wonders, in sustaining it, whether the works are after all not merely weapons, and the true agents of aggression the curators who chose them. 3. 201. Framed arts. But he also acknowledges in the same article that an art that is not eager to please rise the hardest questions that can be raised about art today and make us face the hardest truths. It does a great deal more than show what is happening in art, it shows what is happening to art in a world in which we are all players. 4. In a more optimistic mode in 1989, he accorded contemporary critical art the potential for changing consciousness. Disturbatory art is intended, rather, to modify, through experiencing it, the mentality of those who do experience it. This is art intended, to modify the consciousness and even change the lives of its viewers. 5. Undoubtedly these are the claims any self-consciously critical artist would want to be able to make for his or her mode of representation, the potential for bringing the viewer to a perceptual crisis productive of newly critical self-awareness. Donald Fried's Inquest. I want to consider three framed Rosenberg stories in terms of the criteria and critiques they evoke and produce. Donald Fried's 1969 multimedia play, Inquest, Martha Rosiller's 1989 photographic collage, Unknown Secrets, and Peter Saul's 1989 acrylic painting on paper, Ethel Rosenberg. 6. Fried's play opened in Cleveland in 1969, enjoyed an extended run for 9 weeks there, and then opened in a revised and abridged version at the Music Box Theater in New York on April 23, 1970. Both Clive Barnes and Walter Kerr reviewed the play for the New York Times, and Barnes claims it as his only experience with attempted but unsuccessful censorship. 7. For its technical staging and human performances they greeted it as successful, even powerful theater. For its single and uncomplicated point of view they tended to consider it as failed political critical drama. Judge Kaufman, however, the Rosenberg's trial judge, greeted it as politically threatening pro-communist propaganda. FBI records show that he contacted J. Edgar Fluver. 202. Framed Arts. About the play and its 2 reviews in the New York Times. In a subsequent letter, Kaufman thanked Hoover for supplying him with background information on Donald Fried. The FBI obtained a copy of the script and decided that the matter would be followed closely. 8. But this opposite and equal reaction, on the part of the Rosenberg trial judge, to a one-sided political version of the story is not an effect that would qualify the play as disturbing, critical art. Fried describes his purpose in writing plays as establishing anti-myth to oppressive and terror-producing or terror-masking perfecting myth, in this case the Cold War myth and its necessary anti-communism. He proposes to accomplish anti-myth through a combination of the Artaudian theater of cruelty and the theater of fact, a combination that he calls the grammar for a 20th century popular drama attempting to address the terrors of history. Such a grammar, through intensification, ruptures of decorum, distortion, and grotesquerie in the first case not unlike Brecht's alienation effect, and through a stark presentation of unestheticized and unpublicized historical data in the second, can break certain social and political realities away from their naturalizing and moralizing context and reveal them for what they are, abuses of humanity in the name of a certain kind of order. To this end, Fried chose the theater of fact, in a multimedia presentation that could situate both the Rosenberg story and the audience in the cultural and political atmosphere of the end of World War II and the 1950s. The visual projections and sound reenactments through slides, photographs, newspaper reproductions, posters, music, radio shows, and other taped voices and sounds began outside the theater and continued through the lobby and throughout the staged dramatic presentation. The backdrop for the side-by-side performing stages, one for documentary representations, and one for reconstruction from events, was an 18-panel screen on which were projected some 3,500 images, Pictures of the Japanese reacting to the atomic bomb explosions in 1945, of Truman, Eisenhower, Hoover, McCarthy, Supreme Court Justices Nietzsche, Marx, and Freud. 203. Framed arts. Of Einstein, Milton Berle, Walter Winchell, newspaper headlines, prosecution exhibits during the trial, and the Rosenberg family. The stage drama consisted of an alternating series of selected documentary reenactments of the public record of the official Rosenberg story and imaginative reconstructions from incidents before, during, and after the trial that Fried felt were persuasive indicators of the extent to which the innocent Rosenbergs were framed. Fried was limited by writing before the release of selected FBI documents relating to the case that would have supplemented and reinforced the line of argument he was establishing. The audience was cast, from the beginning, in the role of jury to the successful extent that when the actor/clerk first entered the stage/courtroom, many members of the audience stood for the Pledge of Allegiance. The roles of Julius, Ethel, and their attorney Emanuel Bloch were played powerfully and persuasively, according to the critics, by the accomplished actors George Grizzard, Ann Jackson, and James Whitmore. Fried put together the formal elements and dynamics of critical art. The play announces itself from the beginning as referential art or artifact. It establishes a putatively critical contextual frame, situating and saturating even the audience in a 1950s political and cultural environment. It interrupts and disturbs the audience's passive reception of entertainment by actively engaging its members as jury. But despite the correct formal recipe for critical postmodern art, as critical work the play fails in two crucial ways. In evoking audience participation, what it constitutes and invites is an objective moral assessment, by the untroubled consciences of coherent liberal individuals, of an unambiguous factual representation of state corruption and injustice toward two specific individuals, in a context that both requires and explains such an event. It also fails, despite the richly textured historical context evoked by the multimedia presentation, to establish a critical context that disturbs and calls for more than a liberal and sympathetic identification with the victims of that injustice or a righteous anger at the state. That kind of effective and moral identification with the victim and against the oppressor does not necessarily entail or require a critical response, a recognition of the self, the individual, and 204. Framed arts. Its systemic implications in the social order being represented to us, a newly complicated or simplified sense of the connections that inhere in a social order that we support with our daily lives. A measure of the degree to which Fried's own critical point of view was ideologically domesticated during the 1950s, when he was in his 20s, is his strategic division of the drama into the public and private Rosenberg story. The public version consists of the literal reenactments of documented public conversations and trial records. The private version consists of brief alternating pieces of more private moments, in which the Rosenbergs encounter each other, their family and children, and their attorney, and in which their concerns are primarily local and domestic. Fried's strategy is to use the apolitical, familial innocence of the private lives as evidence of a larger innocence in the realm of the law. Such personae were, of course, the public roles chosen by the Rosenbergs for the trial and thereafter in their public letters, a misbegotten appropriation of the dominant ideology of self-representation, an identification with the aggressor that deprived them of a critical standpoint. But in Fried's design, as it was in part at least in the Rosenberg self-representation, it was the apolitical familial innocence that was imaginatively reconstructed. Intending to produce evidence for the jury in a theater of fact, Fried has reproduced not a plausible version of a Lower East Side communist Jewish family in the 1950s on trial for their lives for giving away the secret of the atomic bomb, but the 1950s family of the dominant media and advertising ideology, a family whose economic, marital, parental, and social concerns are solely domestic and private, intersected and structured neither by those of the imperialist, national security, anti-communist state being represented on the screen, nor by the problematic Marxist and Stalinist loyalties of much of the old left. Fried thus reproduces his blindness to the connections between his own membership in the silent generation, totally uninvolved and unaware of the case, as he said, and the ways in which the Rosenberg history took place. 9. And he allows the audience the comfort of this same blindness, reassuring them of their engagement by providing viewing positions from which. 205. Framed arts. They can sympathize with the persuasively performed victims at the same time that they objectify the story, assign it an absolute moral value, and go home without being confronted with or disturbed by their own writing and being written in that same story, simply by the witting and unwitting practices of their everyday lives. Fried's audience leaves more informed, but reconfirmed in the integrity of their liberal selves. 10. His elaborate contextualization split stage, multimedia juxtaposition of image, text, and sound is an add-on, a gratuitous, mystifying affectation to make complex and aestheticize a relentlessly single idea. The context sets a mood and evokes a merely iconic past, it fails to establish a critical orientation or require a critical response. The Unknown Secrets exhibit. In 1988, Rob Oken, editor and publisher of Workplace Democracy, and Nina Felshin, a freelance curator, completed a 5-year project collecting art and commentary about the Rosenberg era under the auspices of the Rosenberg Era Art Project, an exhibit, Unknown Secrets, and companion book, The Rosenbergs, Collected Visions of Artists and Writers. The book includes excerpts from the Schneers, Couvers, and Doctorow's books, from Fried's play and Arthur Miller's 1953 play, The Crucible, from a fictional biography of Ethel Rosenberg by Tima Nason, and poems by Adrienne Rich, W.E.B. Du Bois, Allen Ginsberg, Louise Bernakow, and Ethel Rosenberg. The exhibit comprises 57 single and multimedia works, a third were executed in the 1950s, and a third were newly commissioned for the show. 250 galleries were invited to exhibit the show. Of the 9 that accepted, 7 were university and college galleries or alternative spaces. 11. The work divides along a 1950s to 1980s axis. The 1950s work is generally memorial, iconic, and even lyrical, with the notable exceptions of 2 paintings by the U.S. urban immigrant primitivist Ralph Fazzanella, McCarthy-era Gray Day and McCarthy Press, Lewis. 206. Framed arts. Mittelbug's poster of Eisenhower, his famous smile, and a painting by Alice Neel. Eisenhower, McCarthy, and Dulles. The subject of most of the earlier paintings is the Rosenbergs as Jewish victims of U.S. injustice. The 1980s work announces itself by its postmodern formal complexities, its multimedia composition, and its shift in subject from the individual figures of the Rosenbergs to the post-atomic anti-communist Cold War context. The exhibit provides an occasion for the analysis of basic and necessary elements, operations, and potential effects of critical art. It also provides an opportunity to consider the potential for reciprocal critical relationships among artifacts exhibited in a group, and between the works and the chosen space and form of their group presentation, traditional gallery or alternative space, high, popular, or street culture context, and linear wall-mounted or interactive and confrontational presentation. Hilton Kramer, the formulator of the predominant critical apparatus for abstract expressionism, formalism, spoke at the opening of Unknown Secrets in September 1988, at the CW Post campus in Brookville, Long Island. According to Kramer, the bulk of the work in the exhibit was a total loss, garbage, sheerest propaganda, and political kitsch, in sympathy with communist causes, with the only art that of Picasso and Ledger. Of the university exhibiting gallery, he said he was embarrassed that adults should behave this way, especially in the name of education. Lucy Lippard, a social art critic, responded, "If Hilton Kramer called this art garbage, it has to be good, and it is." George Will saw the show in Chicago and complained that it mixes lugubrious martyrology and loathing for America. 1-2 To evoke and provoke that kind of abstractly polarized and ideological reaction on the right, these works, especially those that are critically specific, not rigidly and abstractly ideological, must be impinging effectively on some well-defended, and defensive, belief systems. For the purposes of my argument about the operations of critical art, I will consider only two works, one by Martha Rosier and one by Peter Saul from Unknown Secrets. Although a number of works would enrich and complicate this analysis, Roselr's and 207. Framed Arts. Saul's images are the two that disturbed me and my standpoint the most, and that have stayed with me, continuing to work since I first saw them. Also, I could have analyzed them as critical art without having seen them more than once. This is not insignificant in any consideration of critical art, because, although critical art by definition requires reading, not just an objectifying look, its effect will be limited to the degree that it depends on a prolonged scholarly or critical commodifying study of it. But among other critical works of art in the Rosenberg exhibit, I include, in addition to the Fasanellas, the Mittelberg, and the Neil, Margia Kramer's Covered Operations, Paul Marcus's The Greatest Show on Earth, Suko's Needs of the State, Leon Marcus's Roy Judas Cohn, Deborah Small's Witch Hunt, Marina Gutierrez's Remembering the Rosenbergs, Robert Arneson's Two Fried Commie Jews, Adrian Piper's Xenophobia, and Kim Abiels's Other. Martha Rosier's Unknown Secrets. Martha Rosier uses video, photography, audio, performance, image, and text in densely layered and multiple framed configurations whose organization establishes an opportunity for a self-implicating critique of the ensemble. 1-3 She disturbs and makes strange and impossible any natural way of taking her ostensible object, the Bowery, female norms, hunger, Ethel Rosenberg. She uses whatever media and formal organization are necessary to destabilize the chosen object and our unified objectifying perception of that object according to her politics, her understanding of the systemically gendered and materially invested world of social relationships. Her respect for any given project as stemming from and returning to lived relationships calls for the hard work of both allowing and forcing the object to reveal itself as critical. 1-4 This results in a non-programmatic, non-repetitive range of work of great flexibility, as well as an unpredictability and freshness of critical demands and effects on the viewer altogether appropriate to Roselr's different critical objects. Because her intent is to destabilize any facile perception of a unified object by a unified subject, it is a false but linguistically necessary start to identify her 1989 photographic montage/stage. 208. Framed Arts. Martha Rosier, detail of three-part installation entitled Unknown Secrets, 1987-88. 90% x 85 inches. 209. Framed Arts. Set/essay, Unknown Secrets, as being about Ethel Rosenberg. Ethel Rosenberg is indeed the major and focal image, life-size, posed for the news camera as a housewife in her kitchen the day after Julius's arrest. With only that image before us, and taking it straight, we can easily settle for a mindless objectification of her, depending on how much and what kind of historical information we have, as feigning spy or framed and pathetic victim. Those were the choices the government and mainstream media, on the one hand, and the Communist Party and its media, on the other, gave us in the 1950s, replicated by Fried's play. But Roselr's construction of a contextualizing frame around Ethel's image complicates such a simple and absolute polarity while seducing us into a critique of Ethel's representation from any point of view. Rosier surrounds Ethel's image with a montage of photographic images from advertising, war data and propaganda, politics, and the Rosenberg story. Admittedly, it takes time to read Roselr's work, to take in all these images while making the connections that inhere among them. But it is harder to let them provide us with a mood, or an iconic memory, as Fried's framing context did, because they make cognitive and affective demands on us that seem at first unrelated to the central image. They stimulate feelings of desire, identification, inadequacy, anxiety, and alienation through Madison Avenue images of bodybuilding men, of female models in veiled hats, bathing suits, brassieres, and corsets. They invite us to self-parody in their reproduction of images that we or our parents allowed to set goals, standards, and parameters for us, domesticated wasp husbands, wives, and children exuberantly enjoying the freedoms of the modern appliance-filled household, they attract and repel us with the power and obscenity of war maps, strategies, weapons, and bomb recipes. They give us the guilty, gossipy, prurient, People magazine thrill of seeing photographs of Klaus Fuchs, Harry Gold, Julius's arrest, the Rosenberg sons, Ethel in a hat, Ethel and Julius kissing, Irving Sapel, Irving Kaufman, a Jell-O box, Ethel and Julius in their coffins, and Richard Nixon and Murray Schodener. 15. 210. Framed arts. What is the subject, and what are the connections? It may be that the subject in a montage is the reader-viewer, and that it is the reader-viewer who makes the connections. 16. What Rosenberg's Unknown Secrets is about is a phenomenological object that takes shape in the viewer's consciousnesses as they begin both to feel and to consider not in an altogether comfortable manner the various connections between all these images, with themselves as the circuits through which they pass. An advertising image attracts on the strength of its rhetorical capacity for the construction of desire and then ironically reflects on the social and historical reality of Ethel Rosenberg by means of the viewer's now performatively complicit consciousness. All the surrounding images work in this way, only able to connect with and interpret the central image through the mediation of the acquisitive desiring and fearing individual viewer. In the aggregate and while still uncritical, such mediations make a certain history, the Cold War, for example, possible. Performed again at the insistence of art, they make possible a newly critical standpoint toward both that history and the present. Rosenberg's image of Ethel Rosenberg framed by a border of juxtaposed images resides in yet another frame, staged by 4 props, a towel rack and shelf, a Jell-O box on the shelf, a towel over the rack printed with Eisenhower's explanation to his son John that Ethel had to die because she was the leader in everything they did, and a textual montage essay by Rosenberg composed of quotations from a wide range of books, articles, headlines, names, dates, and events, composing a complex and contextualized argument concerning the Rosenberg frame story of the atomic Cold War. With this setting, Rosenberg establishes yet another framing category of analysis, the relationship of gender to politics and oppression. Eisenhower's speech in the Rosenberg kitchen displays the contradictory exploitations of Ethel Rosenberg as housewife, mother, typist, spy, all in the service of a masculist Cold War politics. Peter Saul's Ethel Rosenberg in Electric Chair. Rosenberg's carefully thought out and executed complex formal organization, with its multiple and layered juxtaposing and framing. 211. Framed arts. Directs the reception of her work. Peter Saul's work operates almost entirely at the level of affect. Robert L. Pincus, reviewing the exhibit Unknown Secrets for the San Diego Union, notes a troubling parallel between the attacks on supposed communists in the 50s and recent congressional attacks on individual artists, such as Robert Mapplethorpe, Andre Serrano, and performance artists like Karen Finley. 17. He sees a San Diego exhibit, No Stomach, protesting government censorship of the arts, as a companion piece to the Rosenberg show. At least one of the works in the Rosenberg show could easily have participated in the No Stomach show, Peter Saul's portrait of Ethel Rosenberg in the Electric Chair. This will come as no surprise to people familiar with Saul's grotesque, obscene, pornographic, bad taste art. In the 1950s, in painterly but unpretty attacks on the madness of consumerism and the pretensions and aesthetic commodifications of high culture, Saul found a gallery sponsor, patron, and legitimate showcase in Alan Frumkin and his New York gallery. When Saul returned to the United States from 8 years in Europe in 1965, his subject shifted toward domestic racism, Vietnam, and elite taste. His imagery became more focused, explicitly topical, and at the same time more violent and contorted, in paintings such as Angela Davis at San Quentin, Typical Saigon, and in the parodic knock-offs of high art, as in Double de Kooning Ducks, Francis Bacon Descending a Staircase, and Donald Duck Descending a Staircase. Originally anti-formalist and painterly messy, he became in an age of disdain for slick representational art deliberately committed to slick painting, in grotesque and garish colors including day-glow pigments, of intensified three-dimensional representations of bulging, protruding, and contorted but recognizable human forms and appendages intricately implicated with metonymic objects of violence, obscenity, and terror. One can imagine the exponential intensification of effect that would be accomplished by a William Burroughs and Peter Saul collaborative word and image venture. Saul's Unspeakable Reagan series provides a Mad Comics parodic jumble and anticipates the possibilities of a future Bush series. 1/8 distinct from Rosier, whose materialist feminist politics meticulously inform. 212. Framed Arts. Peter Saul, Ethel Rosenberg in Electric Chair, 1987. 60 x 40 inches, acrylic and oil on paper. 213. Framed Arts. Every detail of her work and indeed organize its critical analysis. Saul's energies and motivations are those of a rebellious adolescent more interested in breaking taboos and getting attention than in working within the rubric of any notion of political correctness even on his own terms. 19 No coherent political program can be constructed or inferred from his work, much of which is only too vulnerable to a critique of representation as a reproduction of undesirable relationships and ideologies. Woman in the House, for example, is an intense and grotesque apparently single image in which a woman extrudes through the walls and windows of her mansion while detaining her husband with a distended hand around his neck. The subject of this painting appears to be the psychology of the wife, a ubiquitous monster oppressor of a helpless victim, her husband. Precisely because of the compelling force of Saul's presentation as monumental art in a comic cartoon form and technique of what he intends as anti-art, his humorous attack demands to be taken seriously as a representation of wives. Absent a critical reading, the image works to represent and reproduce a specific kind of heterosexual marital relationship in which the woman dominates, grotesquely. Chaucer's humorous representation of the bawdy, bossy wife of Bath was a psychological portrait of a wife, but one that was irretrievably implicated in a sophisticated, complex, and humane social analysis of gender relations and oppressions. In an uncritical and culturally conventional reading of Woman in the House, Saul appears instead to be reducing a socially produced personality to one that is the result of biology alone. But Saul's painting, upon closer examination, is not a relentlessly single image foreclosing critical purchase. The woman in the house is a particular sort of woman, white and living in a mansion, who has outgrown her house. It now immobilizes and imprisons her. This woman needs to get out of the house in a bad way. Is she attempting to hold her husband back as he drives away, or to make him let her out, to take her along too, going somewhere, dear? The visual ingredients for a social critique of a specific 20th century form of institutional power. 214. Framed Arts. Marriage are present in the painting, but the critical hermeneutic burden is on the viewers. We must bring to Woman in the House an awareness of the dialectics of power, the differential and dependent relationships that exist between oppressor and oppressed, and the nature of power and the potential for abuse in both directions in an oppressive hierarchy, such as that which has been the dominant model for marriage for most of the 20th century. Saul's painting offers, for the viewer who can see, the two-sided story of power in marriage. I have suggested that art that relies on the single image cannot achieve the at least ironized structure required for critical art. But an analysis of Saul's Ethel Rosenberg in Electric Chair in terms of inadequate intrinsic critical structure and orientation is inadequate to the complex operations of that awful image. Nor is it in any way sufficient to the operations of the work to read it in terms of a psychologizing sexism or of a gross misogyny, both of which would lead us to a critique of the individual painter and his politics, as well as his implication in and reproduction of a certain social ideology. It would and should also lead to a critique of Saul's work as pornography, a category that will always be determined to some degree by the context in which and the purpose for which Saul's paintings are publicly displayed. But I argue that the image of Ethel Rosenberg, while subject to such criticism, and fruitfully so, exceeds the reach of that criticism both because of its Cold War historical referent and context, and because of its purposeful execution for and situation in the exhibit Unknown Secrets. Ethel is strapped into the electric chair in a feminine pearl choker and bathrobe coat with a shawl collar in garish day-glow colors of purple, red, green, yellow, chartreuse, and orange. Flames and smoke are engulfing the top of her head and coming out of her eyes. Her skin is red, mottled, and inflamed, her thighs and knees bulbous and distended, her hands and feet tiny raccoon-like claws, her porcine face distorted and masculinized, with grossly exaggerated lips and nose. The electric chair has an identifying tag stuck on with a map pin, Ethel Rosenberg. Laura Caruso, reviewing the Unknown Secrets exhibit for the Boulder, Colorado, Sunday Camera, writes. 215. Framed Arts. Many of these works are disturbing, but again, it is a show stronger as a whole than in its parts. The only picture I actively disliked is Peter Saul's grossly tart-up Ethel Rosenberg in the electric chair, her head engulfed in flames. Mostly I looked and shrugged. But I left the exhibit feeling, like Sylvia Plath's heroine in The Bell Jar, that all I could think about was the Rosenbergs. 20. The excesses of Saul's depiction and its effective force do not allow us an easy iconic objectification of the image in terms of our historical memory. Nor does the image allow an easy projective explanation of it as the artist's private vision. The image is unspeakable, descriptive, formalist, or critical discourse about it is a taming reduction, and its charge cannot adequately be translated into words. Decorum has been breached, by a self-styled breaker of taboos, a criminal of perception, like Daniel Isaacson. But in transgressing the civilized rules of perception, what has Saul discovered? And what are we to make of it? What his image discovers is the primitive and regressed state of mind of a perpetrator, executioner, witness of the official Rosenberg story, for here also, Ethel Rosenberg stands and burns for the story. Unlike the internal and often complex, even narratable, actions of most of Saul's other paintings, the only action here is between the depicted state of mind and the viewer. The visual representation of the primitive version of that official state of mind places a certain unwelcome demand on the viewer, simply because she stands in the place of for the perpetrator, executioner, witness. Saul's depiction of his criminal discovery provokes a crisis of perception and horror at the unsought empathic acknowledgement or even recognition of such a state of mind. In transgressing the acceptable limits of representation, Saul produces a theater of cruelty in which the viewer experiences an unspeakable aspect of political reality through the shock of recognition. This is sacrificial and dangerous art, risking rejection, doubling as pornography, and refusing co-optation. The viewer can refuse the engagement defensively, as Caruso did, by shrugging and moving on, but the painting was not without effect for her. It is her example of work that disturbed her, and she cannot stop. 216. Framed Arts. Thinking about the Rosenbergs. As is always the potential with the representation of regressive extremes of human behavior, the viewer can accept the painting's demand for response in order to repeat, once again, the pornographic pleasure of a stimulated and perverse imagination. But Saul's painting refuses easy evasion or voyeuristic enjoyment. It demands that we situate ourselves in relation to a specific state of mind defensively, pornographically, or critically. Naming the painting a Cold War state of mind might have made our work easier for us, by providing a more sufficiently ironizing critical context. But it also would have allowed us to stand outside the critical circuit. 217. Epilogue. Political projection and gathering the splits. In this consideration of the official Rosenberg story and its Cold War frame and of the cultural critiques of that story and its supporting period, we have in each case reached transgressive moments where the repressed, that which is split off and denied or projected, has returned. It manifested itself unwittingly in the language of the trial judge, the prosecution, Hoover, Ernst, and Eisenhower, and most dramatically in the eyewitness report by Bob Considine of Ethel's electrocution, a report for which Saul's image is an almost perfect visual and tonal embodiment. It manifested itself imaginatively and purposefully in the Doctorow and Coover novels, as motivations and metaphors for the injustices and terrors of a specific history. It manifested itself analytically in Martha Rosilver's careful displaying of unrecognized connections between Ethel Rosenberg and the requirements of a militaristic consumer society. And it manifested itself with horrible effective immediacy in Peter Saul's visual discovery of the Cold War state of mind that was articulated piecemeal by the various narrators of the official Rosenberg story. There is of course a residual and inescapable defensive splitting and projective process that is and will continue to be inevitable, useful, even necessary, and at times costly to the individual, even after the historical and constructed nature of the individual's experience of reality is taken into account. Splitting and projection are interlocking mechanisms that are primary and fundamental to language as well as to human consciousness. They are our only way of knowing and assimilating reality, as 219. Epilogue. They are the sole instruments of intuition, imagination, and empathic feelings. They are also, however, our way of not knowing and of dividing and categorizing reality in the necessary interests of understanding, protecting ourselves, and achieving a sufficient degree of mastery to persist. While one might want to consider the extent to which this residual process works through the individual to produce the political interactions of society at large, to consider that as an adequate explanation of a given historical reality is to ignore both the socially constructed nature of consciousness and the reciprocal effects produced between macrocosm and microcosm, between a given political society and its individuals. It is also to ignore the phenomenon that in any political society that group with the greatest power over the uses and distribution of meaning also has the power to represent and fashion our perception of a specific reality according to a protocol of linguistic and political splitting and projection that is neither primary, natural, nor inescapable. And that purposefully divided representation of reality will work, by enlisting the unwitting participation in that version of all those denied or abused by it, to secure and protect and foster the representing group in its privileged and entitled position. Although human consciousness depends on the splitting and projective mechanism, it does not depend totally on the particularly split and projected version of reality operative in a given historical situation or period. In this theoretically posited discontinuity between the individual process and the political process resides the possibility for individual agency in history. Purposeful language analysis and use are crucial to both the recognition and realization of such possibility. For a critique of the U.S. Cold War uniquely split and divided version of reality that still governs more of our perceptions, talk, work, and social, political, and economic relationships than we can know, postmodernism may be more politically useful at this historical moment than some of its political critics have thought. Formally, postmodernism, regardless of its content, is performing and teaching the functions necessary to a perhaps timely gathering of the splits. In purely formalist exercises in fracturing and interrogating coherent meaning systems of language. 220. Epilogue. And gestural communication, postmodernism is demonstrating an analytic technique for bringing perception to crisis, uncovering and admitting what has been occluded and excluded, split and projected. In more self-consciously and specifically political, social, and critical postmodernism, the split off and projected, the politically repressed, is being named and returned for a new consideration of the chaotic and irrepressible, unplotted jumble. If postmodernism is, as I believe it to be, a motivated critical moment rather than a downward spiral into nihilism, then both as technique and activity it is making possible a reintroduction into political consciousness of those phenomena, groups, and interests that have been split off and projectively denied or occluded. Existentially, projective identification is that state of mind in which we conduct much of our lives, for we are all sleepwalkers more than we realize, and, in the act of trying to be our separate individual selves, we forget how much we walk in the shadow or even in the substance of others. Ultimately, it becomes the task of the understanding of his experience of projective identification to resolve his battle with persecutors so that he may truly know his friends and be able to espy his true enemies. The confusion between persecutor and enemy may be one of the deepest causes of emotional impotence. This gathering activity may be occurring as we are witnessing, experiencing, and performing the breakdown of exhausted political categories and perfecting myths and the new orderings of reality occasioned by feminism, environmentalism, multiculturalism, post-structuralism, the so-called end of the Cold War, democratic national revolutions, an increasingly pervasive critique of individualism and absolute rights, and a renewed interest in local and communitarian politics. These new ways of perceiving social reality, and new kinds of linguistic, psychological, cultural, economic, and political gatherings of formerly disparate or invisible elements of that reality, are indeed allowing and forcing clearer recognitions of a more complex and conflictual we in a country that would be democratic and socially just. The responses. 221. Epilogue. Evoked by every articulation of these new perceptions show us once again that language use is dangerous. These new kinds of perception also help us, as Grotstein suggests, to know friends from enemies, to distinguish between those with whom we legitimately differ within the context of any concept of a just world, and those individuals, groups, institutions, and nations that work to construct and maintain specific categories of difference that support a systematically unjust world under the rubric of freedom and democracy. The linguistic interrogation of justifying myths, the metonymic, material unpacking of dominion-keeping metaphors, and the split-gathering activity of newly claimed political standpoints appear to hold political promise for the left. But, again, language use is dangerous. Even with conscious and critical determination to resist the linguistic temptations of obfuscating mythification, counterproductive exclusionary framing, and premature narrative closure, these inevitable tendencies of the linguistic process itself are counterproductive to any just social order. But the greatest threat to effective work for positive change will inhere in the degree to which an identification of the opposition allows us, through splitting and projection, to remain voluntarily blind to our own daily dependency on the order we would change.